of development and growing environmental consciousness, the need to prioritize clean air has never been more pressing. With the same, ICAS 2023 endeavors to be the platform bringing diverse voices together to build momentum towards action and shaping a narrative for tomorrow where clean air is not a distant dream, but an inalienable right and a cornerstone of a collective growth. The upcoming sessions for today and tomorrow have been thoughtfully curated to address this pivotal question. Can we truly achieve the Sustainable Development Goals without clean air? Yesterday, we were honored to have distinguished dignitaries amongst us who addressed this challenge and focused on the need of collective action. The schedule for today is as follows. We will be having 5 sessions covering various thematic areas where you'll hear speakers touch upon diverse areas of this theme. The first round of the student poster competition highlighting research done by young scholars in the field will be held today. You can view the posters and engage with the researchers. Each session is scheduled approximately 45 minutes to an hour. We kindly request our speakers and session chairs to adhere to the allotted timings for the seamless flow of the event. Other logistic details that I would like to share with you. We have planned a tea around 4 o'clock and lunch will be served from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Speakers who have not yet submitted their presentations are kindly requested to do so at the earliest. Dr. Piyush Bhardwaj will be coordinating. Piyush, can you please stand up and identify yourself? Yeah, he'll be coordinating with you all for the presentations. To help spread the word about India Clean Air Summit 2023, please use hashtags Clean Air for All, ICAS 2023, and tag CSTEP, CAPS, and ICAS. Also, the badges that you have received have the QR codes to the Submit Companion and feedback. We are happy to get your feedback, so please share your feedback, and you can access the Submit Companion for more details for the event. With this, I extend a warm welcome to all the attendees here and begin the day with the welcome address. We are honored to have with us Dr. Shant Thimaiya, Chairman, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, Dr. K.J. Ramesh, Advisor, South Asia Hydromet Forum, Professor P.G. Divakar, ISRO Chair Professor at NIAS, and Dr. Subramaniam, Sector Head for Center for Air Pollution Studies at CSTEP. I kindly request all the guests to please take their seats at the dais. Dr. Shante Thimaiya is currently serving as the chairman for the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. He was a board member for the Board of Governors, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, Surat Kal from 2015 to 2021. As a member of the Board of Studies, Tumkuru University, he framed the academic curriculum for the Master of Science Environmental Science courses and PhD courses. Before this, he has undertaken various projects dealing with multidisciplinary industrial activities such as mining, mineral beneficiation, river and sea transport, and preparation of EIA, EMP, and mining plants. We are happy to have you, sir, with us. Professor P.G. Divakar, ISRO Chair Professor at NIAS, specializes in space tech research, focusing on Earth observation satellite data, processing, and geospatial technologies. With over 3 decades of experience at ISRO, he has developed space applications for national development. He holds a PhD in participatory GIS and is a key figure in geospatial technology. Good morning, sir. We're happy to have you here with us. Dr. K.J. Ramesh, he's the advisor for SHF. He has over 4 decades of experience and expertise in weather, climate, and disaster risk management in India. He has served as a Director General to the Indian Meteorological Department and is the permanent representative and member Executive Council of WMO from during 2016 to 2019. We are happy to have you here with us, sir. Last but not the least, we have with us Dr. Subramaniam, who is the Sector Head for Center for Air Pollution Studies at CSTEP. Prior to joining CSTEP, he worked as a senior scientist at Qatar Environment and Energy Research Institute. He holds a PhD in mechanical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University, and his areas of research include air pollution characterization, source apportionment through measurements, and modeling. We are happy to have you here with us, sir. I would now like to invite Dr. Shantimaya to please address the audience.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. First of all, let's give standing ovation to ISRO team for, let's stand and give for extraordinary, thrilling experience yesterday. India is in moon yesterday. Thank you. And Dr. Ramesh ji, Dr. Diwakar ji, and Dr. Subramaniam ji, and my dear participants participating in this 2 days, next 2 days, the workshop, which is very, very critical and crucial as of today. As we all know, the concept net zero is taking its own importance in today's life. Therefore, these kind of conferences definitely will help all of us, various fraternity, scientists, engineers, and regulatory authorities to come on the same platform so that we can perform together to reform, to reach this net zero concept. Basically, as we all know, we are in the process of implementing this NCAP, which is National Clean Air Program, along with ICAP. The ICAP is also important, and it's NCAP and ICAP are two sides of the same coin. India Cooling Effect Program and National Clean Air Program. These two are, I mean to say, it's coexistence to each other. The carbon, so-called greenhouse gases, the ICAP talks about how to reduce these greenhouse gases across the world. And NCAP is National Clean Air Program, which is an ambitious project wherein we have to reduce particulate matter, which is called PM10, by 25-26, by 25 to 30% in the ambient air. So in this direction, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, along with Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Boards, identified 131 cities across the country. As far as Karnataka is concerned, we have identified 4 cities under this NCAP. So basically, the air pollution is a multidisciplinary and also multi-departmental activity wherein everybody has to participate in it, be it regulatory, be it public at large, be it line department, everybody has to contribute. So therefore, along with this air pollution, already I congratulate CSTEP for conducting this ESA study, which is a kind of a base document for all of us as far as Bangalore is concerned. So they've done extraordinary work in identifying the contributors, which activity is contributing to how much as far as ambient air pollution is concerned. And also, there are action plans. As we all know, as far as Bangalore is concerned, almost about 44 macro action city action plan, and also along with that, micro action plans have been developed. And we are in the process of implementing the same. So this NCAP, which also talks about, which is air pollution control and air pollution mitigative measures, and what are the technological intervention, innovative thought process to reach this ambitious goal of reducing 25 to 30% by 25-26. As I mentioned, this is air pollution is a multidisciplinary, and also once we start understanding this air pollution concept, ICAP also comes into picture. Basically, this India cooling program is basically how to reduce this carbon emission into the atmosphere, thereby reducing the greenhouse gases. So in addition to that, one more concept is creeped in, is lifestyle for environment. Lifestyle for environment is a basic, very, very, action plan, wherein there are 7 themes under this life, which is lifestyle for environment, also will help both in NCAP as well as ICAP. These 7 themes talks about waste reduction, energy saving, then e-waste management, and also how we can change, how we can incorporate minor changes in our lifestyle, and also importantly talks about not only sustainable production, it talks about sustainable consumption as well. I mean, sustainable consumption, I would like to give an example. When you go to buy a refrigerator, refrigerator is the main cause of this emission of these greenhouse gases. So we earlier days, one refrigerator, anyone we used to take. Now, because of this awareness, we always think about consumption of power, and also what are the emissions from it. So imagine when we think about this power consumption, to generate this power consumption, we'll be burning the fossil fuel. That is also a greenhouse gases. So we all should think now how we can reduce this burning of fossil fuel, and how we can implement this eco-friendly initiatives like renewable energy through solar harvesting, and also various other power generation aspects. In this direction, we all know about 27,000 megawatt through solar is the target. Karnataka is leading in that. We are contributing about 20% to that. About 5,348 megawatt is being already generated. also hydroelectric power. These are the important, sector wherein we can think of reducing the greenhouse gases. So in this direction, we at Pollution Control Board started emphasizing and giving importance to these kind of initiatives. In this direction, we started a concept called Green Co Initiative. Across the state, the Green Co initiatives predominantly talks about whether it's a small, whether it's a medium, whether it's a large, any kind of sector, how they are implementing these initiatives as far as environmental angle. So we are the second state in the country to implement these Green Co initiatives, wherein the performing industries activity will be identified through Confederation of India Industry. They will give the rating. It's a platinum, gold, bronze, and silver to the industries based on their performance in Environmental Performance Index. So thereby, once the industries are identified, we at Pollution Control Board recognize them, reward them. So with this, we have already earmarked some sufficient funds, 200 million rupees, exclusively to encourage, to promote, to facilitate the industries who are pragmatically working in this direction. Also, in recent years, we are also encouraging this, whether it's a cement industry, whether it's a steel industry, whether it's a metallurgical industry, secondary or primary. We are encouraging this usage of this municipal solid waste as a fuel alternative to some extent. It cannot replace the fossil fuel, which is coal, but we are emphasizing and giving importance for this. Otherwise, it would have become waste. Now, the concept of waste to wealth, waste to value addition, waste to energy is taking importance at this stage. So now the concept of waste is no more a waste. It's either energy or value addition in some other form. So now the high cap India Cooling Action Plan, which is evolved in 2019, predominantly talks about how we have to reduce this carbon emission into the atmosphere. The main objective of this is how the industries which are producing this product, by using them, emission into the atmosphere, which are in greenhouse gases form, how we can modify, how we can innovate, how we can bring technological intervention, technological changes in the production, and also how we can demonstrate by using them sustainably. So sustainable production, sustainable consumption, these are the two important parameters as of today. So these kind of forms, these kind of platforms definitely will give a kind of a insight to all of us and to create an awareness among all how we can take it forward, as lot of R&D, lot of research is going on, and also we at Pollution Control Board introduced a concept called IIA, which is Institute, Industry authority model. IIA, basically we have created an R&D division in the Pollution Control Board because institutes is having the capacity to do research and development in a pilot scale. So they have the facility, they have the resource, they have the brain to do research. Whereas industry is having will be facing the problem, will be facing the challenges day in and day out. So to interlink between industry and institute, authority like Pollution Control Board is coming in the way. So the problem is facing the problems which are faced by the industry will be communicated to institute through Pollution Control Board, wherein they can do some innovations, they can do some research and come to the problem solution. The same solution can be implemented, the pilot scale which can be implemented at an industry scale. So therefore, this IIA which has been introduced in the board, I request all of you to take this also into consideration, and this concept has to be percolated across so that lot of research and development can happen. The problems which are being faced by the industry can be solved through this concept. So therefore, as we all know, India is a growing as far as the technology is concerned, as far as the economic is concerned, and also population also is concerned. So we are contributing out about 18% into the world population. So 18% to the world population, thereby if we inculcate all these factors in our life, in our day-to-day life, whether it's industry, whether it's in our life, so we'll be contributing directly about 18% into the this global phenomena. So thereby, I request all of you and scientists and researchers here to do some serious brainstorming, how we can incorporate this basic, which are very essential, crucial, as we have only one Mother Earth, how we can preserve, how we can protect, how we can reserve this only one Mother Earth for the next generation. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir. A key takeaway would be how we should have integrated solutions addressing climate change and air pollution. With this, I would now like to call upon Professor P.G. Divakar to address the audience.
Dr. Shanti Mappa, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Subramaniam, participants of this particular seminar, CSTEP, and the full team which has put in a lot of efforts for this particular program. Very happy to be here after having seen yesterday evening landing on the moon. It was truly a great experience. In fact, my mind is telling me to talk only about the moon and not on the pollution today. Because it is such a unique achievement for India and for ISRO. And we have strived very hard for doing that. In fact, I was just discussing earlier with Mr. Shanti Mappa that in 2019 itself, we should have landed. We were almost there. We were just 2 kilometers away from the moon surface when our calculations went a little bit wrong. And in space, there's nothing like 99.999 success. It is 0 or 1. So we failed, but we didn't completely fail. We had an orbiter going around the moon and giving us some excellent data. And now that we have landed Chandrayaan-3 with the lander and rover, Of course, even the rover is in very healthy condition. The doors have been opened up after the dust settled down, and then possibly we will get some very interesting data on the southern part of the moon. We're the only guys to go and land there. Nobody has landed so far. So we have a unique achievement. Whenever we go to the planetary space, be it Mars or be it Moon, we always create a record. So we went first time, Chandrayaan-1, we found water on the moon. Again, a very unique achievement after so many people had gone to moon and come back. And this time we go and land there. Nobody has landed so far. Again, we create a record saying that we are the first people to go and land on the moon. This is interesting for us. So in that background, let me come to the point, what was very nicely discussed with Dr. Shanti Mappa just now. Presently, I'm at NIAS, National Institute of Advanced Studies, basically propagating ISRO technology with NIAS and trying to see how space data and ground data can be integrated through modeling, through geospatial technology. I specialize in geospatial technology. So the geospatial technology, we are using it on Moon and Mars also. So nothing new for us. We can use it anywhere. But it is very essential that we use this technology for the Earth, especially the place where we live. As was rightly told, this is the only living planet available so far as we know. We still don't have another Earth to live on. A search is on. Everybody is very hopeful that we'll find one particular Earth which is similar to the one we are living in, and one fine day we will be able to move there. That kind of a thinking is there, but it looks like it is only a fiction. So since we know that we have only one Earth and we have to protect our Earth, obviously the Sustainable Development Goals, what has been so meticulously put down, the 17 goals we all know, has a lot of meaning for all the countries to implement. I work very closely with UN, especially UNSCAP for the Asia-Pacific region. I have been giving them varieties of tools and technologies for developing these tools for the Asia-Pacific region. So I was part of the 2018 major agenda which came out with the interministerial meetings, wherein the implementation of SDGs in all the 58 countries of the Asia-Pacific region has been very well documented. India participated in a big way. I chaired the ICC meeting and also the participant in the interministerial meetings, wherein we have come down with specific agenda items for not only air pollution, but also a host of other important implementations. It could be disaster risk reduction, it could be climate change, it could be water-related aspects, and many other aspects that really affects a human being wherever you live. And we know very well that Asia-Pacific region is one of the very heavily affected, or particularly the disasters, if you look at it, possibly one of the most affected regions in the world. So there's a lot of things to be done for this particular region to ensure that people live in healthy and happy conditions. So it becomes very important that SDGs get implemented effectively. Now, if you look at the SDGs and link them up with the air pollution, the Agenda 3.9, which talks about the health aspects, the health adversaries due to the pollution. We know the constituents of the pollution when we talk about PM 2.5, when we talk about PM 10, the NOx, the SOx. We have been able to develop models, implement them with health data, and also see the impacts on the human beings who inhale the kind of toxic material that is floating in the air. So it becomes necessary that we link up the agenda item 3.9 of SDGs put down by UN, particularly from the pollution point of view to the health. So it's directly related to how the human beings live on the ground and why it is very essential that we address the pollution very seriously. Yet another agenda which also affects us pretty badly is 11.6. If you look at 11.6, it directly addresses the cities. And we are in a typical city like Bangalore, which obviously has its own pollution problems. Not only Bangalore, I think many of the cities in the Asia-Pacific region, also in India, do have very serious problem of air pollution, and we are literally breathing polluted air. We are not in good shape at all. World standards are different. We are quite away from the world standards. But we had a very good opportunity during the COVID time that there was a good possibility for you to do standardization. I'm sure there will be a lot of research papers which will be talking about it. There was a good chance for setting up a baseline as far as air pollution is concerned and use this particular baseline, particularly 2019 to 21. We had a good chance. We have still got the data available, which could be pretty well used for addressing where we are with respect to the lockdown periods. Particularly the lockdown periods showed us what really impacts we could make. For example, I had quite a few satellite imageries looking at the water bodies. Obviously clean cities. In fact, the kind of images I took over Delhi, I had never seen Delhi like that from space. Delhi always looks polluted most of the time. But I have such images over Delhi which shows literally the inroads so clearly because the atmosphere is so clear. So it becomes important for us to change the mechanisms by which we live, the kind of environment we possibly need to create around us so that we are able to address this particular problem. It is everybody's responsibility to ensure that we live on the standards which doesn't pollute our environment. This becomes very, very important. If we could land on the moon, why we can't do this? We can certainly do it. That's not a problem at all. It's only the will, the determination, and see that the kind of life we lead, it is possible for us to change our styles. That's what I think Dr. Timmappa was talking about, how we live and how we can change the environment around us. So when we are talking about SDGs and air pollution, it is always necessary for us to link up with some of the typical agenda that has been put down by UN, which has those ingredients which we can look upon. Now, what are the mechanisms that can be taken up so that you can address these problems, even in cities like Bangalore? As I was talking about the geospatial technology, it is necessary for us to see that we have well-distributed observation points so that we are able to get ground observations with respect to the kind of pollution what is happening on the ground. This becomes very essential. It should be strategically placed. For example, when we did a small work for Kolkata as well as for Bangalore, this particular small piece of work was seen by World Bank, and they asked us to do it for Fontana City in USA. We did this job for them and told them, see, pollution need not happen within a city. Pollution can come from outside the city. For example, we all know very well in a particular season when Haryana and Punjab burn their stubble, the pollution actually comes into Delhi. This is a well-known fact. So when we are literally doing a modeling of pollution and trying to see how the pollution is coming in and how the pollution can be addressed, it is necessary for you to have a geospatial outlook. The geospatial database can be created with respect to point information coming out from the PM 2.5, PM10, and NOx, SOx, etc., from the ground observations. These can be calibrated. In fact, it has to be calibrated. This could be linked with the AOD, what we get from INSAT or many other satellites. AOD is nothing but the aerosol optical depth information. We also need to bring in the weather data, which we have been addressing in a big way. I'm sure Dr. Ramesh is going to speak more about it. In fact, weather plays a very major role. The wind speed, the wind direction, the air pressure, these play a very major role. It should be part of the model. Plus, of course, the fractions with respect to the roads. The vehicles on the roads do create a lot of polluting elements. So it is a multi-parametric methodology that one need to build. You can build numerical models which can tell you about what is the pollution today, and you can also make a prediction for tomorrow. So we are working on such models. We are working also on building artificial intelligence-based models, machine learning models. Also, the random forest theory is being brought in for making predictions on pollutions. I'm sure some of these things are going to be discussed. I wish this particular seminar all the success. I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussions on these topics. And NIAS is always in the forefront to help you all, to work with you all, and see how these modeling, both from ground and from space, can be integrated for a better life tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We agree with you that we need measures at individual, national, and global level to address air pollution to achieve our SDG targets. With this, now I would like to call upon Dr. K.J. Ramesh to please address the audience.
Very good morning to all of you, and thanks to CSTEP for inviting me to share my thoughts on this very important event, Clean Air Summit, organized by them every year. And this year, the panel has been asked to talk about clean air role in attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. In my view, apart from clean air, we should also consider clean water and fertile soil, uncontaminated soil, because air, water, soil are continuously interacting with each other and affect each other by their own interactions and feedbacks also. So, so far, weather community, climate scientists, IPCC, etc., everybody was focused on reducing greenhouse gases emissions. That has contributed to the warming. And we also at IPCC talk about short-lived agents like black carbon, hydrofluorocarbons, and so many other VOCs, etc., affecting the warming and cooling components to the atmosphere. So for the first time, IPCC AR6 has brought out that this we have been asking for them from the assessment cycle 4 onwards to tell us the warming, cooling component coming from, apart from the radiative forcing, forcing only earlier we used to calculate from IPCC. So with subsequent requests, IPCC AR6 has brought out clearly from the whole basket of aerosols, covering both carbonaceous and non-carbonaceous aerosols, their individual contributions to warming and cooling. So it is found that you all must be knowing, I am only recapturing those important findings. So whole basket of aerosols are contributing to about 0.3 degrees of cooling. Otherwise, our planet warming, average warming from the pre-industrial period of 1850 would have been 1.5 degree by now. Because of the cooling coming from whole basket of aerosols, it was found close to 1.12 when the assessment cycle AR6 was concluded with 2014 data. So I'm just telling for the first time we got out a clear message that aerosols, pollutants are contributing to the global cooling. That is one aspect as far as the warming aspect is concerned. We have much more adverse impacts due to air quality related issues to our day-to-day lives. Many things were brought out by previous speakers. So I just want to focus on, apart from measurements and other things which we are doing, and NCAP will be expanding all those measurements. But in city scale, how we have graduated to improve it, taking the case of Delhi, for example. First time for the Commonwealth Games, Government of India asked Ministry of Earth Sciences to build an air quality monitoring system and an air quality forecasting system. So we started something called SAFAR, System for Air Quality Forecasting and Research. Started with Delhi. We, along with the weather sensors, for giving them location specific, that means event specific. In different stadiums, different events will be organized, event specific weather and air quality information along with the comfort index. So that was the first time we started working on it in 2008, and then operationally implemented for 2010. So SAFAR was implemented by our institution, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology in Pune, and till now it is continuing. Over and above, over the years in 2015, when the global community, Copernicus atmospheric environmental system, you all must be aware of, this is by the European Commission. So for the first time, weather forecast models are integrated with greenhouse gases and the aerosols from across the globe. First time air quality environment forecasts were integrated. Operational even now at 25 kilometer grid scale, air quality forecast, greenhouse gases forecasts are available across the world. And India has joined to validate those forecasts, because inventories for that framework was generated by the satellite sources which Dr. Divakar was talking about. So global inventory of all greenhouse gases, aerosols were generated for that, driving the Copernicus atmospheric environment service was generated by the satellites, and to be validated by partnership with different countries. So India Meteorological Department had a network of aerosol measurement, and then black carbon measurements, so many other ozone sondes, ozone measurements, and some pollution networks established by Central Groundwater Board and State Pollution Control Boards all across the country. So all that data is used by IMD to give feedback how the Copernicus estimates are useful. So that validation and improvement continuously is going on. So that was the first basis where air quality environment, air quality and weather forecast are integrated. Now coming to India, when we came to 2018, when graded response action plan was to be implemented in Delhi to reduce the concentrations and improve the visibility during the winters when stubble burning is happening, Diwali is there and local emissions are there. Power plants are operational. Delhi power plants are stopped, but all over the states surrounding Delhi have been operating power plants. So winds coming from those sources bring additional concentration of pollutants into national capital region. So because of that, some graded response action plan was conceived, thinking that we can stop certain activities so that from sources of emissions from that particular activity can be controlled. So to support that air quality forecasting system for Delhi in real time, not only the Delhi SAFAR was doing in some way, and across the country and linking to global models, Copernicus was helping us to see how much intercontinental transport of pollutants and greenhouse gases concentrations were coming. So within India, we were to implement models. So we at that time started two frameworks, one by the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. Dr. Sachin is here, so he'll be talking about more on that. WRF chemistry was implemented by his group in Pune, and then in Delhi, We have implemented Finnish Meteorological Institute's Selam model. So there are two variants generating next 3 days based on the Copernicus boundaries, information transported pollutants from intercontinental sources, and adding the local inventories and local data available, a simulation was done, and then a full-scale modeling system is operational. So from country scale to city scale is required. So we have something called Enfuser for city of Delhi is implemented. So similarly, WRF chemistry, we are doing more research on some of the secondary pollutants generated. So far we are focusing on generating inventories and source apportionment for the measured or known sources of pollution. So with the secondary sources, atmospheric chemistry is generating, we were not giving more focus and emphasis on that. So one example of the role of secondary pollutants from the atmospheric chemistry brought out very clearly during the COVID time. COVID time, as Professor Divakar mentioned, clean air was seen over Delhi, that is very clear. But the measurements were puzzling us, saying that why the visibility is not improving, particularly in the early morning hours in the February of 2021. So, and then we went to the details, and ozone concentrations were not decreasing either. All other things, because transport was not happening, PM 2.5 sources like construction activity was stopped, and transport sources and other main sources of PM 2.5, PM 10 were not there at all. But still ozone was increasing, and early morning visibility in winter was not changing to pre-COVID conditions. Then we went into the details and found out that chlorine coming from the solid waste, and Delhi had big mountains of 3-4 locations of solid waste dumps. So the chlorine particles emanating from that were the main cause of mist that is developing in the early morning, apart from the radiation fog which naturally comes with the sunlight that should lift off, but that was not happening in many pockets of Delhi. So then we thought that chlorine particles were getting suspended. That was the source from the solid waste dump, wet waste, which is generated and collected across the NCR region. And then the secondary pollutants, secondary generation of aerosols generating ammonia is part of the solid waste, and this suspended chlorinated particles contributing to the concentrations of ozone, surface ozone in particular. See, you can imagine this was COVID made us to study this kind of interrelationship and generation of secondary particles when all other sources are put to zero, for example. So it was an ideal case to know the role of secondary particles associated with high concentrations and volumes of daily generated solid waste can create surface ozone concentration increase, almost maintaining at the same levels of pre-COVID. So this was this kind of local scale secondary particles and atmospheric chemistry leading to harmful generation of gases at local level is to be studied at a city scale. So this is an example, eye-opener rather, in Delhi for putting emphasis on the secondary aerosols. We have to address for visibility 4 things: fog, smog, mist, and haze. So visibility in North India, north of India's during winter up to April is a serious concern for transport, surface transport or railways or air traffic, everything. So to address the visibility at the Delhi airport and giving the visibility forecast, apart from the landing systems available there, so we have started working with an instrumentation kept at Delhi airport, and Sachin again is leading that. We are all working on it. So that study worked up to pre-COVID times. After COVID, that is getting restarted from the coming winter onwards in Delhi airport, and Chandigarh and Punjab Agriculture University, some additional instrumentation is kept to understand all the 4 factors from contributing from fog, mist, smog, haze, contributing to the visibility, and how that visibility decreasing conditions and possibility of visibility increasing, when that would happen. So across the North India, particularly focusing on airports and the surface transport for agriculture, etc. We are taking steps for stubble burning reduction and power plant emission reductions. Several control measures are there, but at the simultaneously we have to work on predicting those worst epochs of low visibility conditions that will affect lifetimes, apart from addressing health impacts. So naturally we have problems from pollens and other allergens also contributing, mixing with aerosols and the pollutants contributing to health factors. So there are multiple dimensions associated with air quality, and its interaction with the weather, climate, water is very important to address in an integrated manner to attain sustainable development goals. And I wish the deliberations of this conference highly successful. We get a positive direction of movement to address it at the earliest possible level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A key takeaway would be how decentralization of knowledge and solutions from national to local levels is crucial to addressing the challenges of air pollution and SDGs. With this, now I'd like to call upon Dr. Subramaniam to address the audience.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for those wonderful talks to my esteemed co-panelists, Dr. Divakar, Dr. Ramesh, and Dr. Shantamaya. So I am the Secretary for Air Quality at CSTEP. So I am actually wearing my organizer badge, not the speaker badge. Still, I welcome you all. And it's really good to see a good mix of people here from institutions, some sensor manufacturing industries, if not the industry that Mr. Shantamaya is thinking about, as well as authority here. And hopefully this can be a forum for all of you to interact and exchange ideas about how we can bring about clean air for all, which is one of the main themes here that we work on at CSTEP. Now, the theme for ICAS this year is air pollution and the SDGs. And the question, of course, is can we attain the Sustainable Development Goals without air pollution? Well, the simple answer is no. But hopefully, as we go through the day, we'll find out how we can actually bring about win-win situations where we can actually attain, reduce our greenhouse gas emissions while also reducing air pollution, right? And there are SDGs, obviously, that were listed earlier, like the SDG 3, which talks about health effects of air pollution. So by one estimate, there are about 10 lakh premature mortalities each year in India from air pollution. Now, you may have dispute with that figure, but the reality is, for me, from personal experience, I grew up in Bombay. This was in the 80s and 90s when air pollution wasn't so bad in India. And I used to get bronchitis a lot. And finally, my doctor basically told me, the only way you'll get better is if you leave the country. And so I moved to Pittsburgh in the US, which at the time was the second most polluted city in the United States, still is. And my health dramatically improved. And now, after about 20 plus years, I've come back to India, and I'm getting bronchitis again. So at least at the personal angle, I do feel it very much. There are health impacts, whatever the statistics may say. Now, a lot of us live in cities, and we know that city dwellers are exposed to a lot of air pollution, whether it is from traffic. Oftentimes, you spend a lot of time in traffic. I spent about an hour this morning getting here from my home and stuck in traffic. And we have measurements. CSTEP has conducted mobile measurements with black carbon and ultrafine particles in PM2.5 on road. Last year, the report was released earlier this year. And we find that the on-road pollution is significantly higher than at urban background locations. which should come as no surprise to many of you who actually spend time on the roads, but there's also a higher fraction of black carbon and ultrafine particles, which tend to be more toxic components of PM. But not just the cities, right? I mean, there's also issues with air pollution in rural areas. So people often burn agricultural waste, obviously, in rural areas, but there is also residential burning, biomass burning that exposes lots of, especially women and young children, to that air pollution. So there is significant inequity in those pollution loads and those effects. And so the question is, how do we actually address that? I think that should be part of our sustainable development goal as well, which is in 7, access to clean energy in homes, right? And a side benefit of that is reducing air pollution in those homes. And I would note the Ujjwal Yojana that actually puts a lot of LPG stoves in homes that actually reduces air pollution. Of course, then we need to think about how to make it the other way of sustainable, which is basically making sure that people stick to those behavioral changes, right? I mean, just because they have an initial stove and a 1 gas stove, if the second LPG tank is too expensive, then they will not stick to that behavior. They'll slide back to the old ways of doing things. So how can we make that sustainable for them? That's probably where more government action is needed. So there is a session on airshed approaches, because obviously air pollution doesn't stay in one place. It goes across cities and across states. So we really need to look at an airshed approach to air pollution management. And there is a session later today discussing that. So I welcome you to listen to that. I'm glad, I think Dr. Diwakar brought up, if we can land Chandrayaan on the moon, why can't we solve air pollution on here? Because there is no planet B, right? So I'm glad you brought that up. So the other theme of ICAS is mission life, right? And lifestyle for environment, as Mr. Shantimaya said, Dr. Shantimaya said, is basically how can we use individual actions to bring about change. And there are, there's an anecdote from growing up. Basically, my dad was a politician, right? And I grew up in a household where we had people from all walks of life, but especially from the poorer sections of society, coming to my home and asking for my father's help in getting their children to a better school. Because they realized that if they move their children to a better school, they will have better future, better education, career opportunities in the future. Now, think about that for air pollution and health. So if people obviously want a brighter future for their children, we all want that. So if they have access to air quality data, if they know that air pollution causes health effects, and they have access to that air quality data, maybe they will make that choice to move to a better location where there is less air pollution. The second thing that they can do, obviously, is also pressure their elected officials to take action on air pollution, right? And so there is a session today on democratizing air quality data. So I welcome you to that as well. Also, there are other actions that citizens can take, like, I know not every, for example, trying to look at air quality data, trying to put a sensor at your house to see for yourself whether you should go out or not. So there is a session today on citizen science and how can we include that into air pollution goals as well. Obviously, mission life, there are other individual actions we can take. For example, take the stairs instead of the elevator, and minimize your air conditioner use, or take public transportation or carpool. And all of these do reduce your power consumption, which is important. And that can reduce your air pollution as well as your greenhouse gas emissions. So that's a win-win. So really, every little bit helps. At the same time, we do want strong government action to support those individual actions, like make it sustainable for people to make the switch, but also keep sticking to that switch, right? And so there is this movement towards cleaner fuels. The government recently announced putting up 20,000 crore rupees towards the purchase of 10,000 electric buses as part of a 58,000 crore rupee purchase overall. So there are actions that the government can take. We can see this, and they are successful. They can take it at scale. And how do we encourage such action, and how do we support such action so that it is evidence-based? And this is where CSTEP really comes in, because, apologies, I'll get some water. Sorry. Like I said earlier, we do have mobile monitoring that we just completed in Bangalore. We just completed a mobile monitoring campaign in Punjab, in 5 districts of Punjab. We are working on characterizing low-cost sensors that can increase our air quality information in areas where there are very few or no regulatory air quality monitors. We do have actually an air quality modeling group where we do run models like WARF, Chem, and CAMEX. Dr. Piyush Bharadwaj is the group head. And we do intend to look at SOA and aerosol chemistry as part of that effort. As Dr. Ramesh pointed out, that is critical and important. We are also looking at reduced complexity models. So currently, we are involved with IIT Bombay and collaborators in the US to develop NMAP for India, with support from Open Philanthropy. We are also looking at other ways that these reduced complexity models can be democratized so that they can support urban local bodies in decision-making for their air quality improvement plans. Thank you. So we do encourage you to talk to us, and you'll see a lot of us wearing organizer badges, and you can talk to them and see what they are currently working on. We also are increasing our measurement capabilities. We do have mobile monitoring, like I said, low-cost sensors and other instruments hopefully soon. And of course, a key part of all this, so the vision really is that we want to be a knowledge hub where we develop expertise in new measurement tools, new modeling tools, develop these tools as well on our own as needed for our Indian conditions, and more importantly, share this with all of you. So if you need training in how to use these tools, we will provide capacity building support on that, and we can work with you on that. And so I encourage you to reach out to us, because at the end of the day, India is a large country. It can't just be one organization working on all the problems all over India. We are obviously one institute of repute, but there are others as well. And so we do want to support our authorities in implementing clean air action plans, in developing evidence-based approaches to improving air pollution and attaining our sustainable development goals. And so with that, I welcome you all once again to Bangalore and to ICAS, and I look forward to interacting with you for the next couple of days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam, for highlighting the work that the Center for Air Pollution Studies at CSTEP does, and also inviting and briefing the audience on today's themes and tomorrow's theme as well. With this, we conclude the welcome session, and I would now like to call upon Dr. Pratima to hand over the token of appreciation to our guests. I would sincerely like to thank all the guests who could take out the time and address the audience. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We now proceed with the day's sessions. The first session is the interconnections, clean air, and SDGs. Clean air is important for achieving the SDGs and vice versa, and this session explores how clean air and SDGs are interconnected. I would now like to call upon Dr. Pratima Singh, who's chairing this session. As panelists, we have Mr. Jagan Shah. He is the Director of Artha Center for Emerging Cities. Mr. Sundar Narayan Mishra, he's a director at National Institute of Labor Economics, Research and Development. Dr. Uma Rajanathan heads the Applied and Research and Collaboration Center at Enzin Global. Last but not the least, we have Ms. Selvi PK, who's a senior scientist from CPCB, the Central Pollution Control Board. I would like to call upon the guests to please take their seats at the dais.
Good morning, everyone. Moving on to our next session, Interconnections, Clean Air and Sustainable Development Goals. In the last panel, we heard that we cannot improve our air quality, and it's very difficult. The challenge is huge, and if we do not do so, we are not able to achieve our Sustainable Development Goals. Hence, going forward, we are going to brainstorm on the topic to understand how well we can integrate air pollution issues in our Sustainable Development Goals. So we have very distinguished panel speakers with us today. Mr. Jagan Shah, he's the director of Artha Center for Emerging Cities, which supports government in urban strategy, innovation, and capacity building. Prior to this, he was the director of India's National Institute of Urban Affairs and senior infrastructure advisor in the UK's Department of International Development. We have Mr. Sundar Narayan Mishra. He is the director of National Institute of Labor Economics Research and Development. Prior to this, he was associated with Ernst & Young. He's been a senior member in the Sustainable Development Goal team at Niti Aayog for the last 5 years and provided guidance in localization of SDGs, capacity building, and monitoring of SDGs performance. He has almost 2 decades of multi-sectoral development, policy, and management experience, and has worked with United Nations, India, and several government, state and government offices. Dr. Uma Raj Ratnam, she heads the Applied Research and Collaboration Center at Enzin. She has an illustrious career and with reputed organizations, namely WHO, TERI, NEDI. Since last 25 years of rich experience in research, providing expert solutions and advisory services in various environmental sectors. Notably, her contribution to climate change research was recognized as a contributing activity towards the United Nations International Panel for Climate Change, IPCC, winning the Nobel Peace Prize in 2007, among other achievements of hers. Next, we have Ms. Selvi PK. She joined Central Pollution Control Board in 2007 and is presently working as Scientist D. Her expertise lies in the field of environmental pollution mitigation, protection, and management, especially in the field of hazardous waste management. I welcome you all. Thank you so much for being here. So the panel is Interconnections, Clean Air, and Sustainable Development Goals. I would start the panel by posing one question to all of you, and I would want you to share your responses, and then I'll have individual questions. So I would want to start with the question that, do you think environment dimension is important aspect for our sustainable development goal, and will it help to achieve our sustainable development goals in an effective and efficient manner? I'll start with you. Yes, Jagan.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's absolutely no doubt that environment will not be restricted to only one of the goals out of the 17, but is a cross-cutting, important, enabling condition for achieving all of the goals. In fact, even to the extent of achieving goal number 1, which is the eradication of poverty, because the poor are the most vulnerable and the most affected in terms of their productivity loss as well as the health impacts. So one can't understate the importance of environment to the sustainable development goals. but to the overall concept of sustainable development itself. So even the concept of lifestyles for environment emphasize lifestyles which actually are oriented towards both the preservation of the environment and as well as the restoration, so restorative activities as well. So I think, yeah, I mean, I guess it's a resounding yes.
It's absolutely a resounding yes, because, environment is an indivisible aspect of sustainability and sustainable development. So, what you actually can achieve without a base is actually unthinkable. So basically, environment provides the base, provides the kind of ecosystem, so to say, for all the development to happen. So, so that's what, this is basically, when you take out environment, you take out the S of the SDGs. So, I mean, basically nothing remains. So that's it.
Environment is a core component of the Sustainable Development Goals. Among the 17 goals, like you can interlink like various aspects, like being air pollution, water pollution, and sustainable consumption. Everything is like very interlinked. So it's a core component of the Sustainable Development Goal.
Thank you all that you have shared all your views, and I would like to just highlight upon the most, you can say, relevant portion of it is that there are about 248 indicators to Sustainable Development Goals, which we talk about is the 70 number. But when we have to measure and rank somewhere our country, so we need all those indicators. And if we see the environment aspect itself has got 92 among all the 248. So it is definitely going to be, very important, and we should always have a thoughtful approach, and it is a multi-dimensional approach we need to have, be it air, water, or any other kind of pollution. So it is definitely going to be an interlinked approach. So
thank you everyone for asserting that yes, environment is definitely the core for our Sustainable Development Goals. And air pollution being an integrated part of our environment, how do we ensure that it is emphasized in a very strong manner in our sustainable development part? So I'll start with the individual questions. First question to Jagan. Sustainable transportation infrastructure, often requires a significant investments. So how can government and stakeholders strike a balance between investment and long-term impact when we look at transportation as a sector?
I would probably group our initiatives and efforts under two broad heads. One is the shift that we are making towards new technologies such as electric mobility, which alters the very nature of the fuel that is used, and also actually introduces much more advanced technologies that improve the performance of the vehicle itself. Of course, there is a constraint which is presented by the ecosystem itself that can sustain these new technologies. So our cities are fairly, we are on a learning curve, but we're still fairly primitive in terms of providing the context for these technologies. Having said that, we are changing fast. So so there's one aspect, which is that shift to new transportation sort of technologies for transportation and mobility. The second is, and this is a far more difficult and in some cases intractable problem, is to improve the conditions in which transportation takes place. And by that, I particularly refer to the integration of land use and transportation. That is a fundamental need if transportation systems have to become sustainable in and of themselves, because you need, for instance, you need ridership in order to sustain the financial aspects of operating transportation systems. Riders are located in space. They're located and associated with particular kinds of land use. Therefore, making sure that there is an integration with the planning of, say, bus routes, with where the riders are actually going to alight and where they are going to actually, where the users are going to get on and off the system, so to speak. That is very crucial. Likewise, we need to make sure that our shift that we are trying to induce away from private modes of transportation and the embrace of public transportation takes into account that people will not embrace this unless it is convenient. And that convenience, therefore, points to the way in which you plan your routes. So planning becomes a crucial thing. One is a technology shift, and the other is the planning, and by that I mean the physical and spatial planning of cities where increasingly we are living, to ensure that the transportation network and the land uses in which we actually work and live are well integrated. So there are definitely those two areas where we have to focus our attention.
So just circling back to the concept of air pollution and climate change, transportation is always estimated as being the highest contributor to the challenge. So do you think if we shift to cleaner technology, and when it's not just procuring the buses, but also looking at the infrastructure of charging stations and other aspects, how efficient are we, and are our governments in various cities doing it in a way that is more sustainable?
Complicated question. And a complicated phenomenon as well. Because much as one can talk about the shift in terms of fuels, we cannot run away from the fact that the surfaces on which our vehicles are moving using rubber tires, the road dust that is created, that in itself is one of the major contributors to air pollution. So air pollution is not going to be something we can fix with a silver bullet. And it's not going to be a single solution. To answer the question about are our cities equipped or even inclined to fix this problem, I would say that there is a growing realization that we need these integrated solutions that address not only the technology of the vehicle itself, but the surfaces, for instance, that need to be improved. Now, we are not making enough progress on that. For instance, on road technology, we are building our roads in the most crude fashion, perhaps I should say, the way in which we surface our roads. That needs to improve in order to reduce road dust as well. I believe the tire manufacturers are improving their technologies so that the tires don't actually wear as rapidly. But I guess essentially what we are talking about is the need for integrated solutions, and this level of smartness, so to speak, that needs to come into the entire urban ecosystem is a little way off. And one of the reasons why that's the case is that we, for instance, talk about transportation emissions, but that seems to land at the doorstep of the transport department, whereas it's not the only department that's a stakeholder. So if anything the SDGs are telling us is that all those 17 SDGs and all the hundreds of sub-indicators point to the fact that it's a bit like quicksilver, you touch, or the Heisenberg principle. You've got to be able to get a sense of the whole if you have to actually bring about the improvement.
Thank you, Chagan. That definitely makes a point that it's just not one sectoral issue, but multidimensional, multi-sectoral challenge, which we need to coordinate, collaborate, and provide technological solutions with science as the backing. So probably we will reach there. I'll get back to you with one more point later on. Moving on to Sundar sir. With your expertise in governance and policy at Niti Aayog and various other organizations, do you think that air pollution is seamlessly integrated in Sustainable Development Goals? We heard about that Sustainable Development Goal 3.9, 7, 11, which talk about health, cleaner cities, cleaner fuel, but there is no clear emphasis on air pollution as a challenge in our SDGs. So how do we bring that change? We go and have programs like Smart Cities program, where we focus on solid waste management and everything. And then we have other environmental challenges, but air pollution is never a priority in our sustainable development. Yes, it's indirectly related, but how do we make it more emphasized? Yes.
Well, I would start by saying that, clean air or polluted air speaks to 10 of the 17 goals. I would add goal 1, which is about no poverty. One of the targets basically talks about, building resilience to climate-based disasters. And clean air is, polluted air is a major source of that disaster coming on. So that pushes people into poverty, and that's why, that's a very important part of eliminating poverty. That is goal 1. Goal 2, key aspect of goal 2 is improving agricultural productivity and, improving sustainable agriculture. And, we know that we are learning that, air pollution is leading to black carbon, which is leading to, cut down in the productivity of crops. And we know that, the intensive agriculture is leading to ammoniacal, this emission, and that is also complicating the issue of air pollution. So goal 2 is also very critically linked to, polluted air. Goal 3, of course, there. Goal 8, which is about economic growth and, decent work. Goal 8, one target 8.4 talks about decoupling development, decoupling environment from development. So there, basically all that we do to pollute air is basically need to be addressed under goal 8 so that the economic growth can be maintained and we can have access to decent work. So pollution is reducing the productivity of people, in terms of cutting down their healthy years and things like that. So goal 8 is also very sensitive to clean air. Similarly, goal 13, of course, we know, and goal 12, which is responsible consumption and production, all the targets and the related indicators are sensitive to clean air. So there are 10 goals which are basically speaking directly to clean air, and there are precisely 43 out of 169 targets which are sensitive to air pollution. 27 of them are directly, and others are basically indirectly linked. So any effective policy or any effective monitoring of sustainable development goal need to really focus on all these. But we are probably not looking at that much. Maybe we'll look at that little detail. Coming to directly to your question, let's look at goal 3, what we are actually targeting under goal 3. Goal 3, we are actually focusing on maybe 2-3 major, our national indicator framework talks about only one indicator under goal 3, which is morbidity due to asthma. That's the only indicator we have in the national indicator framework. But if you look at the whole health intervention, our national health policy talks about, air pollution is mentioned in 3 places in the national, health policy, only in the preliminary part of the document. Whenever the programmatic and operating parts of the document come into pollution, air pollution is not part of that. So if you look at the whole issue of epidemiology, epidemiology, air pollution epidemiology doesn't figure at the core of the epidemiology that the health sector deals with. And we look at One Health, which is a major policy, kind of strategic change which is coming in the health sector post-pandemic. It is having environment as a core element, but is mostly looking at zoonotic diseases and the connections and the interaction between human and environment from that point of view only. But it has to look at air pollution if One Health really can succeed. If you look at the treating and the preventive aspects of the health personnel, look at their training and all that, they look at air pollution as a kind of external factor. It impacts them, but it's actually looked upon as a kind of external factor. You look at all the health planning, hardly the environment-related personnel are involved in that kind of planning. You look vice versa, in the environmental planning also health personnel are not involved. So these are basically, what you call mainframe issues, that looks at how we think about health or how we think about environment. SDG in the conceptual framework of the SDGs, they are integratedly related. They can't be taken away from each other. We saw how many targets, how many goals, and what are the, we'll come to the indicators also, can come to the indicators. So these are the things we need to look into in terms of our strategic thinking, in terms of our programmatic, in terms of programming. Then only we'll be able to address, clean air issues in that. Similarly, if you look at every goal, we can get into that. For instance, all these 10 goals we are talking about, we need to have systematic thinking and programmatic changes to be really be effective in terms of our impact on the clean air.
Thank you so much, sir.
Just I would like to add to this point. I was briefly associated with the WHO as a regional advisor for air pollution, chemical safety, and occupational health. One of the indicator, SDG indicator, if you look into 3.9.1, that is exposure to air pollution, mortality and morbidity due to exposure to household and ambient air pollution. It is a very important indicator which WHO is a custodian of reporting this indicator. And if you look into the website, like it is being published, and the exposure to ambient and household the air pollution. So 3.9.1 and also 7.1.2, that is access to clean fuels. So these are the two important indicators. WHO is a custodian and reporting. So you can access this information from their website. Thank you.
Dr. Uma, I definitely agree to the point you're saying, but the problem is when we talk about air pollution in India, we are not including the health department in any of the discussions. In fact, we have spoken to MOFCC, when you develop a framework, why not include all other sectors in the discussion? Because transportation is developing their own plan, which will definitely help air pollution. The health experts are working, but either they are not briefed about the aspect of air pollution and they are not even involved in the discussion. So that is definitely a major challenge, what we see at present. Moving on to the next question to you, that you have been working actively in renewable and clean energy, right? So if we look at the cradle to grave scenario, we definitely are reducing emission at the source level. But what do you think, what is happening, when I say source, as in where the renewables are being used and the output we are getting, but where the actual energy is being generated, what about those scenarios? How do we tackle them?
So moving from a conventional, that is fossil fuel, to renewable or clean fuel is one of the important mitigation aspect for achieving the clean air. So it is not only limited to the power or electricity production, it also applies to even the use of the clean fuels in various sectors. For an example, in the cooking, one of the indicator also the use of the clean fuels for cooking. And the second thing is all small and medium industries. That is, for an example, brick kilns or even other unorganized sectors where the coal is a predominant fuel. So moving from the use of fossil fuel to clean fuel is a very, very important step. And when you look into the area of the power production, so we have an ambitious goal. India has an ambitious goal on meeting through the clean one. And as of now, we say about the 40%, and the National Solar Mission and other things are waving towards that, the meeting the target. So I would say that but there are the challenges. There are several challenges in meeting that particular goal. But if you look into that, the developments which are happening both in the use of the LPG penetrations and all for clean cooking, and also for the solar mission national, the achievement is towards meeting this goal.
I just want to have a follow-up question on that. We have Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, and we were able to penetrate 99.9% in India. But there is no study or no evaluation carried out which can say that it has improved the indoor air quality levels. Why don't we factor air pollution, climate change, and the financial aspects in our policies when we focus on the clean energy?
It should be like a very, very important one. So one of the challenge here is, as I say, like yes, population and the very dispersed one. I mean, even measuring the household air pollution. So it is one of the very, very challenging one. There are like the studies at a very small level, at a village level. So how to prepare an inventory at a large and a national level is still a challenging. I was part of when WHO air quality guidelines was revised in the part of the advisory group. So we had a long discussion on this. So that's where like we say like okay, how many households you can measure, and another thing is it a constant whether even people will be continuously using. So the one indicator based on the national level is like the LPG penetration, but actual use. So whether they will use it for like the complete cooking is still a question mark on that. So that's where like the easiest one is to see that the use of like the clean fuel is like the one indicator. Technology based standards, that means like the use of LPG for cooking was also used, and nowadays like now the geospatial one had made a lot of like the progress. So even during the COVID time, then we say like in the urban areas the pollution has come down, but there are still peri-urban and the rural areas where air quality is not being monitored. That shows the level of pollution. That could be like due to even the cooking, or also stubble burning, or even other sources, the crop residue burning in the field. So it's very, very important. And the other thing is the financial aspect, like you asked about. So when we talk to the people, what is like one of the very important barriers in the moving was affordability. And also be it in the small and medium sector, or even in the household level. And the second thing is, I had particularly in the brick kiln sector, so they look into the financial viability. If I invest on moving from this to that, like what will be my return? So that is another thing. So financial aspect is like very important to see for adoption of cleaner technologies.
Thank you, Dr. Uma. Selvi ma'am, you being associated with Central Pollution Control Board and CPCB being the regulatory body of the country, do you think when we think about air pollution, we should target the Sustainable Development Goals?
Yeah, that's a very right question, actually. So we, as a pollution control regulatory authority, we are working as an aegis under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So we have a mission of National Clean Air Program, which the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board Chairman was also highlighting, to achieving a target of reducing particulate matter of about 30 to 40% by the year 2026. So through which we have already stepped on towards one of the Sustainable Development Goals, that is clean air for all. That is not a direct agenda, but if you see in target goals like 7 and 11 and 12, there are indicators which specifies that health, environment and air go hand in hand, and we need to have smart cities with very minimum impact due to waste and also air and other sorts of pollution. And third and foremost important aspect which we are directly linked is the waste management. If we take 12.4, it talks about environmentally sound management of waste. So that we have almost covered in the policies level and also rules level. We have put in place many of the schemes or many of the techniques Like, for example, extended producer responsibility. You must have all heard of that, that we have the extended producer responsibility in almost all kinds of waste, so that the emission is reduced. Like one of the panelists have rightly pointed that in road dust itself, we have got micropollutants, that is in the form of microplastics of about 0.06% of dry mass. So these things can be reduced through the circular economy and life cycle approach in terms of plastic waste, e-waste, and also battery waste. So when we talk about, introducing or inducting 912 electric vehicles in Bengaluru itself, and Bengaluru is the second most, you can say stands second for the vehicle population of about 92 lakhs of vehicles are plying. So we need to really think about introducing those electric vehicles and how to take it back. So EPR scheme will provide the way out for those producers or processors to take back those batteries when it is ending the backyard. And similarly, Honorable Minister also in one of the resource efficiency forum associated with G20 has informed that about 2 million metric tons of EPR processors have registered with us, and that many EPR certification, tonnage of plastic waste certification have been issued already. So these are the things which I wanted to link it with target 12.4, which talks about the environmentally sound management of waste, which in turn will reduce the emission to the environment, to the air, and it will be a cycle, life cycle approach, and will be a sustainable development goal and module. And in the NCAP, if you see, there are many schemes which are interlinked. Like Pratima is also one of the stakeholders. As a IOR, she has prepared the source apportionment studies, and source apportionment studies of few other cities are also going to be out shortly for Karnataka. For the 4 cities other than Bengaluru, we have Hubli Dharwad, Davangere, and also Kalburgi. So these are the things we are working on, and everything is being aligned from one to another through portal called Prana. That is populating all the data related to multi-stakeholder approach, and all these fund, whatever it is being converged for developing the environment and achieving and attaining clean air. We have involved many stakeholders, and many ministries are in role play here. And also we have got a step down approach starting from central level. We have state level, district level, and even to the level of local authorities. We are working with them closely, and the trajectory and you can say the timer is on, and they are striving really hard, and they are achieving the target through landscape, green landscaping, and also if you say the road dust minimization, road infrastructure is being developed, and also furthermore if you see they are working towards proper operation and maintenance of those air quality monitoring stations which have been involved, which have been installed and commissioned throughout the country. And we have achieved a very ambitious target of about 509 monitoring stations through this program alone. So why I am telling you is that, so each and every aspect of air is being taken care through this program. It is starting from the ground level approach, and also to the central level ministerial, interministerial approach. The things have been working very closely, and the convergence is occurring, and we are soon to have the results in place. So with this, I think
thank you, Selvi ma'am. I would now like to pose one question to all the panelists, and would like to know your concluding remarks on that. Considering the complex sustainable development goals that we have, how do we devise a framework for India where we can monitor the aspects of air pollution and climate change? Second, how do we push the government for a more collaborative approach to solve this challenge?
Thank you. I think on the monitoring, one very important aspect is to localize the SDGs. I mean, that's a phrase from the SDG program. The localizing of SDGs is a very important aspect of trying to achieve the SDGs. And in that respect, I believe an area-based approach is really crucial to really identify, for instance, hotspots in space, and then to look at areas around those hotspots and look at both monitoring and the actions that need to follow the monitoring. That would be a very crucial intervention on this. I think with regard to the agenda for, I think Selvi ma'am mentioned convergence. Convergence is a very crucial aspect here, and it takes a lot of effort to bring about convergence across departments. So increasing levels of what I would basically call urban management measures that take the data that we are generating out of our monitoring stations, for instance, and then interprets that data across all of the departments that in some way or other are contributing to that indicator, which requires an integrated view, which requires the view that does not look at transportation without looking at health, does not look at housing without looking at health, and so on. That, and then the convergence, which is essentially about making sure that people are sitting around a table and working. To that extent, I think the Smart Cities mission, which was also mentioned earlier, has demonstrated that the convergence can be brought about. Most people think of smart cities as a physical thing, whereas actually the mission really focused on disrupting the ways in which we work. So it was more directed towards how innovation and innovative methods can be brought into urban management. And the logo of the Smart Cities mission is a pixelated butterfly. It was designed by the Prime Minister, and it essentially refers to the butterfly effect. So creating more models which can be replicated, which can be emulated, is crucial, and those models need to be localized models. I think air pollution, like in the first panel we heard, can be a regional phenomenon. Now, that's very unwieldy. It's very difficult for the actors who need to act on air pollution to get a conception of how they're affecting the phenomenon. So that connect is fundamental. And in order for that connect to take place, the sub-aggregation, or the disaggregation rather, of the phenomenon to the local level is really crucial. And that's why the more increased level of monitoring is important. The increased spatial spread of monitoring stations is crucial, but we're still only just begun on that journey. We need far more ubiquitous monitoring for us to actually get the intelligence on how to bring about the localization of SDGs.
What is the current, SDG monitoring framework? We have the goals, we have the targets, and we have indicator frameworks. At the global level, we have an indicator framework of 231 indicators at this point of time. And, there is an international, a monitoring process which actually brings out the international SDG index, which actually calibrates the performance, in a kind of, they have a composite methodology, and in this, they actually capture the performance on a scale of 0 to 100. In this indicator, in the international assessment, there are about 99 indicators used last, in the 2023 report. And within that, I think we have 10 indicators focusing on air pollution related issues. About 10% of the indicators focus on, and there are only 1, 2, 3, 4 goals captured out of 10 that I mentioned. So in that, India actually is 121, the rank is 121 out of 163 countries, quite low. The point to be, I'm trying to emphasize is that there is a big gap between the target and the indicator. if you read a target, which is a very composite kind of, a complex composite of ideas. For instance, any particular target talks about air pollution, water pollution, soil, many of them. But when you have an indicator, depending on availability of data and depending on other kind of conveniences, one particular indicator is picked up. So, so then when we say a monitoring framework, it is only capturing a fraction of the SDG framework, the SDG conceptual framework that we have. So which means it's a very small, it's a micro kind of area which is being captured out of the total performance area that will be bothered about, we should be bothered about. So how do we actually tackle this? One practical issue is that we can't have a very vast indicator framework. If we actually address every specific aspect of every target, then probably we'll end up with 1,000+ indicators, which will be unmanageable as a kind of indicator framework. So that's a particular issue that we need to look at. But there are ways we can actually break this problem. Let's look at the national kind of monitoring which is happening at this point of time. We have a national indicator framework, which has in the latest edition, we have about 285, 86 indicators. And out of them, there are 10 indicators which are focused on air pollution, covering 6 goals. So this is something, out of 285, we have only 10 indicators. Definitely, we could make progress, increase more, and capture nuances of the discussion that is happening here, and increase the number of indicators. Definitely, it is achievable. It is possible to increase the number of indicators substantially after that. So we have a National Indicator Framework Progress Report, which is brought out by Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, which just gives kind of data. It doesn't do any ranking or anything, but it annually captures progress on the indicators. So there we can see, and some of the indicators do capture state level data, but most of them are capturing national level data. So, but if you look at the whole thing, where do clean air or air pollution figure in that? It is very minuscule because only 10 of the indicators. The other monitoring which has happened is through Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog has been publishing SDG India index reports from 2018-19 onwards. And the latest one, which was in 2021, the next one is under publication. It actually had 115 indicators, out of which we had only 6 indicators capturing clean issues of air pollution. So, and then when the performance of different states and union territories are actually averaged out, in an indicator framework of 115. So the performance which is actually captured and the progress is indicated through is only, the clean air aspect is only minuscule of that. So then, if we improve, and then certain states doing very well in other indicators and not doing well in air pollution, but other states doing vice versa, they can actually overcompensate and probably perform better than the better performing states as far as air pollution is concerned. So there is a problem in this kind of monitoring. Well, we can definitely look at goal-wise scores, goal-wise scores and indicator-wise scores we can look at. But we need to really improve this kind of situation. There are 2 ways to improve this. One, we should improve data availability. At this point of time, data availability at the national level is there. Most of the indicators we talk about, we have data at the national level. But we do not have data comparably at state and union territories level. So any comparative performance assessment at the national level is not possible if we don't have comparable data. So that means we need to actually focus, like we have talked about, and probably we'll be talking about today and tomorrow about this. So this is one way to go. The other thing is, apart from having a very, global kind of assessment, all SDGs together, we should look at another tier of indicators which can feed into this, which should be done at the goal level and the thematic or departmental level. And then, for instance, if you look at goal 3, then you can definitely populate the whole framework under goal 3 with many more indicators which will make sense in terms of capturing progress on the ground. Similarly, let's say goal 11, the urban development departments at the state level and also at the MOHUA at the central level, they can think of having a kind of indicator framework which actually focuses on goal 11 and has much more, can be populated with much more number of indicator, and then what will happen is they can be aggregated into the global framework at the national indicator framework level. So then what will happen is basically you will have departmental thematic monitoring focused on SDGs, and where air pollution issues can be given more justice and issues can come out. And the whole thing can actually percolate down to the local level. At this point of time, there is a welcome kind of experience we see. A lot of states have started making their own SDG indicator frameworks. I think at this point of time, most of the states have their own state indicator frameworks. And in the Northeast and in some states like Odisha, Chhattisgarh, they also have district indicator frameworks on SDGs. So which gives an opportunity to bring in more specific indicators focused on air pollution, among other issues. And similarly, if we build around departments, monitoring frameworks with a kind of linkage to the overall SDG indicator framework, which can be methodologically very well addressed, then we'll have very good multi-tiered monitoring process, district, state, national, departmental, ministries, and also then a thematic aggregation at the national level. So this is absolutely methodologically possible at this point of time, and this framework can go forward. When we started with Niti Aayog's monitoring in 2016-17, the idea was that each ministry will lead a relevant goal and master this monitoring process, and the vertical will go down directly to the local level, where monitoring SDGs will be a very important part of localization of SDGs. The agenda is still alive, but it's massive in terms of stakeholders' engagement and actual work. I think it will go forward, and all of us, if we try and push in our own ways, this will actually move forward. So this is one aspect of monitoring. And convergence is a $1 million question or ₹1,000,000 question, whatever it is. And I was doing some research some time back to locate when did convergence actually, as a word, happen in our public development discourse. I saw, to the extent of my research, to the extent my research went, I saw the first mention in 1955. So. And convergence still remains a very naughty kind of problem, and we do talk about it very, every now and then, but it has remained a complex issue. But the simple way to look at is, if we are focusing on SDG indicators, for instance, on air pollution, then it's very easy to see the relevant departments and also see the relevant programs, because Niti Aayog had started a SDG mapping of departments and schemes and programs, which is all the states have completed by now. But I am afraid this mapping is more theoretical than functional. That mapping, it is taken at a functional level, and departments start linking when they look at programming, look at monitoring of those programs. Then convergence is not a big issue. But we'll have to really create space for each other and create a kind of collegial atmosphere across the different departments and create collaborative teams. Then we can actually achieve this convergence. I think people like you and the audience like here will force agendas which will make convergence possible, and people will have appetite for this. Thank you.
I would like to highlight two important aspects when we talk about the monitoring of the SDG indicators. Yes, the collaborative and coordinated approach is very much required, because the indicators, the monitoring framework, data availability is still a challenge. So it is the cross-cutting across the various sectors and various departments. So that is essential to have a effective framework on the monitoring aspect. The second is capacity building. So when we talk about like now it is like not at a national level, even we have even the bottom-up approach, like we look into local and also like at the state level indicators, the cross-cutting issue. For an example, the health department, it is not only like the curative, we look into the like the risk factors and also how to monitor them, because epidemiology is still a nascent field in India, that we don't have good data on the epidemiological one, and the population, the impact of like the mortality and the morbidity due to air pollution, and the how to the interpret, and also like looking into like what the proxy data which can be used for effective monitoring. So there is a lot of effort is required on the capacity building and then strengthening knowledge. So thank you.
So it was so nice that almost all the points are covered. It seems like it is theoretical to approach the convergence of any activity. When we look at it as a, if we don't look at it as a holistic approach, it will look as if it is going to be very breathtaking exercise. And definitely data, resources, and infrastructure plus collaboration with right department and right kind of data is definitely going to be a good backup for any program to be a success. So in this case, again, this Prana is the portal for regulating air pollution for non-attainment cities, is playing a very good role, and it is reaching out to all the departments and all the ministries. Like basically what we are planning is first to capture the air quality indices of all the stations which are installed countrywide, and it will be displayed on the portal. And once that is done, the local authorities are responsible to come up with the action plan which will work good for the particular region. And this is again backed up with the source apportionment studies and emission inventories. Plus, we are also populating the central fund scheme, and we will from time to time interact with all the ministries, urban ministries and all those ministries who are funding those cities, like Amrut scheme, Swachh Bharat, FAME, etc. So those informations have to be filled in the portal with a time targeted action plan, and subsequently we have given them more interesting schemes like Nagarvan Yojana and Mission Life programs, which will be an added advantage in catalyzing this activity of achieving the goal. So it is not that easy to look at it as from the top down approach, but when you try to exercise with a very much diligence and patience, and I think it is workable and it is doable, and that's what we are doing in the NCAP program. And through this portal we are trying to make it very you can say transparent to all the departments and to all the agencies involved in this program. So that's how a framework should work actually. The monitoring indicator here is the central ministry is having a review meeting with the couple of steering committee meetings in a year, and wherein the local authorities will also be directly involved and called, and they will discuss even the political what you can say is the political involvement is sensitized, and the ground level challenges are being addressed, and also whatever they are facing from their level, we are able to capture it here, and we also make it a point that we visit them frequently. So this is how this particular kind of framework is applicable and is also being exercised. So when we look at it, it is definitely going to be a breathtaking exercise, because there are committees and there are stakeholders exclusively, nodal officers are being nominated from each and every department to closely monitor it and closely attend all those issues and challenges. So with this, I think attaining sustainable development goal for any kind of stream like air or water may be possible, is what is my submission.
Thank you, Selvi ma'am. I know we are running late by 15 minutes, but it will not be fair for the audience if we do not give them an opportunity to ask questions. So we will take 3 questions quickly. Do we have questions? Yes, in that corner.
Hello, Zala Habib from IT Delhi. I just want to, know about, you have said that LPG is not affordable, though there is a penetration of 99% in India, but affordability is an issue for, adopting the LPG. So I'm working in emission inventory area. So we have developed the emission inventory under NCAP Qualis project for residential and vehicular sector. And from survey, we came to know that as affordability is issue, the use of solid biomass fuel is still, the major type of fuel used in rural India. Now, at the same time, we also try to see what is...
May I request you to please...
Yes. Biogas is an option for replacing LPG. I just want to know what is the government's opinion about strengthening the biogas fuel in rural India so that it can be replaced, LPG can be replaced and it would be made more sustainable.
Dr. Ghazala, your question is addressed to?
To Dr. Uma and Dr. Sundar.
Okay. Can we quickly answer in 20 seconds?
So the biogas program, I think if you look into the Ministry of Non-Conventional and Renewable Energy Sources, when we had even in the mid-80s, we have the program on promoting the biogas. So, but there are like the ground challenges, for an example, availability of, and also like the continuous use. So this is like the household, the clean fuel usage for household is a very complex issue. It is not only affordability, but it is also like a lot of the behavioral things. So, and also the decision-making power of at a household level. Whether if there is the income increases, what is your preference? Like the first preference, will you shift into the clean fuels or even any other? So that those are the important issues. So for an example, whether it is a LPG or a mobile phone, people say like that. I mean, it's simple things to say. So it's not a very easy things, but still, I mean, I would say in the recent one, the success of like the penetration of LPG, we have a success story in India. But yes, the full usage of LPG for cooking is still, it's a challenge.
See, I mean, basically the question is not either that whether biogas or LPG. It's basically complementarily, the government looks at both the issues a kind of complementary, possibilities. And, there has been a focus in recent time on LPG because of, quick deliverability and also things, and also operational issues. But it is not generally being taken as a kind of complementary choices, and they should be looked at that. Ground level challenges involving biogas is a little more complicated than LPG. Of course, in LPG you have also refill issues. There have been reports that there have not been many refills in many parts of the country, so that has been challenges also for actual use, benefiting the climate, atmosphere. So both the issues are there. At this point of time, I think there is a complementarity rather than either or kind of thing from the government point of view.
Thank you, Dr. Sundar. Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon to the panelists, sorry. I'm Raghu, I work on disaster management. I have a direct question to Selvi ma'am. Ma'am, you're talking about central laws, guidelines, all that connected to the state laws and urban local body. But I think urban local body participation in this air monitoring is very less, as per what all you have mentioned, that is one. And I remembered they had spent somewhere around 200 lakhs in the last council budget purely for air quality monitoring. I just heard about it. Maybe the urban local body is not functioning in Bangalore from 2020. That is one issue. The other one is just like Niti Aayog, there's one organization called SITK, that is State Institute for Transforming Karnataka, where Shalini Rajesh Madam is the principal secretary, and Mr. Rajiv Gowda has come in recently as vice chairman. So I request the organizers and the planners to bring him on board on this direction, because if he comes in, all this transport department, urban local body, all this can come on the platform, because there's a wide disconnect between what you're telling and what is really happening at the urban local body. Urban local body have got ward committees also, where they have a role to play to monitor all this at the what you call local ward level. Maybe if you can put in some stringent action. Pollution Control Board people are here today?
Selvi ma'am is from Central Pollution Control Board.
No, this is the state
and
of...
chairman of Karnataka State Pollution Control Board was there.
He gave his opening
Sir,
remarks.
can we keep the question short, please? Thank you.
He gave his opening remarks and the whole department went out. So there's no transport department, there's no urban local body, there's no pollution control board. There's a wide disconnect. Anyway, this is this one. But I feel you have to bring them all on board if you want to implement the SDGs in TATO as what Professor was telling. That's this one. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We will have one last question if we have. Please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Professor Shubha Verma from IIT Kharagpur. So I have a question that Dr. Mishra was talking about the indicators. So, sir, we see many reports which come on an annual basis which put India on a very down ranking, saying that India is one of the highly polluted in case of environmental performance index. You mentioned about the indicators which are actually, the data is available, but why don't India come out with such kind of environmental performance index year by year? And so because it is very difficult to contradict those reports which are highly biased. So this is my question, that why we are not producing our own performance and relative, whether we are going towards the improvement or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shubha.
Well, the international index, I mentioned the latest one where India's ranking is 121st. The actual score is actually 60.3. And if you look at the previous SDG India index score, which is actually 63.5, not very drastically different from that. Although the indicators base is relatively different, that was about, as I mentioned, about 99 indicators, and this was 115. And this is 2021. The latest version hasn't yet come out from Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog has this plan of actually having annual, indices, like we had from 18-19, we had annual reports. 3 had come. The other one has been a little bit delayed. Maybe it will come sometime. But the plan is there to have annual reports. Well, the international indicator framework, as I said, the scores are comparable. But at the international level, if other countries have performed well, so our relative ranking has come down. For instance, it is 121. It has been previously 116 2 years back. So, but it has always remained like that. So the only way to improve performance is to perform. So I mean, we should actually work towards improving our performance on every indicator. That is one thing. The other thing is that a lot of indicators we still struggle to have data. So that is something which is a very important thing. For instance, the international reports, all the international reports take data from the national sources, official sources only. So not that there is not a data problem. The data problem is there in terms of availability of data. On many indicators, we say that we do not have data availability. So then, if you don't have data, then that space will go null, and that will, if not, it will not damage performance, but it will not improve performance. So the methodology has this option that, there is no minus marking, there is no this thing, so it will not pull down, but it will not improve your performance. But the point is that we need to improve data. So this has to be a national enterprise, right? Starting from the local level up to national level. Everybody should actually work towards that. If that happens, then our performance will improve. And of course, reporting has to improve. And it's happening, as I said. A lot of states have started coming up with reports, and the national report probably will come out the next one.
Thank you, Sundar sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for being part of this conversation. We definitely have a strong connection of sustainable development goals and air pollution. We do have a framework in place with a lot of indicators to check at the performance. However, I think there is definitely a gap when it comes from national level to the district level, which we definitely need to look at it thoroughly and see how we all can contribute. Convergence is an important aspect which needs to be considered, but we know that there is a big gap, which I don't know and how we will try solve it. But yes, working towards it along with everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you all the panelists.
I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing their insights. I would also like to thank Dr. Pratima for chairing this session. With this, we conclude this session. I would now like to call upon Mr. Anirban to please share the token of appreciation with our panelists. Now we move on to the next session for the day. The session is Airshed Approach, Optimizing Synergies for Urban and Rural Air Pollution Management. This session aims to identify interlinkages between urban and rural policies in India to achieve the national clean air objectives. We have with us Dr. Shweta Yadav, who will be chairing the session. Shri Ashish Tiwari, who is the Secretary, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Department of Uttar Pradesh. Dr. R. Ithirajan, who is Environmental Engineer, Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board. Professor S.N. Tripathi from IIT Kanpur, he'll be joining us virtually. And Dr. Adarsh Pal Vij, who's the Chairman for Punjab Pollution Control Board. I would call upon the guests to please take their seats on the dais. Dr. Shweta Yadav is a Fulbright alumna and an INYAS member. INYAS stands for India National Young Academy of Sciences. She's also a faculty member at the Department of Environmental Science at the Central University of Jammu. She has pursued PhD from JNU and is a postdoc from the North Carolina State University. Ma'am, I would now like to hand over the mic to you and you can take the session forward.
Thank you so much, Anshika, for the wonderful introduction, and I thank organizers for giving me this opportunity. I also thank organizers for having with us such a wonderful panel for this session. I welcome you all to this session on Airshed Approach, Optimizing Synergies for Urban and Rural Air Pollution Management. So when we talk of airshed, I think the concept of airshed is not very new. And we have some students also sitting here. When we talk of fundamentals, we always knew that the sources are at some other place, and if you are having any pollution at any location, so there is a transport of air mass and all of that. So now when we talk of airshed approach, when we are talking of management and solutions, we are going to execute this fundamental concept, and we are going to say that yes, when we are looking for solutions, we are not looking for particular location, particular city, and we are going to have the management strategy, solution strategy across borders. So in this session, we are having 4 experts with us. Shri Ashish Tiwari ji, Secretary, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Department of Government of Uttar Pradesh. Dr. R. Athiranjan. Dr. R. Athiranjan works as environmental engineer with the Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board. Professor S.N. Tripathi, who is joining us virtually, hopefully, from IIT Kanpur. And we have Dr. Adarsh Pal Vij, Chairman, Punjab Pollution Control Board. So when we talk of airshed approach, and in this session we are going to talk more of urban and rural air pollution, because in India we know agriculture is the primary occupation, and it is very, very common that whenever we are having urban agglomerations, the rural settlements are there. And that's why it's very important to include the sources of cross borders. Without wasting much time, I think I will invite Shri Ashish Tiwari ji for the presentation. So this session is going to be in the presentation mode, and each speaker will be given 10 minutes for the presentation. I know the speakers are very, very resourceful, and this will be very difficult and challenging for us. So with all respect and regards, at 10 minutes, I'll say, okay, 10 minutes is done. So Ashish Tiwari ji was member secretary when I remember the ANCAP program was executed, and he has a long experience in contribution for this purpose of clean air. His interest lies in climate change, adaptation and mitigation, environmental conservation. Without wasting much time, I hand over to Ashish ji. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shweta, and my dear all esteemed panelists and all the participants. When it comes to air pollution management, I remember those days when I was working as member secretary in the state, I should say in the country, 6th largest country of the world, which is Uttar Pradesh. There was, like, you can say, loads of suggestions then how this air pollution can be mitigated. We all started under National Clean Air Program, and UP had 17 to start with 15, then later on 2 more cities were added as non-attainment cities. Then there came COVID times. And as like many panelists, they have mentioned that even COVID times, we feel that the background pollutions are very, very high. We started realizing that the ANCAP approach, which is basically relying upon city-to-city approach, is not going to work. This was the year 2019. When I think in our country, no state was in fact thinking on airshed lines. Then the challenge came like limiting the air pollution strategies to the boundaries of municipalities. We really started asking us in 2019 whether we are going to control air pollution just by throwing water on roads, whether we are going to control air pollution just by saying that how many MRS machines you have. When we practically gone there and saw that the surfaces are so uneven in the city that MRS operation actually cannot happen. So then really we were bogged down. Then many organizations came to us, look, your city has 4,000 pollution sources dispersed. So really we were confused and bogged down. And that crisis, in fact, in 2019 led us to actually consult global experts on air pollution. First of all, the whole government sat together, and we were really very honest on ourselves that this way we are not going to control air pollution anymore. Everybody comes that we want to support municipal corporation for air pollution control. But when we visited and we did a study on the ground level, we found that the areas within the municipality limits, they contribute less, and the areas which are peri-urban area around the cities, go to Kanpur, go to Lucknow, they contribute more. Because at least in city level, you have some kind of waste management, some kind of mechanical road sweeping operation, some kind of traffic management, but just go outside the city limits. We call them development authority areas. Then technical studies were carried out, and we understood that there has to be a paradigm shift in our strategy. That was the year 2019. Then came support of the World Bank. They came to us, I think Jostein should be here, but he's on leave. They came to us for a different kind of support. We were there in Pollution Control Board, and we simply said that no, we want some good strategic knowledge on air pollution control, wherein we can, of course, we are not concerned whether we are going to reduce our air pollution in 2 years. We really are looking forward to a 2030 or maybe 2050 goal on air pollution. We were very honest in that. And thanks to our government that I, as member secretary, took into confidence the then additional chief secretary, who was chairman of Pollution Control Board, and up to some extent to our honorable CM also, that we could convince that, sir, it's going to take at least 2 years to develop a comprehensive plan at the state level at least, which brings in all actors in more, you can say, a complementing manner rather than duplicating works. Because resource in a developing country like India, resource is a big challenge, financial resource. There is a Gyan ki Ganga, like everyone will tell you do this, do that. But how, that is a challenge. From where the resources will come. There we felt a need for comprehensive action plan for the state. And it takes time. It cannot be done at the drop of the hat. We started in 2020. There was a study, and Clement is sitting from IASA. IASA has done a yeoman's job for our state, and the gains model was run for the state, and you won't believe the kind of data challenges we had. But the team in the Environment Department, World Bank, TERI, and other actors working with us, we worked in unison, and we could actually feed good quality validated data into GAINS model. GAINS is a very good model. The issue is what kind of data you feed in, that is the challenge. Then came the UCAP, UP Clean Air Action Plan, which is perfectly on a airshed basis. That plan, in fact, while developing that plan, we realized that, of course, our city-to-city approach and our little micro airshed approach were going on pari passu. We didn't stop all those activities. You must have seen that many of our cities have performed really very well on reducing air pollution. But I tell you, believe me, it's not the city approach which has done. I remember developing city-level action plans where the largest polluter in our state was not having any space in the template which were given by a Central Pollution Control Board. When this study was carried out, we found that at our state level, the biggest contributor is, I think I'll tell you the biggest contributor. You can see yourself. No air pollution control strategy was focused upon. Some eminent speaker was telling about secondary aerosols. The agriculture and livestock, it has got very high comparable to other prominent sources which are on cards of our strategy, agriculture and livestock also. So this was a kind of strategic knowledge which was generated for developing a state level airshed action plan. But developing a plan doesn't serve the purpose at all. Then comes the challenges. How do you prioritize? How do you go about? And from where the resources will come? But believe me, if you have a comprehensive plan and you have a good collaborative approach with the actors, then probably you can share the various actions which are there within that plan. Of course, government is going to be the biggest contributor to the actions. There are some critical gaps, maybe in developing knowledge, maybe in developing research, maybe in developing some, you can say, impact studies, etc. There comes the role of all other stakeholders. When you develop a plan, when you make a dialogue within the government, what we have done with the other departments, see, air pollution, as rightly said, it's a multi-departmental, cross-sectoral issue. We did a mapping that how many departments and agencies have responsibilities. Convergence issue was also discussed over here. So in the state of Uttar Pradesh, every state has different kind of a high governance infrastructure. So UP state has 19 departments and agencies which are directly doing, which have to directly contribute to air pollution management strategies. And the airshed, why it is important? It is, first of all, go beyond your cities to the state level. That also will not suffice. You have to go back to other states also. This is the Gaines model contributions which has come out from our study. From natural resources, we have some 7 microgram. The total annual average is around 63, 64 microgram per meter cube. This is annual average PM 2.5 concentration. Natural sources is somewhere around 6 to 7. Then we have from other countries. My brothers from Pakistan and my brothers from Bangladesh, they are also contributing. Then from rest of India out of IGP, my state, Madhya Pradesh, is also contributing to my state of work, which is Uttar Pradesh. Then from neighboring states in IGP, it also contributes. There is sectoral contribution also. Then my own state, Uttar Pradesh, and the largest contributor is residential. So that actually gives you a kind of a strategic knowledge to develop strategies around. Okay, 10 minutes over. I'll take 2-3 minutes more. So this kind of a knowledge gives you overall contribution, and the geographies also where you have to in fact focus your strategies. So that kind of, like agriculture waste burning, then secondary sources, then transport. I'm not going into detail. Road dust. You can see some of the regions which are very, very important on road dust. This road dust also includes transport. Then heavy duty trucks. We always say that traffic jams, traffic congestions, but our study and our validation also shows that at airshed level it is heavy duty trucks also, which is out of sight. For we have, if I give you number of BS1, BS2 heavy duty trucks which are plying in the state of Uttar Pradesh, you will be surprised. Now we are coming with a policy incentive for phasing out those BS1, BS2, BS3 trucks, some of the BS3 trucks. So in all, I will conclude here because time is very short. There is a paradigm shift in the knowledge which I have shared in detail with you. There is a paradigm shift in the approach also, which is very, very important. In our country, I worked as member secretary in Pollution Control Board for 4 years in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Regulation won't work in our country. This is what is my take home from my tenure in UPPCB. Then hand-holding and facilitating, that should be our role for pollution control. It is very easy to say that the industrial pollution is there, you close the industries. Can you close the industries? There will be a problem of unemployment. So you have to identify the major, prioritize your actions, put your resources. There is one more thing which would be pertinent to mention over here, because in a democratic country like India with competing commitments of the government, like when the pandemic came, the whole resources of the state government went towards pandemic. So there you will always see kind of a competing commitments of the government. So within that scenario, if you prioritize your actions and actually see what are all the cost effective, that is very, very important, cost effective actions which can bring down pollution levels. If you have to put 100 rupees and which action actually reduces more PM 2.5 with less of investment, that kind of thinking has to come. So that in our action plan, we have identified cost-effective interventions. So that was a second paradigm shift. Third paradigm shift was the policy enablers has to be there. Planning only will not yield any result. So you will see many policies which are revised in last 1.5 years in the state of Uttar Pradesh. UP has electric vehicle manufacturing policy, mobility and manufacturing policy, bioenergy policy, etc., etc. Then the new cities, like India as a country adds to urban space equal to Chicago city every year. So just think of whether the new spaces which are coming up, are we going to make the same kinds of mistake in planning and developing those cities as we have done earlier? that is a new area where focus is needed. You must have read in the paper that our CM has announced a state capital region for areas around city of Lucknow. It will have 4 or 5 districts around Lucknow. And I'm happy to tell you that we could convince our Honorable CM, and he convinced the department, not to our Honorable CM, he was very supportive of us, that actually the state capital region has to be having some similar boundaries at micro airshed of state of a micro airshed of city of Lucknow. So then, if our capital region planning board plans at a micro airshed level, then probably you can build in air pollution sensitive planning elements for the new areas which are coming up. That was the paradigm shift. So lastly, we can discuss out of what I want to say, that the major, somebody talked about the clean cooking area and the scope of biogas. I would conclude from here, because a question from there, from ma'am, we have already interacted. So for biogas, also UP is a state which is having largest livestock population. We have seen that community-based biogas plants, they always had challenges. But at a pilot scale, we have found that household-based biodigesters, which are 2 cubic meter to 5 cubic meter, for those households which have little more space in the backyard and they have 3 to 5 livestock with them, that plant is working very well. If you have any time, come to areas around Lucknow, district, Hardoi, etc., where some pilots have been taken up, and household-based biogas plant is working really very well. So this large-scale clean air project, which is $550 million US project, we have developed for under the World Bank support, and will be going to be grounded next year. We'll have a very large intervention on biogas, household-based biogas, and a lot of carbon financing input into it. Because carbon financing through voluntary carbon markets is a great boon for the affordability of clean cooking solutions. There are stakeholders who are prepared to make upfront investment and give actually free of cost improved cookstuffs to the households. The only thing is, as rightly said by the panelists, is the behavioral change. And there is a robust framework of UP SRLM, State Rural Livelihood Mission, Women Self-Help Group. They can really do the wonders. So this is how we can actually go and tackle the largest problem of clean cooking. Thank you very much. We can discuss rest of the things out of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful address. And I could see there were so many interesting slides, and we have time to discuss this later. It's indeed your personal interest which has shown fruitful results in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And thank you for the key points which you have given. Without much delay, I request Dr. Athirajan to share his views. He's an environmental engineer with Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board. He holds PhD in air pollution modeling from IIT Madras and has been working in Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board since 1991. Over to you, 10 minutes.
Distinguished speakers and participants, good afternoon. I wish to thank CSTEP and Dr. Pratima Singh for giving me this opportunity to be with you in this India Clean Air Summit 2023. There was a bit of confusion in understanding what exactly my role in this session. I thought I was given 1 hour time for presenting this topic. So I have prepared something to talk to you for 1 hour. And then all of a sudden, they're asking me to talk for 10 minutes. There are advantages and disadvantages. Advantage is that I don't have to talk too many things. But the disadvantage is that if I have to talk 10 minutes, then what I should talk from all this 1 hour presentation. So it's really very difficult for me to do justice in these 10 minutes. So instead of just going through this prepared presentation, I just want to share some of my experience as regulator in Pollution Control Board for more than 25 years. So, air pollution is really very challenging. Air pollution management, air quality management is really a challenging job for any country in the world. It is challenging because of several factors. But there are two important factors, I feel, which makes it more challenging. The first one is, what quality is the right quality? Determining which quality is the right quality for the people is itself a big issue. Some of the countries are having just SPM as a standard. It's SPM, which includes PM10, PM2.5 as standard, telling that it's enough if you have standard for SPM to control even the PM2.5 efforts. But there are countries which are telling we don't have to have standard for PM10 and other particulate matters. It is enough if you have only PM2.5. There are countries having standards for hundreds of pollutants, but we have only a dozen of that in India. There are countries which are telling that 5 microgram per meter cube of PM2.5 is essential for maintaining good health, but some countries are okay with 50 microgram per meter cube. There are countries which are preferring larger reference period, and countries which are trying to have even smaller reference period, like 8 hours duration. So the point here is, it's a very, very difficult task to identify which quality of air is good quality of the air. And that actually causing a lot of confusion in making our approaches. So that is the first, and I'll come to that why it is actually causing confusions in changing our approach, whether our approach is right or wrong. So it is actually causing confusion because we do not know what exactly is the right quality we want to provide to our people. The second aspect is, see, if air quality is not good, then we have to identify who are responsible for the bad quality of that air. And if there are certain people responsible for those bad quality of the air, then we should know how much of these people are responsible for bad quality of the air. See, to a larger extent, a given source, then we are comfortable in identifying how much it will contribute at any point of space and time. But if a given ambient concentration, for example, then I don't think we're really comfortable to tell how much is contributed by different sources, what are really contributing to those sources, and how much all these sources are contributing. So these are the two major issues which are making air quality management more challenging. That is why we are really getting confused with what is called approaches, like whether to have a city-based approach or airshed approach. So what is more important is to understand what really is happening at the ground level. What we have to take stock of the actual air quality management happening in the ground level. So I just want to show some of the. So why I said it's really confusing is that this was the State of Global Air 2020 published by Health Effects Institute from USA, partly funded by US EPA, and they have said after identifying the people all over the world exposed to various concentrations of PM 2.5, they said nearly 100% of the population in India is exposed to the least stringent air quality guidelines of WHO, that is 35 microgram per meter cube. And we should remember our standard is 40 microgram per meter cube, annual average. So this is another report, a Greenpeace report 2021, which has compared the NO2 level over major Indian cities using the satellite data in the April 2021 and April 2020. And then they said there were tremendous increase in the amount of NO2 from April 2020 to 2021. What exactly this chart communicates is that there is an increase in the amount of NO2 from 2020 to 2021. There were a lot of restrictions on the movements during 2021 because of COVID, and 2020 and 2021 it became normal and there was an increase. But the issue is that our NAMP data says that most of the cases in most of the cities and most of the years, NO2 is within the limit. And this is another report, the World Air Quality Report by IQ Swiss. So they said again that they have compared the World WHO air quality guidelines and then said, so most of the people living in India are exposed to high level of PM 2.5. And they also say, so this is actually the trend of the PM 2.5. They have identified from 2017 to 2021. And if you really look at it, so most of the cities except Mumbai and except Calcutta and Delhi, other cities are the annual average is declining, and then it is less than 40 microgram per meter cube. That means we are really meeting the standards. We are really meeting the standards. But all these reports are published in the paper. All these reports published in the media. It is giving an impression as if that the NCAP program of Government of India, the various approaches of the state pollution control boards are not really giving any improvement in the air quality. So the issue is that what is important is the standard which we have prescribed is the standard we prescribed based on our requirement. And the comparison should be based on our standard and not based on the other standards. There are, of course, possibility of improving our standard, but it's very important that we need to compare the monitoring and the results with our standard and check where do we stand. And that is what is very, very important. So in this, so this is actually the NAMP data. The NAMP, so we know that we have been monitoring air quality for quite a long time, and there is an increase in the number of NAMP stations all over the country. As of now, 883 stations are there, and in these we are monitoring only 4 parameters, including PM10 and PM 2.5, and this data shows that our PM10 and PM 2.5 are fluctuating, of course not meeting our own standards, but it's fluctuating, whereas SO2 and NO2 are not a problem at all, because most of the cases in most of the places it's all within the standards. So see, what the point here is, so we have identified the non-attainment cities based on the NAMP data, and we are actually having plans for improving the air quality of these non-attainment cities. And these non-attainment cities are showing improvement with the present plans. See, the problem is we are actually having a plans. These plans are based on the common sense approach. See, in any city action plan you take, you have got city action plans of all these non-attainment cities. available in Prana portal. So if you take, so most of the cities will be having vehicle emission as one of the major sources of the pollution, waste burning, another source, industrial emission, third source. We have got residential contribution, fourth source. So if you look at the city action plans, then most of these action plans are trying to target these issues, and we have not concluded the source apportionment studies for any of these cities. We are just concluding. Some of the studies are ready, and some of the studies are under completions. So based on these, we are going to just improve our city action plans, and probably, if at all there are any other contributing sources which are there than what we have identified based on our common sense, which we have captured in our city action plans, then probably that will be anyway. I presume that it will be of very less percentage, and that will be incorporated in the city action plan. And once that city action plan, as prepared and as improved based on the source apportionment studies, if they are adopted, then probably we will be in a position to achieve the standards as the Government of India prescribed. So thank you very much for the opportunities, and any further questions I will be happy to answer as a panelist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Athirajan. And we'll be taking question answers during lunchtime. I must thank Dr. Athirajan for the wonderful presentation and for the key points. And I'm very sorry we could not see the slides, but I have a suggestion for the organizers that now we are having these sessions and we are getting good bullets and key takeaways, so we can organize in future some focused workshops so that we can listen to those resources which are there in the slides, and we look forward for that. Now, I invite virtually Professor Sachi Tripathi for his presentation. Is he connected to us? So Professor Sachi Tripathi could not make it because of some urgency, and he is joining us online. I welcome you, Sachi. He does not need any introduction, but still he is a Hack Professor of Civil Engineering at IIT Kanpur and joint faculty at the Department of Sustainable Energy Department. IIT Kanpur. He is a recipient of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award and the J.C. Bose National Fellowship. He is also the coordinator of National Knowledge Network formed under the National Clean Air Program and an expert member of Steering Committee and Monitoring Committee. Not taking much time, over to you, Sachik. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Dr. Yadav?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. I have few slides, and I will not become a barrier between lunch and you. So I will try to be very brief. Idea is to talk about, based on some data, how can we, get some quantitative feeling about airship, and what's the connection or linkage between rural and urban air quality in India. So we have some data set, and the results are still very preliminary, but nevertheless, I will try to give you some ideas about that. This is part of a project, which, as you say, is named as AMRIT, Ambient Air Quality Monitoring over Rural Areas using indigenous technology. And it's part of several projects with a center, which is called Atman. It's approved from Principal Scientific Advisor's Office. And there are some other projects, but I will mostly be talking about Amrit project here. Yeah, can somebody move the slide? Next one. Yeah, so certainly we have quite a few partners here. As you see, we have partnered with different departments of Uttar Pradesh government. Mr. Tiwari is there, and several departments of Bihar government. These two states are mainly focus of current deployment of sensors. And we have also our supporters, funders, which are Open Philanthropy, Bloomberg Philanthropy, and Clean Air Fund. Next one, please. So the idea here is that to basically place one sensor to measure PM 2.5, temperature and relative humidity. These three parameters we want to measure in each and every block, which most of you know is an administrative unit comprising of several tens of villages across 1400, something like that, 1400 blocks in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. So basically, you have about 75 districts in Uttar Pradesh and altogether about 830 blocks there. And you have 35 or so 38 districts in Bihar and 534 blocks are located amongst these 38 districts. So since we have almost completed the deployment in Bihar, so I'm going to give you some emerging, very preliminary, information from this network that is coming from Bihar network. And I must again thank all the support which has been provided from Bihar Pollution Control Board and Bihar Department of Rural Development. Next one, please. So that is what you see here is basically this network we started putting in place sometime in first week of April. And this is a rather massive exercise because you go to every district and go to every block. And before putting them, we do some pre-calibration, that is putting them next to government monitor at IIT Kanpur. We have several test beds inside IIT Kanpur. So we try to look into relationship between the sensor measured PM 2.5 as well as the MET information, temperature and RH, with respect to some reference grade instruments, for example, BAM and some Vaisala kind of instruments. And once we have established that by keeping them together for a few weeks, then of course it goes into the field, and then a block after block and district after district, you move on and you just put it on. So this is what just you get an idea that how the PM 2.5 spatial distribution looks over Bihar across 34 districts as of 15th of August this year, which is giving data from about 418 sensors. And you see that there are some yellow spots which are relatively clean. Some are not so clean. Of course, they are going like dark red. And as we move further, I believe that we'll have, of course, more spatial coverage, and we'll also start understanding some of the subtle feature of the PM 2.5 data what we are getting from this network. Next, please. So this, because still the on the fly kind of calibration or field calibration has not been applied, and we are still working on that, which is very challenging thing. This is just to give you an idea or a sense of accuracy of the data we are getting by looking into an ensemble of sensors in a particular district, and then how that data set compares with a government monitor in that district. So just to keep this information in a brief way, I'm just showing you from 3 districts where we have reasonably good data coming from the government monitor, which is from Bhagalpur, Katihar, and Saharsa, because some of the government monitors sometimes have data gaps, etc. So by looking into those data set and where we had reasonable confidence, then we have tried to compare that with the sensors data. What you see here on the x-axis, you have sensors data, and y-axis, you have government monitor data. Broadly, what you see that 3 distinct places, we have a R square of about 0.7 to 0.8, and you have error which is less than about 7 to 8 microgram per meter cube in absolute term. So these sensors, by and large, are not very, very off. And certainly, once we have a way to correct them by applying some kind of in-field calibration, which we are working on, as I said, I believe that we can have even better data or more accurate information. Yeah, next, please. And this was the summary information here for those 3 districts is a time series. In each panel, what you see is the PM 2.5 measured by sensor, and with that you also have the government monitor PM2.5 plotted there. And what you see that mostly the sensor is able to capture all those peaks and troughs across the, this whole time period for which it is plotted. Sometimes there are places when sensors certainly give some overestimation, and sometimes even it gives underestimation. But overall, as you saw in the previous slide, that overall the comparison is not too bad. Next, please. So here, just want to give you an idea about the airshed. As was noted, that airshed is not a very new concept, but there is no framework or a quantitative method that has been developed, to my knowledge, which can help you construct airshed. There are, of course, some qualitative guidelines, but as such, based on different type of data set, which includes pollution, which includes meteorology, which includes sources, and all that combining, if one can have a consistent framework, that still is missing in probably in global literature, as I can say. So here what we have tried to do, that we have looked into just about 200 odd sensors data, where we have reasonably good time series, about 2 or 3 months. We started from April, and I think all the data until June end, we have looked into that. So what you see here is that basically underlying here is the ventilation coefficient, which we know that it combines, it's a bulk parameter which combines the vertical wind velocity and the mixing height. And it gives you a good idea about what is the dispersing capacity of atmosphere. Or as the ventilation coefficient says, that you have a high ventilation coefficient on this scale, that means things can easily disperse in the vertical direction. Or if you have low, like red, then certainly they will just stay close to the ground. And that's what happens during winter time in Delhi or in good part of Gangetic Plain. And then we have this PM data for those 3 months. And what you see that applying some interesting statistical methods, there are quite a few, we have applied one, which can actually separate out clusters in the data. So you see that there are 3 clusters emerging over Bihar, and which I call as a self-forming airshed for the pre-monsoon season over Bihar. It's still very preliminary, but nevertheless, what you see that there's yellow, then there are red dots, and then there are blue dots, and 3 of them have distinct level of PM2.5 concentration. And as you see that, if you really closely notice the color, the underlying color of the graph, you would notice that there is a difference between the 3 regions as far as the ventilation coefficient goes. So meteorology is playing a role, and in the northwest of Bihar, where you have those red and blue dots, they also, in a way, are contributed because of a very concentrated bricklins, which are all located in the districts of Gopalganj or many more. So this is what we are also trying to look into that, and hopefully we'll have more information as we go along. Next, please. Next, yeah. This is another thing what we are looking because the interest was to understand the relationship between rural and urban air quality. So what has been shown here is basically, again, by looking at data from just about 320 sensors for a period of 1st to 31st July, mainly for July month, for daytime on the left, nighttime on the right, and you have those color bars that gives you the amount of PM. So yellow is like very low PM and red is very high. And the size of these bubbles or size of these dots actually give you an idea about the level of urbanization. So this data we have got from different sources, and including from Bhuvan, National Remote Sensing Center, that's ISRO's lab. And as you go, it goes from about 5 to 50%. So 50%, that's a large size of the bubble, shows that that area is highly urbanized. And each dot actually is based on a 5 square kilometer. So what you clearly again notice that there is some kind of pattern is emerging between amount of PM2.5 and the size of the bubble. And you also start seeing that that clearly there is this southeast of Bihar, or mainly east of Bihar, is relatively clean, and northwest, of course, is looking more polluted as far as the July month goes. So hopefully, once we have more such data, of course, longer data time series from PM, as well as this your built-up area, hopefully we'll have more such insights that will emerge from it. I have just 1 or 2 more slides. Next one, please. So this is again just looking into 2 or 3 months of data for 4 districts. What you see here is the Siwan, Gopalganj, Champaran, East and West. And we have tried to look into the difference between rural and urban PM 2.5 in a statistical way. And what you see that there is not a statistically significant difference which is coming out from this limited data as far as what we are seeing now. But hopefully, once we have longer data, this may change. Next, please. So just to summarize that, we are certainly from this network, just to give you in perspective that as of now in Bihar, you have about 35 government monitor and at any given time around 30 work. So we have now considerable amount of data, which is reasonably accurate. The data spatial coverage has gone up by more than an order of magnitude. As you see, 30 into 10 goes 300, and so 300 plus sensors data we are getting. So we have a network in Bihar, and hopefully we should be able to leverage it to get more understanding about the questions which has been asked on this panel. And our next task is also to start rolling out the network in Uttar Pradesh. We have all the support from Mr. Tiwari, his department. We are just waiting for a few clearances from Department of Rural Development. And hopefully we'll have similar information and we can develop some of the airshed which may find some kind of use in the policy making, what Mr. Tiwari talked about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Tripathi. Indeed, it's the efforts from your side and from Ashish ji that we are looking at the implementation of airshed in the Indo-Gangetic Plain. Thank you so much for sharing some very comprehensive and interesting data on rural-urban fringe areas. And now I move forward to our next speaker, Professor Adarsh Pal Vich. He is chairman of Punjab Pollution Control Board since 2021, and he is independent director in HLL Life Care Limited. He is professor and former head from Department of Botanical and Environmental Sciences, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Without taking much time, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shweta. The audience, everyone, good afternoon or whatever. Namaskar. With all the things going on in seeing assertion to them, I will be trying to discuss little different kind of things. No doubt it is airshed approach where you need to have synergies. We are living with boundaries of cities and rural development, and the things are already different. But when the problem comes, this has to be collectively taken care of those. So, like not only air boundaries are not there, I feel the other pollution, soil, water, even those, they have no boundaries. Air may be one typical case. So we have to comprehensively, synergistically, involvement is always required at all the levels, then we can solve the problem. It needs a collective kind of strategies. Little problems, and then I will directly go towards solutions. So initially when NCAP started, it's only started with the cities. Why not at that time it started with the villages and the rural population? It means the main concerns or the main pollution you just realize in cities. And there are so many contributors, factors, we are always highlighting, analyzing. But let me say why urban was not there and rural was earlier. Because one very important aspect is population density. Because we don't try to talk of that kind of thing. we don't try to talk of the limits of the cities. What is the meaning of city? What is the meaning of village? These days, no doubt they are mixing. But again, city's problem is persons living per unit area, which we are indiscriminately increasing. If that increases, all contributing factor automatically increase. How you can control vehicles if the population is not controlled? Population density, not population as such, please. Population living at, I always give a simple example. If you try to enter more 1,000 people here in this hall, what will happen? All your ACs, all your artificial environment will, it can survive in natural, but not in this. So this is very important to understand that particular kind of thing. And who are, in that sense, population density is increasing. Earlier the houses were a kind of with small heights. Now the high-rising buildings, the malls, the culture of space constraints, they are being highlighted. And you say this is good for living. No issue, 20 marlas, 20 floors or 30 floors, because we are living. So high-rising buildings or a kind of flat culture, and you feel happy that we have developed and we have maintained the whole population in that particular area or particular cities. So I think that is the main root cause that needs to be limited, or I mean to say the cities needs to be limited in terms of boundaries, every kind of thing. Land and population ratio, this the other word which we are using. And there are, I think, rules and regulation in environment clearances, EPA. There have been defined land and population ratios, but still it is followed or not. And huge expansions are going on. And then reconstructions, a kind of culture has developed that first demolish and then reconstruct, because it has become old. Earlier the buildings were made for 100 years, 200 years, maybe 500 years. But now building means little span, or you feel kind of change should be there, because the technology, because the living standard has been changed, so that reconstruction is there. Then another culture has developed, satellite cities. City itself is a problem. And then we are making, so this is, जैसे कहते हैं ना कबूतर आंखें बंद कर लेता है कि मैं एक पर्टिकुलर सिटी को डिस्टर्ब नहीं कर रहा, आई एम जस्ट मेकिंग अनदर सिटी नियर बाई, एंड दे कॉल इट एज सैटेलाइट सिटीज, ट्विन सिटीज, एनसीआर की बात अभी हो रही थी, कैपिटल. सो इट्स ए रॉन्ग काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रेटजी, रॉन्ग काइंड ऑफ थॉट प्रोसेस. I don't know why not we are talking of these kind of things. I am not against any expansion, I am not, but it should be limits, it should be some kind of thought process. Then distance between two cities, no kind of, within the cities as well as distance between two cities. So that's why we talk of city pollution, not of urban pollution, so because there is no such kind of thing. But the dangerous point is in those things is now the rural areas are being converted into urban. Road construction, sewerage system. Rural should remain rural, please. Villages should remain villages. If you are trying to give those facilities which are there just to facilitate them or just to get the votes and other kind of thing, I think then there will be no issues. So these few problems which I wish to highlight, because you must understand the root cause. Then the solutions. Where lies the solution? Not only in air problem or all other environmental, because we are dealing in as a professor, as a pollution regulator, either or linked to the traditional practices of environmental solutions. You have a not only large tradition of culture or heredity or history, you have India has a culture of environment. You have a culture where you are living, now we are talking of life for environment. It was already there. in the name of development, in the name of a kind of new era coming, we have forgotten each and everything. A simple living style was conservation, reuse. We use those words, but practically we have left that lifestyle. We have entered into use and throw culture. Buy more, use less, and throw maximum. So that kind of structure needs to be taken care. We have a very rich environmental tradition which I cannot list now, but just think 50, 60 years back, just think of your nannies, dadis, your grandparents, how they were living. So we have to go to there. Sometimes they ask me, it means you want to go back? No, adopt new things, but not at the cost of nature, not at the cost of any degradation of any resource, maybe air, maybe water, maybe soil. So that needs to be taken, and for that self-regulation is important. आप कहेंगे दूसरे करे, मैं कहता हूँ आदर्श पाल करेगा. I should follow those kind of. If I follow myself, then I follow in my home, then I follow in my institution, then I follow in my organization, then I follow in my business, in industry, wherever. So मैं ठीक होऊंगा तो ये सारी बातें ठीक होगी. Some traditional practice, not very much in relation to this air. Road sprinkling was a very good feature of that ancient time. Ancient kya lo 40 saal, 50 saal. No, I never see any road sprinkling. And it was 2 or 3 times, maybe in a day, when we were going to school and that kind of things. Fountains on dividers. They were not entertainments. No doubt they are looking good, but they were a kind of controlling the air pollution. Dividers, roundabouts, those fountains were not sign of luxury. They were the real, you can say, capturing the air pollution. Burning in open, it has become a habit. Maybe garbage, garden trash, plastic, tires, cables. We have to stop. Burning in open was never there earlier. Then total destruction comes when we destroy our green systems, green belts. Even I see a person who is lecturing, his green belt has been encroached by the tiles. The tiles are the real culprits. They are given as a binder, but tiles are not the binder. The grass is binders. The small plants are the binder. The trees are binders of the soil. They will keep the soil intact. Why we don't use them? Rather, we are now around the trees we are putting tiles. So how it will breathe? So those green areas may not be disturbed with the tiles. Presence of water bodies and religious ponds. The water things, they were the tradition of the cities. Now they are filling. नहीं जी space नहीं है, वहाँ पे घर बनाने हैं, वहाँ पे mall बनना है, वहाँ पे ये बनना है. वो पानी की क्या जरूरत है? पानी तो नलकों से आ रहा है, पानी तो टैंकी में आ रहा है पानी की. Urban patch plantation is the best practice. Mini forest. Afforestation has been discussed but never practiced. कहीं मुझे लगता नहीं किसी शहर में ग्रीनरी बड़ी होगी आज तक, कम ही हुई है. सो मिनी फॉरेस्ट, नगर वन योजना की बात हुई थी, कितना वो चलते हैं. Then there was a zoning kind of thing. It is very dangerous. Industrial zone, focal points, residential, it should be totally separate. A new culture has emerged. Mixed land use. No one is responsible. वहीं पे लोग रह रहे हैं, वहीं पे इंडस्ट्री चल रही है, वहीं पे बिजनेस चल रहा है. मैं हाथ जोड़ के कह सकता हूँ, it should be, then we are giving extensions. Industrial mixed zone, residential, there should not be mixed. Either industrial, either residential. Clear-cut difference should be there. Then ventilation, sunlight, we have forgotten those kind of things. No buildings, no houses, and they are constructed on these bases. Every house is constructed like it, you have to give the ACs to all the things. So those good things has to be taken care at all the levels. The lastly, being from Punjab, the great issue of stubble burning is there. So we are trying hard to manage all that kind of things. No doubt it is a nuisance. In situ management, recycling the stubble in the field is best one because carbon goes there. But we are ex situ management practices are there. So ex situ means burning, it gives energy. I say them, you burn it, but burn it in industrial boilers. Burn the stubble in industrial boilers. So burn the stubble by making it as a fuel. It is a fuel. Otherwise it is a resource as a organic matter. So lot of technologies are coming. The recent one is pelletization. The briquetting. So we have been propagating, and Central Pollution Board is also giving grants for making those small, because it is voluminous. You can make a bales of it, then we can make a pellet, small pellet. I have a brochure with you. If anybody interested, the grant is there. So briquettes and these kind of things, then bio CNG plants out of this stubble. So these are going on in our state. So with these few remarks, I am very thankful to the organizer, and rest we can discuss whenever we get time. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your wonderful inputs, and thank you for emphasizing on crop residue burning problem. With this, we have come to an end of this session. I thank all the speakers for their valuable inputs for optimizing synergies for urban and rural air pollution. We know that airshed approach is an evolving stage in India, and as Professor Viz said that when NCAP was implemented, we did not talk about rural areas or airshed approach, but it is better late than never. And I think inception and execution of airshed will help us in looking for sustainable solutions. Ashish ji said that there is a contribution from Madhya Pradesh and from our adjoining countries also. So it is really going to be challenging as well as interesting to implement interventions at interstate, intercity level. And Dr. Rathirajan talked about the standards which we are using, what we are comparing with, and it is very important indeed. Professor Tripathi also shared some comprehensive data which shows a good ray of hope and also shows that we are in implementation stage also. With this, I thank all the speakers with big round of applause once again, and all the team organizers for having us here. Thank you so much. Yes, so, yeah, so question and answers will be taken during lunch. I am so sorry.
With this, we break for lunch. I would like to thank Dr. Shweta Yadav for moderating this session, and also to all the speakers present in the session. I would like to call upon Udaya to give the token of thanks to the speakers and Dr. Shweta Yadav. The lunch is down in the room just in front of this auditorium. Also, post this, we are going to have a session at 2:15, so please be on time. And the students' poster competition, Dr. Prakash Doraiswamy and Dr. Shweta Yadav will be judging the competition. It will be alongside the next session. So please request you all to be on time by 2:15 so that we can resume on time. Thank you. would request you all to please take your seats so that we can resume with the sessions. So we're going to resume with the session, and other attendees will join us. The next session is going to talk about aligning clean air and climate action. As we have learned from the previous sessions, how important it is to align air pollution goals with the larger goals of climate targets. And this session is precisely going to talk about that. For this session, we have Ms. Shruti Narayan as the session chair. She is the C40's Regional Director for South and West Asia and has global experience spanning over 2 decades. In addition, she has been a visiting faculty at several academic institutions such as Stanford University, California College of Arts, and School of Planning and Architecture. We also have in panelists Professor Chetan Solanki from IIT Bombay. He'll be joining us virtually. We have Mr. Klimo from ISA, Mr. Sibyajyoti Datta, Head Environment Center for Excellence at Tata Steel, Professor Vinayak Sinha, ISR Mohali, and last but not the least, we have Dr. Maria from WHO. She is the Director for Climate Change and Health. I welcome all the panelists and the moderator for the session and request them to take.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's always difficult to come after lunch, right, and excite everyone out of the food. But I can tell you that we have an extremely rich panel today. So just to set a little bit of the context, right? I mean, I think the last couple of presentations already outlined that how air quality impacts and the impacts of climate change measured through greenhouse gas emissions are very interlinked, and their impacts are interlinked. But it's still a gap in the way cities sort of evaluate their climate action plans. C40 Cities, which is a global network of about 100 cities, we have 6 cities in India, and we're also working with many non-C40 cities in leading probably one of the largest urban climate action planning efforts since 2020 or even before that. We have noticed that cities still separate out how they look at greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution, even though they're very interlinked. And we actually did a pilot with 6 cities in global north. Actually, none of them were from India, but we found that it's very, very critical for cities to start looking at the integration of air quality, the impacts of that with their climate action plan. And this exercise was an integration of the two. And we realized from the outcomes of that it's very important to look at the geographical scale of analysis. And I think that was brought forward in the last presentation on talking about the airshed and figuring out what should be the boundaries of analysis. How do you integrate data across climate and AQ? And how do you create frameworks that are easy for cities to understand? And how do you then translate that into citizen engagement? It's very important because a lot of decisions are actually, facilitated by citizens. And then how do you translate all of that in nuanced health messaging? And I would say we're very fortunate that we have such a rich and diverse panel today to address actually all of these issues. And I'm requesting the panelists that we have about 5 speakers, 2 are going to be virtual. So requesting you to be really mindful of time so that we are respectful and giving everybody adequate time to speak and hopefully having some Q&A time. And so the way the structure is that 8 minutes you would get 1 bell ring and you have to immediately start concluding. And at 10 minutes you just need to pause. I don't want to wrestle anyone on the dais, so please do stop. So with that, we're going to start our discussion today. And with that, I'm going to invite Mr. Clement, who is a research group leader at ISA. He's also spearheading a very interesting module and a framework that explores synergies with air pollution and global greenhouse mitigation, what we are actually aiming to talk about. And I'm hoping that he can set the global context of what is happening in this sector. Over to Ms. Clement.
Thank you very much. I missed all the introduction, actually, but thank you very much. It was certainly great. And I will speak about, I think it's a first presentation, actually, that will speak about a different region than India. But I'm just waiting for it to come. I'm coming from an international institute that works in Asia globally and cutting across scales, looking into air pollution and development issues. Waiting for my presentation. And one of the areas that we looked at is the ASEAN region, so somewhere between Thailand and Philippines, and focused on the whole region from the perspective of evolution of pollution and the toll that the pollution brings with it, and then looked into cost of inaction. It was mentioned yesterday in some introductory speeches also, so I will come back to that shortly. I see that actually it's a different version of my presentation that I submitted, but that's an early one, but okay, I will go with it. So let me start with the situation as we describe, we calculate with the model that has been also validated. Air pollution in the region is not improving over time. If we look into, oops, okay. Don't know what is happening here, but if we look into 2015, the bottom chart of that is indicating exposure and the millions of people that are actually exposed to levels well above WHO guidelines 2021, which are very ambitious, 5 micrograms for PM 2.5. But you see that only 40% of people enjoy that clean air defined by this kind of metric. We might discuss, how achievable, attainable that is, including all sources, including also natural sources. But you see on the right side, the red color is indicating levels of pollution well above any national standard. Actually, more than half of the population in the region is exposed to levels above their own national standards. And if we look into the top bar here, that's projection for 2030. And despite all of the policies, because there are a number of policies that have been introduced, the situation does not improve. Actually, it's going to get worse according to the model prediction. So we are trying to analyze that further and look into what it means in terms of policies. This is a reminder. We've heard a lot about that already yesterday and today also. Air pollution toll, about 500,000 people. GBD, global burden of disease, estimated that about half of them suffers from outdoor and the other half from, or say, dies premature mortality is shown here, from indoor air pollution. We have participated and led some of the projects that actually build towards this cost of inaction assessment that we performed. And I think this kind of analysis can be applied to many regions, have been also applied. On the left side, you see a study for all of Asia. Some of you may be familiar with that. That was the scientific assessment solutions report looking into options and trying to systematically assess and filter out, in a way, key options and solutions to improve both climate and air quality. And the other studies are about to be published, or some of them are already published. You can find them on the CCAC website. So the second one, Clean Air and Climate Solutions for ASEAN, is providing a baseline and the set of mitigation options that we used to develop a series of assessments for 3 countries at the time, being Thailand, Cambodia, and Indonesia, looking into cost of inaction. What does it cost actually to do, not nothing, but nothing beyond what we are doing? And you can find all of that linked from the website that you see on the bottom. I assume the materials will be distributed later after the meeting. Now, on the left side, you see nothing really new to many of you. We really know what to do, which I tried to say also on the top of that slide. We've been talking about solutions for very long already. Many of them are well known. Many of them are proven. They are shown to work and deliver. And we try to systematically assess that and systematically produce scenarios that would show what it means in terms of reducing pollution for each of the countries within the ASEAN region. And what you see here on the right side is that there is a potential to increase the number of people living in a clean air environment by about a factor of 3, and completely cross out, try to use this again, don't know how it works, cross out the very high concentrations. You see the red cross on the right side, which is well above any standards. That would create a much more, much better environment, would reduce exposure, would reduce, of course, impacts of that. The 12 solutions that are actually a subset of 15 solutions proposed in the whole study are focusing on air quality, and many of them, as I said earlier, are familiar to all of you and go across many different domains. It includes transportation, of course, but it cuts across waste management, but it also looks into air quality, and of course goes into renewable energy and connects to climate measures. Now, if we look into these measures, and I'm not going to go into details of this particular slide, but if you look from top to bottom, and these are the 12 measures, you see that for each of the countries, the 3 slides indicate different countries within the region. As I mentioned earlier, Thailand, Cambodia, Indonesia, that are focused here. All countries are listed in the report and analyzed. There's a very different impact of all of these measures. Now, this is something that is very obvious, but what is also very important are the 3 colors that you see here. The dark blue color is actually referring to something that these countries, policymakers, have committed themselves already to do. This is current legislation. This is what is already on the books. For the whole region, about 40% of the potential that is illustrated here in terms of reducing exposure to PM2.5 or concentration of PM2.5 can be achieved if the policies will be efficiently enforced. That's nearly half of everything. The light green color is the very recent policies that are introduced there. And the yellow is something that needs to be done also on paper first and introduced. Again, this is something that in the previous session about the airshed and about the policy efficiency has been already stressed. The efficiency of many policies is not very good. So these dark colors here on this slide indicate something we already committed to and we need to do. Apparently technology is there, regulation is there, needs to be enforced, and we have to learn from the past that has not always worked like that. One thing that I wanted to show, but I had it on my updated presentation slides, is that all of that potential that is shown here is only achievable if all countries work together, and not each single country in this case. If we would look into Cambodia, which I cannot show you, but about 20 to 30%, thank you, about 20 to 30% of all of this potential that is indicated here on these bars showing change in population exposure are achieved because the whole region of ASEAN is reducing emissions. If we would look into Indonesia, the picture would be quite boring because they have to do the job themselves mostly because there's not that much transboundary component in Indonesia that is affecting them. So the situation is different from country to country. It's different within India from state to state or city to city, has been mentioned in the airshed discussion, but this has been outlined here and explicitly calculated also in this model, showing how important it is to work together. And the way I see this is not something that is a problem, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to work together, exchange experience, because the region can actually benefit from this collaboration. And understanding the implications of that is important. One brief slide about co-benefits, or actually 2. One of them is showing black carbon and methane co-mitigation in a way, although we focus in principle on PM2.5. Of course, black carbon is part of that. Methane comes in with a lot of measures that address agriculture and waste, of course. So this has been quantified. The top dark brown area on this chart is showing the commitment that is already in the books and how much is reduced. The other slide on co-benefits is showing an important aspect. In this case, it goes measure by measure. What we see here is PM2.5 concentration change versus change for greenhouse gases expressed as the CO2 equivalence here, the sum of CO2 and methane. Now, what you see here is there is a change, of course, over time. New capacity is being available. We can exchange more or we can add more technology and reduce concentration of PM2.5, and at the same time, these dots are going up. 2 examples is here that are quite large, renewables and emission standards for and electrification for transportation. Transition takes time, and there's a huge change between 2030 and 2050 that has been explicitly calculated for each of these countries and shown for these scenarios. Last thing I want to highlight is this cost of inaction. So the way we define it is if you have a policy that will change the pollution level. So the dark color here is changing pollution, has of course costs, that's the orange bars, but it has damage, and the cost of inaction is defined as the difference of that damage. So it's not the total cost of all damages now that are measured or can be calculated, but it's actually the difference between what we can do and what is happening. And quantifying that, this is just one snapshot of the results. And what we did, we looked into change in exposure for these three countries, this orange or red stars, how concentration is changing in a baseline, potential for mitigation going to the blue star in terms of concentrations, and that's the cost that is associated with that. These billions are representing about 2%, are comparable to about 2% of GDP. Let me conclude highlighting a couple of things from what I shown for these countries. The 15 priority measures have a potential to nearly triple number of people that are living in the region that would live in the clean air as defined by WHO. These solutions have a potential to improve air quality drastically, even though would not reach the WHO standards, but the national standards in many countries would be achieved, and the WHO interim target of 35 micrograms would be achieved everywhere with implementation of all of these measures. There are significant co-benefits. I've illustrated them on 2 slides that would reduce emissions of methane, CO2, but also HFCs, which I didn't spend any word on. And importantly, as I mentioned, what we have already on the books in ASEAN region, but everywhere else as well, is super important to enforce. Nearly 40% of the benefit would come from that. And finally, the final slide was saying that our preliminary estimates that looked into very fractional costs of inaction, which was only health impacts, and this was looking into premature mortality and morbidity, could represent, as we calculated it, 2% of GDP. It's not 2% of GDP, but it's equivalent to 2% of GDP. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clement. That was very succinct, and thank you so much for bringing so well the cost of inaction and translating them into numbers. I mean, that's really impactful. With that, I'm going to invite Professor Chetan Singh Solanki, who is a professor at the Department of Energy at IIT Mumbai. He's also the founder of the Energy Swaraj Foundation and has several patents and books on solar and renewable energy. He's going to be joining us virtually. I'm just checking if he's online.
Yeah, hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. And sorry I could not be there in person, but let me add a little different perspective than the previous speaker that I added. It's not directly related to the clean air, but it does relate as a previous speaker mentioned. So what I'm going to talk to you is about 1, 2, 3 of the problem and the solution. Can we go to the next step, please? Next slide, please. Well, I mean, I'm a professor at IIT Bombay, and I have been working in the solar energy, but I see that the problem of climate change is accelerating, and the efforts that are being put all over the world are not enough. In fact, the policy measures are not working, the COP meetings, the Paris Agreement, etc. And we see that every year, the global warming is higher than the expected, and there is a climate change acceleration. So what I have done is I have started Energy Swaraj Yatra. I started living in this bus for last 1,000 days now. Today is 1,002nd day. And I'm meeting people and talking to them, trying to bring sense what is the problem and what is the solution. Next, please. So as I see, let us also become aware about this quote from the Plato. He said, every king should be a philosopher, or only philosopher should become a king. the philosophy in life is very important, and we, the modern people, we have lost the touch of philosophy. We are growing, but do not know how much to grow. We do not know how long to grow. It is like driving a vehicle without any brakes. So nobody knows how much GDP should grow, but everybody wants GDP to grow. Even the leaders of the world, the prime ministers and the president, cannot quantify how much to grow, because we do think only logically but not philosophically. And I think power without philosophy is very dangerous, and that's what also we have to become mindful. Next, please. So according to me, there is only and only one problem of everything that is happening, everything wrong that is happening in this world, whether it is the climate change, global warming, degradation of natural resources, air quality, depression, stress, wars. Put everything, there is only one reason behind, and that is the use of energy. Next, please. And why I'm saying this, because energy is very, very important, and we know that energy has correlationship with all the SDGs, including climate change, including global peace, and including the partnerships. Everything is connected with energy. Next, please. But why I say that we are playing a very wrong game of energy? Because of this graph that shows what modern humans have done on this planet for last 225 years. We started using coal in 1850 when we started to industrialize, then 1900 crude oil and gas, and look at 2023, how fast our energy consumption has increased. But unfortunately, though we use solar, wind, biomass, nuclear, hydro, but even today, 85% energy comes from coal, oil, and gas, and these are all carbon sources. Next, please. So that is about 85% of the world energy. And because every time when we use this energy, next, please, we are burning carbon in the form of coal, petrol, diesel, LPG, CNG, and we are pumping carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Next, please. There's a 50% extra carbon dioxide in the atmosphere right now, by the 50%. That has not happened in the last 800,000 years. Next. And as a result of that, global warming is taking place. And as I said, not only the global warming and climate change, but every other parameters of our life, including the level of stress and depression, is also getting affected. Next, please. How do we solve the problem is really by following two fundamental boundary conditions. And I call them the boundary conditions of sustainability and existence. Go next. And first, it is called, the law is that in an ecosystem of finite resources, there has to be finite consumption. And the planet Earth is a finite, and the size is finite, water is finite, soil is finite, minerals are finite. But every country wants to produce more and consume more, which is not possible. And Gandhiji said it beautifully, that there is only enough in the world for everyone's need, not for anyone's greed. Until unless we follow this, no amount of science and technology can help us to become sustainable and live sustainably on this planet. Next, once we learn how to limit our consumption, the next important thing is localize the production, distribute the production, because centralized production will have, it is always has a tendency to have unequal distribution. That invariably results in higher inequity in the world, which also means lack of peace and violence eventually. Next, please. So basically, limiting and localizing, these are the fundamental laws that we must abide by. And if you violate any one of these, we are not going to be sustainable. And unfortunately, the modern humans, all of us, are actually violating this every day in and every day out. Next, please. So limiting and localizing consumption of what? Actually everything, whether it is water, clothes, material, building, cement, concrete, food, and the most dangerous thing that we consume is energy. And because energy drives everything, it is important to limit our energy consumption first and then locally generate. Unfortunately, most people, most think tank, most government feel that if I generate more of renewable energy, it is going to solve the problem. Answer is no. Renewable energy production, consumption, solar panels, wind turbines, recycling, batteries, electronics, all have their own impact on the environment, much less than coal and petrol, diesel, but they do have impact on the environment. So best thing is limit and localize. Next, please. Let me then give the solution. The energy is a cause of all the problem, and right energy or the clean energy will be the solution to all the problems. And in India, we say, everything is driven by energy. पूरी दुनिया energy का खेल है. तो energy को ठीक करने से बाकी ठीक हो सकता है. I have 3-step approach for solution. It is called AMG: avoid, minimize, and generate. Next, please. Rule number 1 is avoid the use of energy as much as possible, even if it is solar energy. You know, I'm a professor of solar energy, and people call me solar man of India, solar Gandhi. But first thing I say, the rule number 1 of using solar energy is do not use solar energy. I did my PhD in solar. The amount of energy and material it takes to produce silicon, silicon cells, wafers, modules, glass, aluminum frame, iron structure, copper cables, electronics, batteries, recycling. It's hell lot of material and energy that goes inside. And therefore, we say prevention is better than cure. Not using energy, solar energy is like a cure, but not using any energy is prevention, which is always 1,000 times better. So let us learn how to limit our energy consumption before we think of generation. So avoid first how much 1/3 energy can be avoided. And as I showed, I'm traveling all over the country with my bus, and I can see everywhere, left and right, whether it's a government institution or private or a home or an office or a mall or a public place, everywhere there is a wastage and wastage and wastage of energy, directly and indirectly in the form of materials also. Next, please. If you cannot avoid, the next best thing you can do is minimize the use of energy. And do it by using efficient appliances. And all kind of appliances that we use in our life, in our office, are available in efficient version. LED lights are great example. But there are BLDC fans, which can cut down your energy needs by half. There are 5-star rated appliances that can cut down on your energy by half. There are ACs, which can cut down your energy by half. So all appliances that we use are already available in the most efficient versions. And without, before we generate, let us avoid and then minimize by another 1/3. Next, please. If you cannot avoid, minimize. If you cannot minimize, generate, and generate only 1/3 as a last option. And that too locally. Don't generate 500 and 1,000 kilometers, put 100 megawatt power plant, 500 megawatt power plant, use all kind of distribution transmission lines. No, that is not the way renewable energy should be used. That is not the ideal way. Therefore, generate locally and become energy independent. It is energy that is the cause of problem. It is the right energy that will be the solution. Next, please. So therefore, following this approach is universal, AMG: avoid, minimize, generate. How much? Next, please. 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And if you're not going to follow AMG, next, please. If you're not going to follow AMG, you will have to say OMG. Oh my God, solar is expensive. Policies are not there. Subsidies are not there. Grid connection is not there. Net metering is not there. But if we follow AMG, you need to generate only 1/3 or maybe 40%. Every individual, everywhere on the planet, almost everywhere, can be locally energy self-sufficient, except maybe the industries. But household level, definitely yes. Institution level, definitely yes. And that independence of energy is a very powerful tool in today's modern stressed world, which is not only suffering from the climate change, but also suffering from a greater level of violence and stress. Next, please. Therefore, we need to take all action for the climate correction, and the policies have not been working. They will not be working. And do not wait. We are talking about climate clock, which is showing us 5.5 years before we touch 1.5 degrees centigrade, when the irreversible climate change starts. And by another 22 years, 23 years, we will be touching 2 degrees centigrade of global warming. Policy measures cannot work so fast and cannot be implemented so fast. And eventually what is required is every individual who consumes energy, rich or old, doesn't matter, young, American or African, doesn't matter, urban or rural, doesn't matter. Every individual in today's world use energy. Every individual contributes to the climate change, and therefore every individual has to take corrective actions. We have developed many tools which are available on this portal, es-pal.org. One of the most important tool is energy literacy. I believe that it is energy illiteracy of most educated and modern people that has created the problem. Let us understand what energy does to us. It is not only driving our machines, it is changing the entire planet and the climate, which is so essential for us to survive. It is so essential to breathe, and we cannot live without breathing more than a minute. But look at all these modern humans, what we have done. I think we can make energy proper. We will be able to not only make clean air, but we will be able to sustain life for a long time to come. With this note, thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Solanki, for taking us to the first principles of how we need to look at energy consumption and management. Really inspiring presentation. With that, I'm going to invite Mr. Shibujyoti Datta, who is the Head of Environment for Center of Excellence at Tata Steel. He has previously worked with SAIL, where he also rolled out climate change initiatives and has vast experience in energy management and environmental management.
Thank you very much. I'm humbled and thank you for inviting me here. I'm not a specialist on environment, but I'm passionate to work on that. I'm proud to be associated with a company 116 years old and have been producing steel from iron ore. The company's core competence lies in using different grades of coal, iron ore, fluxes, convert them into a uniform product, and then produce niche grades of steel meeting customer specifications. That's the core area, and this core area is developed over the last 116 years. That's why I said the company is 116 years old. And we use a technology which is blast furnace. Blast furnace produces iron. This iron making has been there for more than 2,000 years, but in different forms. The modern blast furnace that we use today had started taking shape in the last 200 years. That's a technology the metallurgist has been passionate about and has been perfected over the last 200 years to create a process that is so perfect it gives iron out of iron ore at the least possible resource utilization. Is possibly optimized from resource point of view, cost point of view, pollution point of view, and very efficient. Now we are on the cusp of changing the mindset. A future is there with us where a blast furnace might not find a place. And that's the future which worries us. Having completed 100 years, we desire to complete another 100 years at least to be in the business. Not be necessarily with blast furnace, but something else. And this particular subject makes the steel making extremely high carbon emitting, as well as this is an area which threatens our future to be sustainable. Steel is one of the hard to abate sector. And that's where we recognize this challenge, and our leadership is working on the subject. How can we improve the understanding, drive breakthrough technologies and processes to overcome this particular problem? But steel is just not blast furnace. It also requires processing of iron ore, processing of coal into carbonize them into coke, processing of iron into steel making. All these processes has got a lot of emissions other than GHG. We produce about 3 tons for every ton of steel. We emit 3 tons of GHG for every ton of steel across the value chain, right from mining to our transportation to the utilization of this steel in manufacturing cars or boilers. But we emit less than 0.1% of that carbon in the form of other air emissions, which includes particulate matter, oxides of sulfur and nitrogen. All these together, we are about less than 50 kg. So imagine a 3 tons versus 50 kg. Why so? Because pollution control was a fundamental focus area for at least last 30, 40 years. 1970 onwards, there has been a significant thrust. Technologies have developed, evolved, and we have embedded them. And therefore, our current emissions are very, very small. And at that condition, if you take actions to reduce them by another 5%, 10%, incremental reductions are very expensive. I think energy was the first one which started off as a focus area for the steel sector, and that was because 1970s oil shock, the cost was biting the steel sector, all energy intensive sector, and that's why energy management became a forefront. And 1990 onwards, we are transforming that journey from energy to climate change. Till the time 2010 came and 2018, people came up with a story that 1.5 degrees should be our target. So the energy journey is getting transformed, just not energy and energy conservation, maybe now a transformation of process that is required. Controlling the emissions, we have technologies in hand. We are using them. We are upgrading. As a result, what has happened, one example is in Jamshedpur, where I sit, the production has been doubled, whereas the dust emission from the stack has been halved. So we have technologies. They are costly, but they are possible, they are effective. But on the emission side, I would now take you to 1973 to 2023. 40% reduction has happened, and we are plateauing on the CO2 emissions. And now our leadership, in fact, the global community wants us to dip to zero. So it's plateauing from a level of 10 tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel to a level of 2 tons per ton of crude steel. The current levels on an average is 3 tons equivalent per ton of crude steel. And we are plateauing over the last 5-10 years. So we need a process change, and we are looking at that. We are looking at new material business so that we can fundamentally embed composites into steel, can improve processes, looking at processes which does not require a blast furnace, recycling the steel, but we are looking out for a process for transforming iron ore future into the steel, because we know 100% recycling will not meet the future requirements. And that's where, therefore, the opportunity exists to look the pollution problem together with the climate change problem, because they have got mutual connection, very strong connections. So I'm here to present the opportunities, the challenges, the trade-offs, the co-benefits, and the collaborations that we are pursuing in some sense. We need fairer understanding of the country's perspective. We are a big country with a very large population, in fact, the largest population on earth. And per capita GDP is not that high. I think the per capita GDP is one of the low-rung ones. So therefore, there is a need to grow, develop, provide the basic amenities to the citizens, and that's where the need for growing faster. But the speed of that growth, which is roughly about 6 to 7%, the GDP is growing, the speed of decarbonization or speed of advancing technologies by which you can decouple the growth of economy with these pollution levels are not matching. Therefore, we are anticipating this carbon footprint, emissions are going to grow for the future. And that is a very dangerous risk. It's heartening to see there is a significant focus from the regulators, from the government, who wants us to grow under the blue sky. And as an industry, we are there to support the cause. We are extremely passionate, as I mentioned, that we are, after all, citizens. And as citizens, we need to also breathe clean air. At the same point of time, do not want to jeopardize the future of our next generations because of the climate change. So there is a stability required in the policy level directions, the directions which are around alignments of what should be done. Sometimes the policies are slightly disconnected, though under overall same apex umbrella, they are sometimes having trade-offs. And what do you do sometimes are baffling for the business. Business needs a long-term certainty in the policy commitments, a geopolitical stability. You need a country-level stability in the leadership of the country. Therefore, the policies are so much aligned and the better. On the economic fronts, managing the challenges at the sectoral level is, for us, is a huge. The resources, the R&D, the investments are required. Those are the areas which focus, which area, how much resources do we put are the areas which are determining challenges. But there are solutions which I'll perhaps touch upon a little later. So there are several expectations, diverse set of expectations from different grades of stakeholders. We would like to balance those things moving ahead. I would say there are galore of opportunities in aligning climate actions with the Clean Air program, but the biggest, I would say, the trade-off amongst all is the matching the timelines. While Clean Air, we want to address the current situation and we want to achieve results, maybe 30% reduction by 2024, 2026 horizon, whereas climate change is a long shot and it's the horizons at the country level is 2070. At the company level, we are looking at 2045. So imagine 25, 50 years kind of horizon. So if you are aligning them, maybe there will be some strategic tools to check how do you align these things. Co-benefits are galore. I need not speak of them much. If you can avoid fossil fuel, most of our problems are solved, as just now Professor talked about under the subject of energy reduction, energy management. At the business level, we share our thoughts, our difficulties with several of our stakeholders, try to collaborate with them, have a shared platform of understanding. This is one of them, so that we can mutually work together, because without that collaborations, the innovations, it's extremely difficult for us to pull off some of the critical challenges of climate change. And when we move into a situation where many people are involved within the country, many people are involved in the society, a city, to tackle the climate change, measure emissions that are coming from pollutions, commercial activities, then everybody has to be onboarded. I would like to conclude by saying that this is an area which has been, in our country, has been driven under two focus areas on the same ministry. Yet, there are distinctly different teams who are driving that. And there are other teams who are addressing the other environmental challenges, namely water, waste management. There is a need to bring together a single governance, synergize them, not at the functional level or the working group level, but at least the apex level, which is the steering group, which needs to be at the same so that the limited budget is better utilized by aligning them. The opportunities, as I mentioned, are galore by having the right set of strategies in place which can achieve the just transition at the optimal cost. And that will be the day that we are looking at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. It's actually very heartwarming to see a private sector perspective, especially from the steel industry, you outlined the challenges from a private sector perspective, and also really brought through the concept of shared understanding, and also talked about just transition. Very grateful to mentioning both of those aspects that are very critical. With that, I would like to invite Professor Vinayak Sinha. He is a professor at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research at Mohali. Prior to this, he has actually global experience working at the Max Planck Institute, and has been in actually several scientific committees, looking at atmospheric energy and studies around chemistry and atmosphere. So,
right. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I hope in the span of the next 10 minutes, I can draw our attention to maybe some of the issues that have not yet been highlighted from a research perspective, and also in terms of, everything lies in the details. As they say, the devil lies in the details. So this is a picture from Punjab, as you can see. And one of the things, because the session is for climate and air pollution, I thought when I saw this paper come out in the peer-reviewed literature in a very prestigious journal, Journal of Geophysical Research, I was really alarmed. And let me, because it's a 10-minute talk, I will not bore you with the gory details, but I will tell you that one of the things that, whether we like it or not, whether we take action in time or not, nature has its own way of forcing us to change. And in this particular case, this particular study draws attention to the fact that most of our region is going to be one of the greatest hotspots of what is called the wet bulb temperature change. For those of you who may not be familiar, we know about maximum temperature, right? And we know when the air is very humid, we feel a lot of discomfort. And basically, when it's very high temperature, our body cools off by giving perspiration as, by sweating it out, essentially. And the wet bulb temperature, there is a very well-defined temperature threshold of about 35 degrees Celsius, which, if it is there in the outside environment, people will no longer be able to function and carry out external activities. So all forms of manual labor outside, you can talk about some populations being more adapted than others, but it will simply be impossible to do that. And so as we worry about air pollution, which is the more serious and immediate problem for much of our region, we shouldn't let go of how this particular change in the atmospheric physics and dynamics will in turn affect processes that affect our chemical composition in the air that we breathe. So if we look at our latest IPCC report, I am very happy to see that over time, the scientific understanding has evolved to really incorporate all the important chemical constituents of the Earth's atmosphere. Early on in the climate discussions, it all started with greenhouse gases, and typically the climate community was not very interested in reactive, volatile organic compounds or carbon monoxide or other trace gases, because they simply did not have a very long enough lifetime, right? And were not acting as greenhouse gases or IR active in the atmospheric window of 8 to 13 micron. But then aerosol understanding dawned, and then all of a sudden many parts of the world, thanks to the IPCC's initial reports, started putting all the funding focus and prioritizing on aerosol, which has led to a very, very vastly improved understanding of aerosol as a driver of climate and air quality. But if you look at volatile organic compounds here, sulfur dioxide, and when we say volatile organic compounds, we are literally talking about hundreds to 500 to, depends on the complexity of where you're measuring, thousands of molecules in the air, right? So just because the task is complex, it doesn't mean it doesn't play a role in the real world. So in order to plug this, I was fortunate enough to be able to set up a measurement facility in the north of India, which is the only one of its kind. But this plot is essentially, since many people continue to only register the importance of PM 2.5, I do not want to say that that is not the most serious problem. Indeed, that is the criteria air pollutant that is in maximum exceedance, although I will submit that what it is made up of is also equally important, and sometimes we just have, a very first level understanding of the mass concentration and don't even talk about the details of the toxicity from one place to another. So that's something that needs to find its way into the current narrative. But this plot essentially is a calendar plot, and you can see in Punjab, where this data was collected, that there are basically 2 periods where it really lights up. And the only message here, because it's a 10-minute talk, is that it's not just PM 2.5 with which we have an exceedance problem. It's also surface ozone. And surface ozone, or tropospheric ozone, is actually the 3rd most important greenhouse gas. And this is all atmospheric chemistry's child, because it's not emitted directly at the surface in any appreciable measure. It's the product of atmospheric chemistry involving volatile organic compounds, the same ones I told you about, nitrogen oxides, and in a very non-linear fashion. So really knowing what is the process by which it is being formed is very important for mitigating surface ozone. So this is the facility, and this is just to impress you and tell you that if there's probably any molecule in the gas phase, we are able to now quantify that at extremely good research quality and detection sensitivity and so on. And then what did we do with this facility? It wasn't just about measuring in one place, which albeit is a very strategically important place, the agricultural breadbasket of South Asia, but we started looking at the source samples, the smoke from all these different types of so-called fugitive sources, which occur very opportunistically in our country, either because people don't have access to clean energy or simply because of convenience, because it's cheaper. So with that, we were able to, in ambient air, now and here is where I'd like to stress a distinction. Many of the studies that showed, for example, from the pollution control board agencies, they were kind of looking at an emission inventory outlook of how much of the PM 2.5 is made up from this sector or that sector. But it's really tricky in the ambient data to be able to tease out very similar kind of sources. Like you see, paddy residue burning is also agricultural waste burning. Wheat residue burning is also agricultural waste burning. Leaf litter burning, same thing, right? But all of them, if you can measure all these VOCs, which we use as chemical traces or molecules that can tell us really what source is active and affecting that particular plume, you can actually use this to very good effect for quantitative data source apportionment of the real world. And one particular impactful study, which was thanks to the Ministry of Earth Sciences, I have some collaborators in the room today as well, which actually helped us throw light on why the odd-even rule did not succeed and why later on when the Delhi government again wanted to reintroduce it, then the NGT was very, very insistent that it should not be implemented in the same form, meaning there should be no exemptions, was actually the study where we used the VOC traces in Delhi when the odd-even rule was being implemented and showed that actually the traffic emissions went up and not down as a result of this. Now you may wonder, that doesn't make sense statistically or mathematically. But in reality, what the odd-even rule did, which was a bit of a flaw in the design, it was well-intentioned, was it actually exempted your worst part of the traffic fleet, the petrol two-wheelers. And we all know that in our cities and country, the traffic infrastructure is simply not ready enough to be able to enable people to get to their workplaces unless they use, if you are not able to use your four-wheeler anymore, you have to get there somewhere, and public transport can't really do that, although there are large, important advancements. Another thing I'd like to highlight here is, so the way we build these emission inventories is we measure with this facility the emission factors, and then with the collaborator, Dr. Babel Sinha, in the same institute, she does the job of compiling the activity data. And in this study, we wanted to highlight especially that global emission inventories like EDGAR, they have been very useful for us. But here is where it's been mentioned many times, local knowledge is important, local knowledge is important. You can see that EDGAR was basically, when we compiled this and compared it with that, overestimating the CO and NOx emissions massively, because after 2000, when we had a lot of emission control revisions, thanks to government agency efforts, we switched to Bharat 4, Bharat 5, now it's Bharat 6, which is equivalent to Eurostar 6. These have very low CO and NOx emissions compared to the older vehicles. But in the absence of measured emission factors, people were simply scaling with the population data or the vehicle activity data from one year to the other, using the same old BS2 emission factors. So this was quite pleasing to highlight and publish. And I'll just wind up now with two key messages. So as I said, attention to details. Everybody knows that in much of the developing world, why just India or South Asia, it's the residential sector that's the largest emission, responsible for the largest emissions of PM 2.5. And here, what we found is, in this particular work, that if you look at, so that's my 10 minutes, I'll wind up in 1 minute. If you look at it, then out of the total, this pie chart essentially reflects the total residential sector PM 2.5 emissions. Out of that, you can say, this particular part, about 50% is contributed just due to one type of biofuel, namely cow dung. And how many households use this in the country? Only 9%. So if you had to really prioritize your efforts in terms of making a transition to cleaner fuels, this is where I would put my money and efforts on. And essentially the others, you can just read out This is the type of fuel that's used by 42% of people. This is the loading in terms of the residential fuel emissions that it leads to. And as we look into the peep into the future, if we manage to clean up the residential sector, actually open waste burning is what we'll have to worry about next. And this is the kind of last slide where we wanted to show that, you know, when we talk about toxicity of air, it's not just PM 2.5 exceedance. Really, there are nasty molecules which are also monitored and regulated in our country, like benzene, toluene, ethyl xylene, BTX. Benzene is a human carcinogen at 5 microgram per meter cube. That's the annual level that should not be exceeded, which is about 1.6 ppb, really low. But here you can see that the open waste burning, so in this paper we tried to be a bit provocative. We said, okay, even if we can't go directly to providing, cleaning up the access to clean energy fuels for the most of the population, can we at least do 2 scenarios? Let's say for 2020, we replace, we just segregate the way we burn the stuff. So most of this waste, it was mentioned earlier, is not really treated in incinerators, is burnt openly in landfills from time to time. So if you just segregate the dry and wet, you can actually bring down the emissions. And then actually, if you use some of the dry waste, in fact, you transfer the dry waste to be co-combusted in cooking appliances or heating appliances, you can actually then win back a massive amount in terms of reduction of this nasty pollutant, benzene, because now you're burning less of the cow dung or the more nasty fuel, right? So with that, I think I will end my talk here just to say that local knowledge, again, for agricultural waste burning emissions, we could see that the global inventories don't even have the major emissions correctly and also their number. So there's a lot to do in terms of basic atmospheric research. That's my key message here before we try to go, because that's where you'll get the mechanistic understanding on where you have to focus your efforts in terms of details for maximum gain. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to interacting with you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sinha, for really expanding our understanding on air pollution and also looking at what other pollutants or gases that we should be aware of, and also a very data-driven evidence and examples that you highlighted. With that, we come to our last presentation, and I would like to invite, and this is a virtual presentation by Dr. Maria Neira, who is WHO's Director of Environment, Climate Change and Health. Prior to this, Dr. Neira was Vice Minister of Health and Consumer Affairs in Spain and the President of the Spanish Food Safety and Nutrition Agency.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm so pleased to join you. And of course, it will be a real pleasure to join you physically. I've been following the presentations and I was absolutely very much impressed, because it's so important what you are doing, and it will help so much the international community. I'm sure that we can collect all your work and make sure that we use it on international fora. I really love to be with you because this is an important summit, and I'm happy that India is taking this step. Today, we all wake up, or actually yesterday, we were following on television the incredible achievement of India regarding landing in the moon. And of course, I was participating on these celebrations and very happy for you, very proud. And my next thought was, okay, if India can land in the moon, I'm sure that fighting air pollution will be a piece of cake. Is that something that you think I'm totally unrealistic? Or, I mean, if we can do that, what's the big obstacles that we are facing at the moment that will not allowing us as a society to bring clean air for our citizens to breathe? So this, I think we need to be extremely ambitious on what we are asking our governments from now on it. The science is extremely clear. It's absolutely unacceptable that we have 7 million premature deaths every year around the world. In India, I'm sure that the figures are dramatic enough, and you are very much aware. But instead of taking it as a kind of blame to India, I think India can provide the leadership, the championship Now that you are in all the newspapers, in all the televisions, now you have this pride, take advantage and put pressure on your government saying, this is the next step to be proud of, and the world will be looking at us because we will be providing our population clean air to breathe. I think it's nothing ambitious there. It's the minimum we can do for our citizens. And looking at your presentations and the program, the solutions are there, the ideas are there. I don't see any reason why India cannot be the pioneer and moving from being one of the most affected countries by air pollution to the one that will be leading on solutions and ideas to clean the air we breathe. As you know, in WHO, we have been saying that air pollution is one of the biggest public health problems we are facing, and we are very much linking air pollution with climate change. For one single reason, for us, from a public health point of view, the causes of air pollution and the causes of climate change, on a big percentage, they overlap. Is all due to this combustion of fossil fuels that we need to now stop this terrible dependence we have on this combustion of fossil fuels. We need to do this transition to cleaner sources of renewable energy or clean sources of energy that, again, I'm sure that India can give us very good results on that, on accelerating this transition that for health needs, we need to accelerate on a very ambitious way. In addition to that, we need to accelerate the transition to a better urban planning, a healthy urban planning, better collaboration with urban planners, with architects. The way our cities are designed and organized needs to be changed, and certainly we can all collaborate in that. And the third transition, clearly the transition to sustainable food systems. Those are the messages that we are taking to the COP28. As you know, this year, or you probably know by now, this year, for the first time ever at the COP28, we will have a health day. It took us a long time to reach this point, to make sure that we convince everybody that health should be very much at the core. One of the previous presenters was saying that that decarbonization is the only opportunity for an economic development. I think decarbonization is fundamental for health. If we don't have decarbonization, our health will be very much kind of hostage of these very bad environmental conditions. Decarbonization means better outcomes in terms of reducing air pollution, but reducing as well all the chronic diseases linked to undernutrition because we don't have a sustainable food system, and all of those diseases linked to the fact that we have a very sedentary lifestyle and therefore chronic diseases due to the fact that we cannot have an active life in our cities and our urban environment. So a lot to gain if we take the right decisions and a lot to lose if we don't. At COP28, therefore, at this health day, which will be the 3rd of December, please let me know if we can associate with you because we need your power as well. And India is one of the key countries. You will have the presidency of the presidency of the G20 countries. And I know that there is an intervention there looking at how our health systems can be low carbon, decarbonize the health system that contributes, as you know, to 5% of the global carbon emissions. But this is just a small thing. We need, as a large health community, to provide this health argument for pushing this decarbonization that is very much needed. And this health argument is the one that nobody can refute, and the one that will be positive, and probably the society will accept it as the motivation to go for more. I wait for you on the 3rd of December. We will have a ministerial. We are inviting our Director General and the President of the COP28 are inviting all ministers of health. So please work with your minister, making sure that all of these initiatives about how we link air pollution and climate change can be presented and can be used for others as well to be better stimulated. For WHO, this will be a big day, but of course we don't want just to have an historic day, we want a legacy. And the legacy will be in the way of having a plan of action, certain commitments, And the idea will be that the countries, the member states that are at COP, will be able to measure whether or not they are successful by the number of diseases they are reducing. And I think including this health big indicator of what is happening at COP will be very challenging, but I think we need to challenge our governments, our member states, saying you are committed to reduce emissions. Let's measure that and let's prove that you are doing that by reducing the number of deaths by exposure to air pollution, by reducing the number of deaths by unsustainable food system and undernutrition, or the fact that we have chronic diseases associated with the bad energy that we are still using and we are very much dependent on it. Another call is to stop giving subsidies to fossil fuels. I think this is, again, killing us. This transition has to be done. I know that at the household level, you are doing a big effort in India to ensure access to cleaner sources of energy and cooking technologies for reducing the indoor air pollution. That is another critical issue that we will bring to the COP28, to the climate change. And again, I think that the two agendas overlap very, very much, and count on us to support what will be the conclusions of this summit. We need India leading, we need India providing good examples, we need India committed to be very, very outspoken and take advantage now of this huge visibility that you have. If you are interviewed about this great achievement of India, include the air pollution immediately into the conversation as a big challenge. You have the attention, so we need a lot of advocacy as well with our citizens for them to understand that climate change is not just about environmental issues, it's not just about polar bears and planets and the future of next generation, is very much about our lands right now. So with that, again, thank you so much for inviting me for this opportunity. Send us any idea, suggestion, how do you want to link up with us? We would like to bring millions of signatures, the health professionals, again, health professionals at large, to the COP28. So any idea or suggestion coming from you will be very, very much welcome. We need to make COP28 Health Day not only history, but history and a very strong legacy. And I count on you for all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nera. That was very inspiring, and especially bringing the whole climate change dialogue to health is such a relatable way to look at it. I'm not sure if many of you have been following the recent G20 health ministerial dialogue, but one of the outcomes of that was recognizing the impact of climate change on health. And the outcome of the ministerial dialogue that's been recently published included a call to action from health ministers nationally to include climate change as a part of their planning. And I think that was very, very critical and links to sort of what you outlined. So thank you very much for that, and also the open call for collaborators for COP28. I'm sure everybody in the room has taken note of that. With that, we end the panel, and I would really like to thank all the discussions and all the panelists for sticking to time. And with that, we actually do have some time for Q&A. So we have a time for about 2 questions and opening the floor for any questions that might be there. And I'm hoping Anshika or someone is there with the mics too. I think Swagata has one.
Hi, my question is to Professor Sinha. First of all, insightful talk on the need for looking at localized factors. So when you say in terms of refuse burning and household emissions, you found that the emission inventories are largely inadequate. What was the fundamental requirement? Was it emission factors? Was it data? What was the fundamentally missing that could make these emission inventories more robust? Because our cities depend on these primarily to design their plans. And once again, wonderful, wonderful talk. Thank you. I'm Swagata from EDF.
Thank you very much for this very nice question. So it was a little bit of, in terms of the emission inventory perspective, it's the combination of the emission factor and the activity data. So we really relied on the most up-to-date government data in terms of the sale of the per capita income, the population density, and the LPG cylinder penetration and use. And the novelty was really in terms of adding the emissions due to the toxic gaseous molecules. The sad reality is that the expertise to measure the toxic gaseous molecules hasn't really matured as fast as, let's say, the aerosol speciation. And even if you look at the aerosol speciation studies, across all seasons, let's just talk about Delhi, the megacity of Delhi. Across all seasons, more than 50% of it is made up of what we call the organic carbon fraction. But when you talk about the toxicity of the organic carbon fraction, it really matters to know what that is made up of. Is it made up of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons? Is it made up of, other toxic stuff? Or is it just made up of something a bit more benign? So what this particular study did, and the details are there, I'm happy to share further with you. We measured the emission factors from a large number of these sources that are extant in our region. We compared them with the literature that was done. So there was a campaign in Nepal called the Namaste campaign. We built on that too. And basically the combination of this updated activity data and new emission factor measurements is what gave us these new insights. Thank you.
I have time for one more question if anybody has.
To Professor Sinha, how can we improve air quality models to...
Sorry, can I see the speaker? Yeah.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear.
Yes, thank you. How can we improve air quality models to better account for VOC emissions and their interactions with other pollutants?
That's a very good question. So the way the air quality models function, most of them are what we call chemical transport models. So they have three parts in them. One is the meteorology, that's the weather, essentially. That, the IMD and our network in India, if we're talking about India, that's very well constrained thanks to the decades of R&D and monitoring systems in place. The other part is the emissions. This is normally fed into the model using emission inventories. And that's where I sort of threw some light on how it's important to take into account the regionally representative emission factors and also the updated activity data if you want to get the forecast for today or tomorrow right for the right reasons. In reality, since it's always going to be a lag between your emission inventory that's been compiled and the air quality model that you run, then one has to look at specific ways by which one can do reductionism, which is meaningful still. So for example, for carbon monoxide, there's a good monitoring network. We could use that as a proxy for some of the VOC emissions. And if you know the emission ratio of VOCs to CO, which is also well known, that's one way to deal with that. Then the third aspect, I think, where we're abysmally still, I would say, in the infancy, and I cannot stress this more strongly, is in the model you have the chemistry. That is actually the reactions that can occur and the processes. And in that, if we look at environments in, let's say, Western Europe or in the US, they have a much simpler atmospheric environment. They also have a lot of help from wet scavenging. It rains more frequently. In our case, if we talk about India, then we have a really multi-phase system. And so, although a lot of progress has been made in terms of, in the community, aerosol scientists really do their aerosol measurements, and then they publish their papers on the aerosol chemical composition and sources. it hasn't really been done, I would say, in sufficient measure, combining the VOC, the gas phase, and the aerosol phase together, as has already been done in much of the developed countries. So these, I think, we need to work on the two, that is the emissions and the chemical processes, and for that one needs, we don't even have a platform like an aircraft that is well instrumented for atmospheric chemistry missions. So I don't see why, if we can land something on the moon, we can't invest in something when each one of us breathes in more than 10,000 liters of air every day. Sorry for the long answer.
Thank you so much. So just maybe quickly summing up, I think we really heard some very, very interesting and compelling presentations outlining the need for data-driven, science-based understanding of air quality and an expanded understanding of kind of looking at it beyond just, PM 2.5, but also looking at other aerosols and other sort of measures of VOCs, et cetera, that are very, very critical as we start monitoring and understanding air quality. We also learned on the cost of inaction, which I think is very important, bringing it down to the level of, the impact that it has on the economy, and for the shared responsibility of kind of coming together. And it was very good to actually have a private sector participation here to also outline how the industry is making efforts and moving forward. And then also just the first principles of how, as citizens, we need to take action like now. We can't really wait. It's we are reaching a point of actually survival. The question of survival is here. So what kind of action we need to take, especially at looking at energy as a metric which drives all of this climate change and air pollution, and then also really bringing down to health and really understanding how it's impacting us now and is going to impact us in the future, where it'll just become unlivable, or conditions for vulnerable people who are working outside and don't have a choice. We really had a very severe heat wave that hit the world, and it's just going to increase in the future. So thank you once again to all the panelists for really giving us such a expanded view and detailed view of exploring this topic. Thank you once again for the panel.
I would like to thank Ms. Shruti Narayan for moderating this session, and also to the speakers for this session. Thank you for being here and sharing your insights. I would like Amishi to please give the token of thanks to all our speakers and the moderator. A special thanks to Dr. Maria for taking out the time to be here with us. Also, a small logistic detail that I would like to share. Our last session is going to be a presentation session. Speakers who have not submitted their PPTs, please give it to Dr. Piyush. He's sitting here. Can you please identify yourself? Please do so, because after this session, we're going to have the presentation session.
Just to want to add a line that all the gifts and the token of appreciation that are wrapping around is also contributing to the air pollution. So I have stopped taking all these things. We have to minimize our material consumption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. She's here, Mom. We now move on to the next session, which is going to be a panel session. This session is going to talk about how leveraging citizen science initiatives are important for improving air quality. We have with us Dr. Sophia Rao, who will be chairing this session. Dr. Sophia Rao is working as a research scientist and leads the air pollution measurement work at IIT Delhi. Her research focuses on aerosol cloud interaction. Currently, Sophia is leading multiple projects, and the focus of her projects are mainly on application of low-cost sensors in managing air pollution. As panelists, we have Mr. Partha Bosu, Lead India Advisor for Environmental Defense Fund, Mr. Ankit Bhargav, who's the co-founder for Sensing Local. Mr. Chaitanya Sahani, who's the vertical lead Energy Transition Swaneti Initiative, and Professor Sumant from Department of Civil Engineering at NIT Vararangal. We would like all the panelists to please take their seats at the... Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed participants and dignitaries. Welcome to the session on leveraging citizen science for improving air quality. Today, we all gather here to explore an innovative and inclusive approach to address the critical issues of air pollution. The concept of citizen science empowers individuals to actively contribute to scientific research and data collection, thereby playing a very important role in understanding air pollution. In this session, we have a privilege of hearing from experts which have been working in the field of air pollution quite a long. Their experience and insights will undoubtedly serve as a valuable starting point to explore the potential of citizen science and how it can be effectively leveraged to create positive change. Now, I would like to briefly introduce the panelists. The first panelist is Mr. Partha Basu. Mr. Partha Basu is currently advising a few states of energy policy. He worked as a lead India advisory for EDF. Mr. Basu holds 20 years of vehicular emission expertise. He began at Society of India Automobile Manufacturers, SIAM, contributing to India's vehicle emission system. He also progressed to an UN's Clean Air Asia, leading efforts against air pollution. He has been the director of USAID's Clean Air Catalyst, focusing on indoor air quality and hyperlocal hotspots protocol development in India. Welcome, sir. The second panelist is Mr. Ankit Bhargav. Mr. Ankit Bhargav is a co-founder at Sensing Locals, based in Bangalore, that works at the intersection of urban planning and urban governance to tackle environmental challenges in sites. Sensing Local has worked extensively in citizen science experiments related to mapping air pollution. The third panelist is Mr. Chaitanya Sahani. Mr. Chaitanya Sahani is currently the vertical lead in energy transition at Swaneti Initiative. He had a decade of experience in managing projects in the renewable energy, sustainability, and telecommunication sector across different geographies. He comes from an engineering background with a postgraduate degree in renewable energy from UK and specialization from the University of Zaragoza, Spain. The fourth and the final panelist is Professor Somanath Chintala. Professor Chintala is an assistant professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Warangal. His research interest includes air pollution, indoor air quality, sustainable development, waste management, and solid waste management, and environmental impact assessment. So in today's panel discussion, we will be talking about four important points. The first is importance of community engagement and practicing in air pollution reduction efforts. The second point is behavioral change interventions that can be effective in reducing air pollution. Third, role of technology in promoting citizen science. And the fourth is policies promoting sustainable practices among citizens. So I have few questions for all of you. So the first question is for all of you. One by one, you can answer. So the first question is, how can citizen science initiatives for air quality improvement contribute to raising public awareness and educate about the impacts of air pollution? And what role does citizen science play in empowering individuals to make informed choices that leads to improved air quality?
Thank you, Sophia. I think as far as data is concerned, data has been there in many forms for a long time. National air quality data, the CPCB started collecting data. Data does not necessarily in itself tells what the policymakers need to do. I think that is where some of the work that some of the institutions are trying to do, that make the data talk. I mean, does the data tell you what needs to be done? What is exactly, where exactly the problem is? What is the action that needs to be taken, et cetera, et cetera. So if the data can be changed into a dashboard kind of a thing where it basically tells the regulators or the policymakers what kind of action might be helpful or where is the problem and what kind of action might be required, I think that is when it becomes more meaningful. So a decision support kind of a thing, which is now pretty in discussion, and everybody, various institutions are discussing about developing decision support system for various pollution control boards or ULBs, is something I think is the next step, which makes sense, that the data will be able to translate into action and make it more easier for the policymakers or the regulators to take action. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mahatma.
Hi, thanks, Bertha. I think we worked a little bit on citizen science projects from the last couple of years. And initially, when we started in this place as urban planners, our goal was like, hey, air pollution is also a planning problem, and I think Maria kind of pointed that out. And we did a lot of community-based hyperlocal assessments, right? Like what does air quality look like at our nose level? Mm-hmm. But I think I've attended a lot of these panels where I keep coming back for these citizen science ones. But I think one thing that I do want to address is that every time when we think about citizen science, we always dilute it, right? It's just for awareness, as if like citizens can't do more. There is a power to citizen science efforts because in a way what you're doing is that it's the person on the other side that is often taking behavioral decisions that are then accumulating to become societal challenges or societal contributions. You're actually involving them in the process of like, what does it mean to solve for, what is air pollution first of all? Who's causing it? What is causing it? And what is the science behind some of this? So citizen science efforts in our side has been a great move to involve people in the science of the issue. And so it's demystification, democratization, and other things. But at the same time, I must say what is happening, what a lot of the citizen science efforts are also doing, is that you're representing their reality. And I think this is often not talked about, that when I'm doing citizen science experiments in that neighborhood, often the monitoring stations city-scale monitoring stations are not capturing that reality. Yes. And so these citizen science efforts have to be looked at as augmenting other systems and not just a good to have. It's a must have. Yeah, so I'll stop here, but that's, I can speak about it in the other questions that you've posed later. Yeah.
Thank you, Sophia. Good afternoon to everyone. I will try to be brief. I agree with you, Ankit, and I agree with you, Mr. Basu, like data, and then making citizens not only participate in these kind of processes, but an active stakeholders, where they do understand the problem, because hyper-localized solution, if we are like sitting here suggesting something, and it's more like imposing our intellect on the people at the grassroots level. So why not to bring them at this platform to share their understanding? They identify the problems. They have idea about the solutions also. They might not know how to make it happen. Mm-hmm. So bringing them on board is what the need of the hour is. And I totally agree. both of the panelists, and I'm sure with the next one as well, because we shared a similar kind of mindset and ideology that bringing them on board is very much needed as of now. Also, what it does is it helps to pinpoint the localized issues, which can be taken upon, and we can provide solutions to those localized issues if we have them on board. So I totally agree with the need of citizen sciences, and like I'll rest my case as of now, and definitely would look forward to more discussions on it for sure.
Yeah, I agree with most of the points mentioned by the earlier speakers, but I just want to have one example. I came to Bengaluru by a Rajdhani Express, which doesn't have a second halt. All the people who want to catch the train should come to the central business district, KSR Bengaluru. But it doesn't stop at Yelahanka. Imagine if citizens take up a data that how many people would step down at Yelahanka and how many people would go towards the Whitefield side or towards Mysore Road side. And imagine if Railways has provided a stop to the train. How many carts will be removed from the Bangalore central area permanently every day, because the train runs every day. So this data, this cannot be taken up by scientists, but public can. So if public can take up these kind of initiatives and initiate the concerned authorities, indirectly those activities will be reduced. We need not move thousands of cars just to transport few passengers to catch a single train, that too at a single point from the entire Bengaluru, different parts of Bengaluru. Hence, citizen science helps us to avoid certain activities and minimize emissions. And it can help us to solve the problem from the other end where scientists and researchers cannot solve.
So that means the role of citizen science in improving air quality is not just about data collection. It's about empowerment, education, and awareness, and create a dashboard and share with everyone. Right? It's also about bridging the gap between scientific research and the real world scientific research and the real world impact. So now my question to Mr. Parthu Basu is, Mr. Basu, how can we ensure that citizen science data is effectively communicated to policymakers and acted upon? And can you put some views where citizen-generated data directly influence policy decisions related to air quality?
Yeah, thank you. I personally think that the citizen science area, when it comes to the air quality front, has been beautifully done by many of our colleagues who are sitting in the room. Today, Mr. Tiwari was talking about a lot of sensors in UP, and then Professor Tripathi talked about a lot of sensors being installed in Bihar. Now, when all these sensors are there, they are basically giving you a large amount of information which you can package and present it in front of the society as well as the regulators. So first of all, we also need to understand that we as a society also have a role as contributors. So if there are certain understandings, like Professor, you said, like our understandings and where it basically impacts into decision making and where it can make a change is also very important. But I think the exercise that the community has been doing for past several years, at least 4 or 5 years, where several sensors are being installed at various places, and now we have got information about neighborhood, and we are able to understand hyperlocal hotspots, and which are not present around the year, but maybe a very high concentration zone at certain point of the day or certain part of the week, etc. So we are getting into such intricate information. Now I think there is a chance for us to assemble the data, and I guess there are some people who are doing it. I know Dr. Goel is going to speak about how dashboard is going to help the other people. So I think the win, Sophia, has been that some policymakers. So if I say NEERI, Dr. Goel is from NEERI, and if NEERI is already taking some action on the hyperlocal science, which is based on citizen science, which basically means that there is some amount of convincing that has already happened. Today we heard Mr. Tiwari talk about how he has been a front runner in air quality actions, and that is also some kind of a convincing that the community and all our colleagues from different organizations have done. So I think that is a win for the community. I also think that there are some states who are getting really progressive. Karnataka being one of them. Mm-hmm. Another could be, I know there's a lot of work going in Surat, but another could be the data policy innovation lab that Odisha is working on. And I think that's fantastic because Odisha is not sticking only with air pollution. They are collecting citizens' data from everywhere, crowdsourcing data, not only through academic partnerships, but also neighborhood partnerships. And that kind of activity, it's going to generate a lot of data, and they are going to use it for policy tweaking and policy making. So I think when it comes to enforcement, this kind of information is very, very important, because if you want them to take an action in order to stop a particular source of pollution being generated, for example, Professor Vinayak Sinha talked about the agri and paddy burning. So if there are those burning incidents happening, I mean, there has to be some action. And well, these are rampant burnings, so people need to go and take actions. But if there are open burnings happening in neighborhoods, then I think these are some of the instances which can actually help more. So yeah, for me the data, the dashboard, and the way the governments are using this data to form decision support systems are very, very crucial, or the DPIC kind of things.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Bhargava, can you please speak a little bit about any current citizen science efforts towards tackling air pollution?
So at this moment, what we are doing, I think one thing I just want to say is that often when people think of citizen science experiments in these rooms, we often only think about putting monitors up, low-cost monitors up, and then there is data from that. Data is going somewhere. We don't know who's actioning it. And we often forget that there's sectoral data. The real mitigation happens in other sectors. It happens through waste. It happens through mobility. And so what happens to data for that? And so what we are doing right now, which might be of interest to some people here, is that we've been working on sustained mobility from the last 2 years in walking networks, cycling networks, etc. And we took up one piece, which is like auditing neighborhoods for walkability. And interestingly, Partho has worked on this a couple of years ago. And we were like, how do we assess walkability in a manner that this data, when we produce it through citizen science efforts, can directly feed into planning and budgeting at the government level? This is one question we were asking. Second question, so that means the data has to be accurate, complete, comprehensive, right? Second question we were trying to ask is that how do we develop the technology around this auditing so that we can involve more and more people through this process so that we can hit scale? These were the two questions we were asking, so scale and utilization. Mm-hmm. At this moment, over the last 12 weekends, we have audited, we've done walkability audits across 20 wards in Bangalore. That's 300 kilometers of footpaths and 170 junctions in Bangalore. That has given us 10,000 pre-classified data sets that are decent enough to start building machine learning and AI around it. We've done an experiment where it was 40% accuracy. If we do this 10 more times, we actually have good enough for ML in AI. Which means I can have a camera walking on the footpath, and that will do reinforcement learning. We can detect what issues are. So this data is now, since we're talking about dashboards today, there is a dashboard under walkableCities.in. You can go there, there's a dashboard. All of this data is now publicly available as geospatial data along categories of issues, including photographs. This is the most indisputable footpath quality data at this moment that we know of, at least in Bangalore. And what is interesting about this is that now that we know this, and we know this across parameters of footpath quality, obstructions, encroachments, waste, and I think safety as well. So we're looking at street lights. So it's like really comprehensive, and it hits different departments. So you see, again, we're not solving for walkability through one agency. There's like multiple things. And so now we are actually creating budget reports from this as a result of it. The budgets are up there. You can see if there is an issue like this, what is the solution required? What is the budget? We're using schedule of rates from the government. So these budgets are being produced in seconds. So the way we were doing these audits is 8 o'clock in the morning, you come and audit, 9 o'clock you're done, 9:30 you have breakfast, 10 o'clock you see the data that you just audited. And now we are in conversations to see, with Pratima essentially, to see if the air quality data from the and the LER models, if this street level air quality data could be overlaid with this walkability analysis. Because essentially, if we have to tackle air quality, either we have to remove the cars and get more people to walk, or, okay, the capacity of the road is what it is, then we have to address exposure. Either of those two are wins. And so if we are able to now overlay existing data sets, and I must say that because of CSTEP, Bangalore is one of the richest sort of repositories. Can't think of other cities that have more data than Bangalore. So how do we get this data that is right now sitting on computers and inside systems and really get it out, and people like us are able to use it and run with it? And we can now start talking to the air quality plan of Bangalore that has not taken into consideration organizations that are working on air quality, but across different sectors. So this is just one application. I'm sure there are others. But I just wanted to plug that in. Yeah.
I was just going to say, imagine if you can overlay the air, the exposure, the air quality data that you have from the CSTEP sensors on your walkability maps.
Exactly what we're doing. That's a conversation going on to see if that's possible.
Okay, I didn't want to spill his secret, but then that sounds like a great plan, actually.
So, Mr. Chaitanya, I have one question for you. How do you navigate potential challenges that may arise while working with the different stakeholders?
That's a very, very complicated question because, here we are different stakeholders. We have a common goal here, working towards clean air. So that's the missing link. But individual priorities, vision of the organizations might be different. So bringing everyone together, the intent, the holistic kind of aim, what we want to achieve is very important. So when you work with people, especially at the grassroots level, if you talk about air quality, if you talk about climate change, carbon footprints, it simply doesn't resonate with them because their priority is like growing fruits and vegetables in their own fields. Their priority is getting like proper irrigation for their fields. Their priority is to earn a livelihood, a worker from coal mining community. So, all these people, all these stakeholders have different priorities. But if you try to understand the psyche behind what they are going through, what are the challenges in their own domains, and can have some kind of a common link, then that is the only way you can bring everyone on the same platform. So when we were working I'm working in Jharkhand. So if you talk about climate change, air pollution, and health, so how it is impacting their health, how it is impacting their livelihood, how can they make money out of it? That was like a common theme that gave us the confidence to bring them on board. So getting a sense of what each stakeholders want, maybe for me is giving back to the society. Maybe for him is data. Maybe for Mr. Basu is some other things. But we are all sitting here because of a common theme. So to know what a common theme for the stakeholders is the only way to bring them on board.
So basically, it's a challenge that calls for a collective action. Yeah. So I have one more follow-up question on this. So what are the strategies to ensure the sustainability of these initiatives over time, considering factors like funding and volunteer fatigue?
So what we have experienced so far is it's very difficult to motivate the communities to contribute if there is no incentives to the whole process. And that is where we as an organization works and support this parliamentarian group of clean air, where the MPs from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have formed across different parties, they have formed this small group where they talk about the challenges they face in their own constituencies about air pollution and how different solution can be taken upon, and what are the ways in which they can incentivize the communities and bring them on board to be equal stakeholders. So yeah, so government policies and some programs can be leveraged for these kind of initiatives where, you know, like for a common person working in a field, it is very difficult to ask him or her to come to a convening like this and devote some time and share some ideas. If, you know, like there is something called concept of time banking, you know, like if somebody is doing the work that he or she is doing in the field and he can contribute his experience over here, so that could be an incentive. Leveraging the program NCAP, if there are certain avenues where we can say that some kind of funding will flow and support these kind of initiatives where citizen science can be promoted. That's how we can also like look forward to that. So yeah, to make this whole system sustainable, these are the small things that we need to look at, and constant hand-holding. It's not like one-time awareness kind of a thing. It's not like one set of activity that can support the whole initiative. The constant hand-holding has to be given to them, for sure.
Not to put you in a spot, I just wanted to ask, these politicians are also human beings, right? They also breathe the same air, normally, at least when they're out, like us. If we put one sensor outside all their houses, in winters, in Delhi, at least where they live, in Luton's Delhi, so that they know what they're breathing, do you think that's going to...
The tree outside. Yeah, in Luton, Delhi, there's a lot of trees, yeah, for sure. But, you know, like, sometimes, and more than often it happens, at least for this group of 35 MPs I can speak, they are quite aware about the problem. And the intention, at least it seems to be there. At least when they come for the round table, when they come for the discussions, they are fully prepared about like the agenda, what they are talking about, what they are trying to, like what they are proposing. But generally what happens is, in my own experience, there is like an implementation gaps. So talks are always fine. Talks are like, so here, if we go from here, like we will be having n number of solutions. But whether it will be like, oh, he's not there. Professor just pointed out like about like the pollution that we generate from homes. You know, like that. If we share this sort of knowledge with the citizens of the communities, definitely the solution will be there. But whether an alternate will be there for that, like, do they have like, yeah. So that's the biggest question, and this applies for the MPs also. They are human beings, so they understand the solution. They sometimes they have alternatives, sometimes they don't have alternatives.
Thank you so much. So Professor Chintala, I have one very small question. Actually, we are running out of time. How can lessons learned from existing projects and researches be applied to create impactful, long-lasting programs for air quality improvement?
Very tough question, but I can I'll say only a few words. We have to convert our actions into a part like from the data-centric approach to the activity-centric approach. What is the activity that is generating more emissions? Say, excessive usage of groundwater for farming. Many in India, whenever the agriculture department uses the statistics, they say that in India today, in this year, these many acres of land was irrigated, they will say. But they will not say, for irrigating 1 acre of land, how much water they have used. But this data is not available. So if farmers provide that data, if we try in that way and get that data, then obviously we can reduce the emissions from the thermal power plants due to the reduction in the demand of the electricity. Additionally, What we have to do is that all the research outcomes, since morning we have a lot of research outcomes that were discussed by eminent experts. These things will end up as a news article in newspapers and in the documents of our repositories. But they are not reaching people because we are not translating them into regional languages and distributing them to the public libraries at least. So in the village libraries and the district libraries, not 100 documents, monthly update, monthly air pollution bulletin with all the air pollution key points given by eminent scientists and professionals in regional languages across the country will make all the stakeholders aware of the problem, and then probably we can move towards the solution.
Thank you so much. So our discussion have illuminated the way in which citizen-generated data can inform policy decisions, foster collaboration, and build stronger and stronger relations, more resilient communities. Now I would like to open the stage for audience. So we can, you can ask 2 to 3 questions, if someone.
I have a question. I'm Guru Sadhya. I have a question for Mr. Ankit. You mentioned about walkability, and what were your findings, okay, in terms of current situations of footpath and junctions, okay, that you mentioned? And there is another question, follow-up question, which was regarding the notorious activities of BBMP when it comes to engaging with the citizens, especially when it comes to cutting down of trees, okay, although we reached out multiple times, okay, they don't put out notices on their websites, or they do it in their newspapers in a very small space somewhere around the corner. As citizens, okay, how are we supposed to track these notifications that they are providing? Why don't we have a central repository for all these departments across across Bangalore to put it in one dashboard, okay, where all these notices pertaining to anything related to environment or social causes, okay, put it in one place, rather than in different places, different websites, okay, as citizens, we can't track all of them.
I'll tackle the second one first. So I was told, and please don't hold me to it, that there are only 4 tree officers for the city. So that's all, that kind of sort of gives you a sense that what is the capacity to kind of deal with tree management. The notification of issues, I am not in the position to talk about. But if you just look at it from an organization standpoint, that's what the city deals with. So how do we augment that is a question. Quality of roads. The quality of footpaths, if we were to talk about, I think there are 3 main, there is a dashboard, you can go see it. I would really encourage everyone to go have a look. We are improving it every day, and there's a ward summary of all the 20 wards that we've done that's going to come up in the next few days. But I think the 2 big issues that we thought were there, one is encroachment by vendors. This is a very sensitive topic because it's hitting between right to livelihood and right to life. But the incentive for hawker policies till now has never been as data-driven. So our hope is that when people look at this, they can actually say that, look, how much of the footpath in every ward is covered, is getting encroached because of hawkers, and they also need a space for the livelihood, sure. But what do we need to do in terms of urban design to solve for both of them? Where we can still have wide footpaths where hawker zones exist, but then maybe when it's really tiny, then we don't kind of allow for that. The second issue was encroachment by parking, and then some of the outer wards especially don't have footpaths. This is a very, very serious concern because it's a cost issue. So while the first one is a policy issue, the parking is more of a behavioral issue. I would say no footpath is a huge cost issue. So that sort of is quite troubling, yeah.
Sir, it's an open question. Yeah, I'm here. So what I am telling is, everybody know that we have a PUC certificate, that is Pollution and Control Certificate for vehicles, right? So why is that is not being monitored? Because that is a citizen science which is already being given directly to the citizens rather than going to dashboards and viewing, right? And whenever we know that every traffic police knows the status of the certificates, but that is not being tracked down. But whenever we speak about air pollution of the urban, we speak transport as the major the inventory, right? But why is that not being tracked by even the transport authority or the pollution control board? Because that is a kind of a citizen science, right? So do you have any answers for that, or any ideas?
So this question is to specific panelist or?
It's just to open.
Can you please repeat
Yeah.
the question?
Sir, we know we have a PUC certificate, right? Pollution under control certificate, and that has to be renewed every once in 4 months or 6 months. But everybody do it once in a while, and they do renew it if they are caught by the police, right? Or until they do it, they don't do it when they go for renewing their insurance, right? So if that is done regularly, at certain point we can just reduce the pollution that is being contributed by the vehicles. But that is not being monitored directly, right, by the pollution control board or the transport authorities.
Yeah, so there is something called the Vahan database. The Vahan database actually tracks all your vehicle numbers, chassis number, along with your PUC number, along with the owner's mobile number, right? It is something like, उस 3 में there was this dialogue, ना उसको पता कैसे चलता है? तो they have Aadhaar का database है. So there was this dialogue, something like that. So this is exactly like this. They have everything about you. Now, in certain states and cities, they have started sending periodic text messages to you, almost starting 2 weeks before that it's about to expire. Now, having said that, let me just tell you that that's a very age-old. I mean, it's an archaic system. It's a non-functional system. It was hacked within 1 year after it was made, first in 2003 or 4, 5 maybe. And I can tell you that because I developed it that time. It was atrocious then, it is atrocious even now. So nothing has changed. And moreover, what you are driving in cities like Bangalore is generally BS6 vehicles. So because the new vehicle percentage is pretty high, so you are actually driving pretty new cars, which are following the latest BS norms. And the PUC system can't actually make a lot of difference in that. It really can't say a lot about that. So I think periodic maintenance is very important, no matter whether your PUC system is failing or not failing. So I have a feeling that a lot of times even if it is failing, they'll give you a certificate, just so that otherwise they'll lose their $100, whatever it is, yeah.
So thank you so much. So through this session, we have shared experiences and envisioned possibilities. We have learned how technology advancement have democratized data collection and allowed citizens to contribute meaningful to a cleaner, healthier environment. We have explored the challenges that comes with embracing citizen science. So I encourage each of you to take the inspiration from this session and translate into the actions or from all the sections. Whether you are a policymaker, a researcher, a tech person, a government servant, or simply an individual passionate about cleaner air, that's a role for you to play. Let's continue to collaborate, innovate, and advocate for a world where clean air is not just a hope, but a shared reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sophia, and thank you to the panelists for sharing their insights. I would ask Dr. Piyush to please share the token of appreciation with the moderator and the panelists. We have the results for the first round of the student poster competition. I'm sorry. Sorry. So we have the results for the first round of the student poster competition. 5 teams were selected for the final round. They are Sushovan Ghosh, IIT Delhi, Sarita from Central University of Himachal Pradesh, whenever I name the students, could you please stand up and... Okay, they are not here. Akanksha from IIT Kanpur. Neha Singh, IIT Delhi. Praful Yadav from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. The final round will be held tomorrow. These 5 teams will be presenting the poster on the stage, and 3 teams will be awarded the merit certificate and the check. So wish you all luck from our side. Guidelines for the presentation. The presentation will be for 10 minutes, followed by Q&A from the judges. With this, we break for tea for 15 minutes. I request you all to please be back after 15 minutes so that we can resume with the last session for the day. Thank you. Without much ado, we're going to start with the last session for the day. It's going to focus on democratizing air quality research. This session will explore ways for engaging citizens in the collection of air quality data, which can help create accurate and more comprehensive data sets to inform policy decisions. We have with us Ms. Vinuta Gopal. She'll be chairing the session. As panelists, we have Professor Faye from Columbia University, Mr. Digvijay Singh Bisht from UNEP, Air Quality Consultant, Dr. Sachin Gude from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, and last but not the least, Dr. Prakash from WRI India. He works as Director for Air Quality. Ms. Vinuta is the founder and CEO for ASAR Social Impact Advisors. She has campaigned on a range of environmental and social justice issues in India for the last 20 years. With this, I welcome the moderator and the panel to please take their seats and take forward the discussion.
Thank you for all of you who've come back post-tea for this last session, or there's probably one more session after this. We are going to, I think, build on what the earlier panel spoke about in terms of citizen engagement and air quality. And we're looking at democratizing air quality research. So the way I understand it, in addition to citizens participating in air quality research, we're also looking at how air quality research itself is far more accessible to both the public to shape their opinions and their behaviors, as well as towards policymakers to shape policy and action coming from it. We have a wonderful panel here, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce them in some more detail before allowing them to take this conversation forward. We have Professor Faye McNeil from the Department of Chemical Engineering and the Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences at Columbia University. She's a principal investigator of the Columbia University Clean Air Toolbox for Cities initiative. And Professor McNeil's research is focused on chemistry and physics of atmospheric aerosol particles and ice in the environment and their roles in atmospheric chemistry, air quality, and climate. We also have Mr. Digvijay Singh Bisht, who is an environmental engineer major with more than 15 years of experience, and he's currently the air quality consultant at UNEP. We have Dr. Sachin Gude, who is a scientist at the IITM from Pune, and he is the adjunct professor at the Department of Environmental Sciences, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. He also is a visiting scientist at the National Center for Atmospheric Research in the United States. And he serves on a number of other, he's a co-chair of ILEAPS, and his recent research focuses on comprehending the atmospheric chemistry of reactive species and its connections to air quality, fog, vegetation, human health, and climate. And finally, we also have, interestingly, Dr. Prakash Doraiswamy, who has more than 20 years of experience bringing together air quality measurements and air quality modeling for assessing and managing air quality. His research experience, including particle and gaseous measurements, mobile source emission inventory development, regional emissions and air quality modeling, source apportionment, quality assurance, and diagnostic data analysis. So we have an extremely eminent panel who has lots of experience in research, but also in ensuring research actually gets us closer to clean air in terms of sharing that research and shaping policy. So I'll start with you, Professor. I think as with earlier speakers, we will hear a bell at 8 minutes, which gives you an indication that you have to start concluding, and another one at the end of 10 minutes, which means that it's really time to stop. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm very happy to be here this week. I'm learning so much and seeing so many familiar faces and getting to know new ones as well. The project that I'll speak about today was a highly collaborative one. It was initiated by a startup company in Kolkata, which at the time was named Ideation Technology Solutions, in collaboration with the World Bank. They wanted to investigate air pollution in Kolkata in advance of an initiative for introducing electric buses. And they deployed a low-cost sensor network and collected a wonderful data set, which then, the project kind of was sitting on the shelf and the data wasn't doing much, and we came and had some discussions with them about the potential for getting more insight from this data set, testing the trustworthiness of sensor technology and kind of demonstrating it using what they had done. And in dialogue with the West Bengal Pollution Control Board, we've taken it to this conclusion. This was recently published in Aerosol and Air Quality Research. Since I sent the slides, it is now published. And that's an open access journal, so you can check that out at any time that you're interested. Okay. So, we've heard a lot about low-cost PM sensing. Many of you are engaged in it already here. There are a number of opportunities that it presents, especially when it comes to expanding the coverage area of a monitoring network, right? In cities like Kolkata, there actually is excellent PM 2.5 monitoring, but you can't cover every neighborhood. So you can get higher spatial resolution with the use of low-cost sensors, and possibly identify air pollution hotspots, which would help give clues about sources, et cetera. There are a lot of desirable things about low-cost sensor networks. Of course, this all comes with a but, right? There's a reason why reference grade air pollution monitors and research grade air pollution monitors cost quite a bit more than low-cost sensors, right? By their very design, there's a limit to the accuracy that we can expect from low-cost sensors through their operation via light scattering. As a community, I think that we've demonstrated a number of very robust ways to design low-cost sensor networks so that you'll get reliable data from them and they can supplement understanding from reference grade monitor networks. So you'll hear about this. But because of these limitations of low-cost sensors, particularly the sensitivity of their performance to loading of particulate matter, temperature, the optical properties of the particle, so what source they're coming from, it's really necessary to do in-field and calibration over a number of seasons with any low-cost sensor network that you're using. Okay, so this is the network that was established by ICAS. This was data that was collected through late 2018 through summer of 2019. They set up most of their sensors to try to follow 2 major bus routes across Kolkata, but they also hit a few other points of interest, and most interestingly to me, they co-located their low-cost sensors at 3 reference grade monitor locations. So they were able to directly compare the performance of the sensor to the reference grade monitor and develop calibration functions at 3 different places across the city. Actually, there were 4, but one of the sensors was stolen. But this is what happens. Okay. You can read the detailed list of the sites on the paper if you're interested. Okay, so the sensors that were used were Clarity nodes. These are plan tower-based sensors, which have solar power and also cellular capability for transmitting data. For a number of reasons, which we outline in the paper, I believe this was the first deployment of Clarity sensors in India, and the team does not recommend using Clarity sensors for applications in India for a few reasons. You can read about that in the paper. This is a photo of one of the co-location sites at Rabindra Bharati University. It's kind of inside inside the campus, which is far from any major local sources. And they located the sensor right on the hut where the reference grade monitor is located. Okay, so this is what the data at those 3 West Bengal Pollution Control Board and CPCB reference grade monitor sites looked like. So this is raw data comparing the Clarity low-cost sensor to the reference grade monitor. And as expected, the agreement isn't perfect before calibration. We did see excess deviation for the Victoria site. I'm not going to use the pointer. We believe there might have been some malfunction of the continuous air quality monitoring station that's there. We didn't end up using the Victoria site data for the rest of the analysis, but we had 2 very solid data sets to work with at RBU and also Podopukur, which is over in Howrah. Okay, here are the detailed statistics of the raw data. You can see them based on either 24-hour averaging, which is because of the way that the reference grade monitors are calibrated, or based on hourly data. We tested the effects of relative humidity, and we found that above 100 micrograms per meter cubed, performance was substantially less. So this is pointing towards one of the reasons why in-field calibration is so important. Many of these equipment were designed in the US and tested there, where the loadings would not be as high, the sources are different, and therefore any calibration developed there would not apply in this case. All right, so here are the statistics of the calibrations. We used 2 different regression methods, one being random forest, one being multiple linear regression. We took into account temperature, relative humidity, and the overall loading of PM 2.5, since, as I mentioned, the performance is lower at higher loadings. You can think of this like we've basically developed a function that allows us to enter in the low-cost sensor data and put out data that match the reference grade monitor. Okay, so we're correcting the low-cost sensor data this way. The setup of having two co-locations allows us to test the concept in general that it's possible to take a calibration function that's developed at one location and apply it to the entire network, because this is kind of the paradigm of low-cost sensing that we've been using. So we used the function developed at RBU and applied it at Poropukur. For those of you who know Kolkata, this is all the way over in Howrah versus in northern Kolkata, and then vice versa. And in short, the performance was robust. We found that when doing this, the low-cost sensors correctly identified a day as in or out of attainment 91% of the time, and correctly identified air quality index as well. I'll fast forward through some of these points. I would say that the big takeaway, besides the fact that I think we rigorously demonstrated the trustworthiness of this low-cost sensor network and communicated that with the West Bengal Pollution Control Board, how effective these sensors are with respect to their own sensor network, which they regard as the ground truth, their monitoring network. So that is kind of the one lesson that we expected to take away. The other one was something interesting that was revealed by the hourly data from each one of these sites. So we expected that we would see hotspots. That's what we often expect from a very high-resolution, low-cost sensor network. Indeed, we didn't really see that, right? We didn't see very different patterns in PM 2.5, whether we were at a bus depot in Howrah or if we were in the interior of the RBU campus. That and the seasonal pattern, or the diurnal pattern that comes in spring, you can see from the April data, where the peak in PM 2.5 is actually in the middle of the afternoon, and not, there's no traffic peaks in the beginning and end of the day when there's traffic. This is an indicator that photochemistry, so reactions of secondary of gases such as organic gases or SO2 that lead to the formation of PM 2.5, that these sources are really dominating in that condition, which the idea that regional and secondary sources could be making such a big impact on PM 2.5 in Kolkata is a little bit surprising, right? Especially the Pollution Control Board focuses on local sources for a number of practical reasons. And obviously there are a lot of major pollution sources within the city. However, it seems that to really get a hold of air quality in Kolkata, they need to look outside as well and have an eye on these secondary sources. Okay. So that is all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Fay, for outlining. I think having worked so closely with the West Bengal Pollution Control Board, I'm assuming that like you said, you built their confidence on low-cost sensors, and possibly one way of shaping policy is to actually work very closely with the partner themselves. Well, maybe if you want to add something.
Correct. I think that's the only way. West Bengal Pollution Control Board in general, they're quite progressive, and they're already, I've been working with them since 2019, so maybe this has evolved, but at this point, they're very enthusiastic about using approaches such as low-cost sensing. But indeed, we've been in a dialogue, I would say, and they're very receptive to these findings.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Bisht.
Jai Hind, Namaste, good evening. I'm just going to take a little more non-technical and non-numerical route. Just speak about a lot of things. In fact, when I was coining this presentation, there were a lot of things that came to my mind. I looked at these sessions before. So I thought that it would be a good opportunity for me to share my ideas. And these are like something which I would say as workable ideas, which I would request anybody who would want to take them with themselves and use it for their work, be it the government agencies or the non-government organizations. That'll be great. Okay, so when I talk of democratization of air quality research, so there are certain things or aspects that I would actually want to focus on. Primarily, what I'm looking at is making scientific and policy research more mainstream. Currently, it is not. The dispensation is very limited, as you can see. It is every conference we go to, we have the same set of people coming in, more or less. And of course, we have new additions coming in as students. But this is something which should be the talk of the town. If there is an air quality conference, then there should be people who have not been part of it before, or at least are interested. They can always step in and they say that, yes, we would want to attend and hear what you guys have to share. Okay, so that is one point. Then I basically also focus on what would be the following to that. That means if I were to actually promote it, what would happen? I need to make provisions for it to make it accessible, understandable, and inclusive for involving all stakeholders, right? And when I say all stakeholders, I'm also talking about citizens and non-experts. So we have that particular responsibility as not just the government official, but also as the community working in this space. Then I also see that if an approach is adopted, which involves fostering collaboration, like we have here, a lot of the organizations which I have also interacted prior to this are here, are actually contributing through their ideation, through their research, through their findings, and even discussing a potential collaboration in the future. This is exactly what we need. And then involving stakeholders from various backgrounds. So this is something which I see very regularly, that we don't have any representation from the health sector, transportation sector. I think this was also highlighted earlier. Irrigation department, water department. So all these departments have an influence of air quality in their work or their practice. So they definitely should be brought to the table, right? And finally, like a special focus on empowering citizens, especially the youth, because they have that, the hunger to do something, and their energy, if channelized properly, would really help in taking this particular thing forward. Now, my next aspect would be, if I'm doing this, what are the good things that would be coming out of it? Equity and inclusion is definitely at the top of my list, for sure. I'm also looking at enhancing informed decision-making by stakeholders. Stakeholders engages in the policy and planning process, which a lot of us have experience with, promotes ideas, innovation, and solution, leads to awareness generation, promotes public-private partnership. I do not know how many of us have engaged in that, but I think every single time we engage with the government, there is a certain, success, a feeling of success in us, that we are trying to contribute not just to the city, not just to the district, not just to the state, but also the country. And hopefully the work that we have undertaken with the government in collaboration or in any other way, it actually gets replicated across the country and actually is fruitful for the citizen and for the country. Allows for the application of newer research and innovation technology solution, like my colleague Ms. Faye, Dr. Faye just said before my presentation, that the low-cost census is finding its way. So this is a classic example. Leads to societal change and advocacy. It has been happening a lot in cities that are experiencing high pollution levels. Decentralization of solutions. This is something which I think is very important since we are a democracy. We have always had a notion where everything does not have to come from a single channel point, right? So decentralization is a very important aspect which can only be fostered if we actually pay attention to these aspects. Generate transparency and accountability, new avenues for academic growth and development, scientific knowledge within the non-scientific community, and opportunity for knowledge exchange between stakeholders that we are having here. Now, if I actually talk about this, I have talked about the positive points. Now, how do I see the pathways? So I think the session before this, where they were trying to figure out the engagement and how citizens are only not just the ones whom you would convey AQI to. So I bifurcate this into two aspects. I look at stakeholder involvement. So now the stakeholders are the participation stakeholders and the awareness-oriented stakeholders. In the awareness-oriented, first, I will talk about the citizens or the non-experts whose focus primarily is only to get the information for their personal use or to get some sort of an education and awareness so that they know how to use the information which is being conveyed at various platforms. But when it comes to us, like the community people here, We are looking at the contributory part. We are looking at the collaborative part, where we sort of contribute our research to some sort of a work which is happening at the agency level or the government level. We look at the collaborative potential, where we collaborate among ourselves to generate something which can be potentially informing the policy. We do a co-create, where we actually engage with the government and we develop something with them for the work that they are undertaking and their mandate. And the community base, where we all come together and actually bring up a product or a suggestion or a recommendation or a plan, which can then be adopted by the government in a way which benefits the entire community. So it is completely community owned. And then, of course, the educational, and here when I talk of education, it talks about our own capacity building as professionals, because we need to understand different facets if we can apply this knowledge in a more holistic manner. Role of data. Discussion is on, and this is something which really fascinates me. Very simplistic, yet complicated. We are all struggling with it. But first, we understand that a reliable data forms a set of information, and this particular information would have varied levels of importance depending on who we are and what we are using that information for. The use of information would vary. And this variation, information is necessary for decision making. So our decision varies, that is why our use of data varies. And information needs to use a format that is adequate for its user. If I'm only interested in understanding whether I should go out today or not, all I need to do is see whether the AQI is okay. But if I actually need to undertake emission inventory, a source apportionment study, there is a very different sort of information that I will be requiring. So completely depends on my use and what I do with it. Keeping that in mind, what is the importance of data now? So the data basically will be looking at helping the stakeholders better understand the air quality situation. That is a very nascent one, and that is important across the board. Empowers them to make more informed decisions about their health and well-being. That is, again, since it is related to our national ambient air quality standards. Allowing innovation and non-conventional use of the data. There are a lot of things and a lot of research work, analysis that the government does not think of in their report or as part of their report. This is exactly where we need the democratization of data, where we can come up with some new analysis which might be more helpful than what is being presented right now. And that is exactly what our role should be going ahead. And then, of course, shifting the ownership to include other government, which I talked about, other agencies or other departments, as well as the non-government stakeholders. So I have included some of them, but this is something which we need to talk and hopefully in the future, because this was something which was discussed during when we had the lockdown and we had the meetings, that yes, we should gather more colleagues from different departments to make it more holistic. But unfortunately, it has not happened yet. So we need to take care of that. Okay. So if I were to change the current data sharing process, I would look at all the things which are currently there, just at the last step, where I talk about the stakeholder engagement in specific, okay? Devising ways in which the data is made accessible to anyone. And of course, I'm looking at opportunity for new and innovative analysis using the data. So that is the only thing, everything else remains the same. Now, my challenge is with why the current sort of situation does not allow a democratization of data. This is something which I personally feel, and I've seen using elaborate, sort of working and researching, not just in the field of air quality, but in other areas as well, both social sector as well as the water sector. There's lack of awareness for most people. Regulatory obstacles are still there because we are still following a very conservative approach. Limited aptitude for scientific and research-based knowledge and work. We are not still as progressed in the STEM field like we should be. Barriers due to technology and its accessibility. Data-related aspects definitely are there. Accuracy, reliability, process data, and what is the process that has been followed for that particular process. Data interpretation, ownership and control, ethical data communication. Finances, thanks to the NCAP and the 15 Finance Commission, at least a non-attainment city are getting some finances, but again, for other cities where we do see some sort of a increase in the pollution level, we still are sort of, a little struggling for finances. And the current infrastructure and government support is limited. Now, my suggestion and recommendation, because I just don't want to highlight the problem and leave it at that, I would always come with recommendation. You define the categories of research and information sharing. Either, you basically meet the government, tell them that you define it, and we will follow it. That way, we will know exactly what data goes where and who is using what data for what particular purpose. It is going to be a complex exercise, but at the end of it, you will know exactly what you need to do. Setting up open access platforms, Prana is a start, but we need more access-oriented platforms like this, okay? Bridging the gaps, scientific versus non-scientific, this is all up to us how we do, especially the ones engaging with the communities, and the intersectoral, at the ministerial level, at the central agency level, at the State Department level, and the state research institution level, who are government research institutes. Promoting technological and educational programs for and amongst the youth. Providing other government departments with suitable support. Including citizen science schemes. It has not started yet, although I will give you an example of not air but water, how Tamil Nadu Water Board was able to map the entire groundwater of the state of Tamil Nadu using a 15 to 1700 rupees kit for 12 parameters. And now if they need to undertake that, they have a citizen scientist in each village who is trained to use that. If they want the monitoring data, all they need to do is message in a group and they will get the data the very next day or the day after. That is the power of how things can be mobilized. Inform about ethical use and data ownership and use. This is huge, and this is one of the reasons why the government is conservative, and I do not blame them for that. We pick up one data from one station and say that air quality in the entire city is bad. That should not be the case. If somebody is undertaking that sort of a research, then they really need to go back and look at the methodology that they are following. Promoting collaborative research platform, I'll talk about this, what UN is doing in this. Promoting the idea of making qualified people the eyes and ears of the government, and building trust to foster decentralized decision making. So these are some of the aspects which I thought would be really helpful. Now, since we are talking about the SDGs, I thought that I will take some extra time and try to link it, although I mean some of them have already been discussed, but there are more SDGs that have linkages to what we are doing in terms of the air quality. And this basically tells you that how broad the mandate just for air quality is and what kind of departments or agencies we need to engage with. See, the thing is, it is not always straightforward. Most of it is deductive, and you need to actually understand where you need to engage with and what your mandate is. In terms of what UN's mandate is broadly, so we are working in 5 major areas. Capacity building initiatives is one of the primary ones. Then after that, we have now shifted our focus majorly to public outreach and raising awareness, strengthening operations on collaborations and cooperations on air pollution, monitoring and assessment of air quality issues, and undertaking global, regional, and sub-regional assessment, and which I am a part of, actually. And as per the UNEA, because most of the mandate for UN EP comes from the annual UNEA conference that happens in February. So in the last 4, the first 4 UNEA conferences, we have had the mandate first starting with strengthening the role of UNEP in the air quality space. Then, of course, we went to sand and dust, which was more, on the broader scale. Then we actually focus on environmental health, and which was actually one of the cornerstones currently of the work that we are doing. Then we are actually also looking at preventing and reducing air pollution to improve quality of life globally. And then implementation plan towards a pollution-free planet. And air pollution is a big mandate for that. Okay, so main initiatives linking to what I have discussed so far, because I'm speaking based on my experience, I will tell you what I am doing currently and what UNEP is actually working towards in India. Research and data use, air quality progress report, collaboration and partnership, air quality action forum, intersectoral linkages and capacity building. We have, I think in the morning, Dr. Pratima has mentioned that the ministry don't come together. I would just like to highlight that the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change and the Ministry of Health have formed a working group. It's basically the EHI, Environment and Health Initiative. And this working group is being supported by WHO and UNEP. And they have the mandate of everything that is impacting the health from the environmental perspective. So we have antimicrobial studies and all the other aspects. And air quality is one of the primary aspects of this particular working group. And then we are working with different national agencies to build capacities. Very quickly, 2 more minutes. So Air Quality Action Forum is one of the most thought through forums and one of the most complex undertakings that UNEP has done. And this is basically, we have brought all stakeholders together, like literally all. We are not just focusing on the research or the industry or the CBOs or the academia or the government, but everybody on the same platform. And the mandate is to support the government at the center as well at the state level on any of the work that has to be done. So automatically what happens is everybody who is part of this Air Quality Action Forum has an alignment of their work plan with the national mandate. Even can be a very small deductive work that they are doing from the national mandate, but it will support the national mandate in one thing or the other. Since it is a collaborative platform, most of the people who are part of it would know each other, what is the work that is being undertaken in what part of the country. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. What you would be doing is you would actually be fostering collaboration, and in cases where there is an exchange of knowledge and sharing of case studies, because we are also working towards building a database on that, they just have to pick up that particular study or collaborate with the agency or the organization that has already undertaken the work and do the implementation on the ground. So these kind of factors would really be helpful in terms of how AQF moves ahead. And in fact, in the second year and the forthcoming years, we are also planning to have a resource center which will be housed hopefully at CPCB or one of the major agencies, which will actually automatically be something like an instant support system to the government and will keep everybody involved as well as informed. As part of AQF, one quick thing I would also mention that we have undertaken 14 consultation meetings across last year. I think a lot of CSTEP has been very kind enough to be a part of that, an active part of that, in fact. And we have gathered a lot of information in terms of the challenges, the gaps, as well as the recommendation in terms of what can be done ahead for each stakeholder, not just one particular area, but all respective areas. And this is currently being headed because we collaborated with IIT Delhi. So they are currently designing and doing the layout for the report. So soon it will be shared to all the members as well as widely with the public. So this is basically the Air Quality Action Forum, and I think this was something which was really complex at the time when we proposed it. So the only agency that came forward to actually support this crazy idea was Paytm Foundation, because their CEO, Vijay Shekhar Sharma, he's a clean air patron. So he understood the complexity of the problem, and he really thought that this is something which would really be groundbreaking, and thankfully to his support and the efforts by all colleagues at UNEP, this has seen the light of the day. Very quickly, so we have 6 pillars under it. So we are looking at international philanthropies, national philanthropies, international agencies, expert citizen group, corporate sector, and the UN system. Finally, my last slide, it is about the Air Quality Progress Report. This is basically an assessment report of the entire air quality management work that is currently happening in India. We are looking at the status of air quality, the different aspects that influence the air quality, and what are the policy work that is happening on the ground. And this report hopefully should be released by sometime this year. And this is again like something in collaboration with IIT Delhi and Terry that we have done. And this has been phenomenal. And like I think this is again like also a very complex project which Clean Air Fund was very kind enough to take ahead with us. So thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bisht. And I think you've sort of laid out an extremely comprehensive picture of all the things that need to be done. But something that came, a thought that struck me was many of us here are part of multiple networks addressing air quality. For example, Asar, we coordinate a network of called the National Clean Air Collective, which includes, again, a very multi-stakeholder sort of network. But I do feel that in some ways the networks themselves are not talking to each other. And so maybe there's something to be done in bringing these networks together so that we're actually sort of leveraging things across different networks. There's also some experience, I think, with, our other speaker would, Mr. Prakash, may also be referring to around cities and initiatives. So any thought about how, whether you're looking to sort of broad base or interact with other networks working on air quality?
110%. Actually, we, beginning of this particular initiative, this was one discussion that we already have so many networks. So how do we understand what makes us different? So the aspect is that we have a provision of actually interacting with not just these stakeholders who are part of the AQF, but also the networks that actually are existing right now. So we started with NKN, then we went to the official CEOs network at the CII. So any other network that is out there, we would be more than happy to collaborate, because they have already undertaken so much of work. So that will be less work for us, and we'll already get the information, as well as there will be a lot of knowledge exchange and ideation at the network level. So I think it will be great. I think overlaps is something which is a fruitful or a benefit in this case, rather than being a negative.
Absolutely. Looking forward for many other networks to also touch base with you to see how that can
I'll invite
happen.
any and all of you to join, because it is for all stakeholders. Even if you are a small instrument manufacturer, please, it's not a problem at all. All right.
Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Sachin Gudi.
Thank you. Good evening to all of you. So I am going to give a kind of overview of a recently developed new system, Airwise, to support the air quality management activity in Delhi NCR region, basically for the Commission for Air Quality Management. This is essentially a integration of two different systems. One is air quality early warning system, and another one is a decision support system. So we have integrated these two systems to support the decision-making activity. During morning session, Dr. KJ Ramesh, he has already given a kind of overview of the air quality modeling that has been developed in MOS. And since 2018, when GRAB became an integral part of the decision-making activity, it has become more necessary to improve the accuracy of the air quality forecasting, existing air quality forecasting system for Delhi. And also to this kind of forecasting system should also give a kind of information which is required for the regulatory purpose. So I'll be giving overview of that. So it was challenging to develop such kind of model, because capturing air quality levels and forecasting air quality levels in Delhi is a kind of challenge, because we don't see such kind of PM 2.5 levels all over the globe. And we were stretching the limits of air quality model. We were stretching the limits of our computational resources just to capture the air quality levels in Delhi 72 hours in advance. So that was the challenge for us, and we took that challenge. We started building up the system, and finally, now the system is stable, and the accuracy of the system is very good to provide a 72 hours of forecast. Next slide, please. Oh, this one. Yeah, so as I said, this system has a two-part. One is air quality early warning system. We run this system at 3 different resolution, 10 kilometer, 2 kilometer, and 400 meter resolution. And this system provides air quality forecast at medium range, like 10 days in advance, and also short range, like 72 hours in advance. This system provides actually information necessary for the activation of GRAB in the Delhi NCR region. Another system is DSS, Decision Support System. It is a dynamical source apportionment system which provide information about the contribution of various sources which is contributing to the air quality in Delhi, be the sources in Delhi or outside Delhi or regional sources. And this system also provides inputs for the policy implementation. And I'll show some of the slides how this system is actually helping CAQM to design the policies. All this information is integrated in one system, so we run just one forecast and not different scenarios, but we get all this information from one integrated system. And the output of this system actually goes to CAQM for decision-making activity. But now this system we are replicating for other cities also, like Bangalore, Pune, and recently we have signed a MOU with Rajasthan Pollution Control Board. They wanted to develop similar system for Jaipur city, and we'll be replicating such kind of system for other important metropolitan cities in India. So going into more complexity of this system, So essentially, any air quality model, if you want to have a very accurate forecast from those air quality model, two essential things are required. One is very accurate weather forecast, which drives this air quality model. And another one is the kind of inputs you provide to these models. So if the inputs are very accurate, then obviously your forecast will come very accurate. But if those inputs are not accurate, then we need to make those inputs accurate so that the forecast accuracy should increase. So in our system, we are running the forecast using an air quality model called WOFCAM at a 10-kilometer resolution, and we drive this a very accurate weather forecast designed again by MOS institution. In weather forecast, which drives this model, we assimilate all the satellite observations available over India, all the ground station observation related to weather. We assimilate those into the weather forecast model and then provide those inputs to the air quality model to have a very accurate weather driving this model. In addition to that, we also assimilate data from all over the observational network available. Be it a satellite, we assimilate satellite data from aerosol optical depth from various satellite platforms. We also assimilate air quality observations from all over the network in India, in Delhi. So there are 420 air quality monitoring stations situated across. We take data from all these air quality monitoring stations and we feed it to the model. We also assimilate fire data because predicting the air quality in Delhi, sometimes contribution comes from the fires in Punjab and Haryana. So we also take that data, assimilate into the model. And once we do that, we run the model for 10 days. Again, for fire forecast, basically fire emissions. We get a fire emission real time, but it is also important to see what will happen to the fires next 2 days because fire contribution is significant in Delhi. So we developed some machine learning based algorithm to recognize the pattern, what will happen to next 2 days. And those patterns we feed into the forecasting mode to the model to get some information about the fire forecast and how it will contribute to the air quality in Delhi. So this is all the integration of observations, weather, model, and finally, once we run the model at 10 kilometer, we then downscale it to the 2-kilometer resolution covering entire IGP basin, and then again downscale it to the 400-meter, very high resolution over Delhi. So during running this model, it takes around 10 to 15 hours. So by the time we run the 400-meter forecast, we again assimilate whatever observations are latest available into the model forecast. So impact of doing all these things, you can see in this slide. If you look at the red curve, it is the model forecast run without, it is like a black box. You have given some inputs and you have taken some output. But if you look at the blue one is the observations, red one is the forecast which is not corrected or like a black box. And if you look at the green one, it is when you do all the adjustment in the model. And you can see that how accurately now model is getting started when you do all the data assimilation. And impact of doing all those things is you can see here. So this is the third day of forecast generated by system for entire October to April period. And you can see that all the observations and forecasts, be it is a CPCB generated AQI information, be it AQI calculated by our own system, or whether it is forecast. You can see that how well the system is capturing the forecast in Delhi for all the categories. Good, satisfactory, moderate, poor, very poor, and severe plus category. So this is an impact of data assimilation and having more observations going into the model and improving the forecast. So this is useful because when you have a 72 hours of accurate forecast, it helps us Commission for Air Quality Management to activate the GRAPs. If the forecast is in GRAP stage, then they have certain set of rules. So they activate, they take the actions at ground, and that's how they try to control the air quality in Delhi. Yeah, again, this is how accuracy is. So I'll not go into the details of this slide, but this statistically tells you how accurate this forecast is on the 72 hours or third day of forecast. So we also try to see how well our model is compared to other global model, other systems who are giving forecast for Delhi. And you can see that our own model stands on a top because you can see that the index of agreement is 87%. So 87% of cases in Delhi air quality events we are able to capture with a very high accuracy. And if you look at other forecasts like ECMWF forecast, they are on the second list. And the Salem forecast, which is again generated by IMD, it stands on third number. But the idea of showing this slide is that because this model is developed by our own scientists in India, although we collaborated with NCAR, but the scientists who were involved from NCAR side, they were also Indian. Piyush is one of them. Vinayak is also one of them. So these are the Indian efforts to build up a system that will help Indian air quality scenarios and to start the actions. Yeah. Again, another system, as I said, it is a decision support system. So what we tried to do basically in the existing air quality model, we implemented the tracers. So tracers are basically, you track the emissions from each and individual sources and how they will move forward in the, in the model forecast. So we implemented several tracers in the model. I'll not go into the details of those tracers, but these tracers basically gives you information about how much contribution say from vehicular sources is coming to the air quality in Delhi, or how much contribution, sorry, I think it is not going backward. Yeah. Yeah, so, and we have also built up a scenario tracers, basically what if scenario, like if you control Delhi's transportation sector by 20%, so what will happen to the air quality in the next 5 days? So that kind of information is also coming from this forecast, and this is very useful to implement the graded response action point, which sources one should target to control the air quality for next 3 days. This is a kind of forecast for 5 days we get as a dynamical source of portion, and you can see that how the different sectors and different regions are contributing to the air quality in Delhi for next 5 days. Yeah, so finally how this system works. So we generate a forecast at IITM using DSS and our air quality warning. So we give this forecast to CAQM and IMD. IMD also runs their own forecast, and this information goes on the website. Then this information also goes for the verification, because we do a lot of day-to-day verification to correct the forecast. And then finally this information goes to the different agency like CAQM, CPCB, DPCC, MOFCC, and other agencies also. CAQM actively takes our forecast, and based on the level of forecast or the air quality AQI predicted by this forecast, it issues certain directions. So it decides whether we should activate GRAP 1, GRAP 2 or GRAP 3, and depending upon the decision, they convey all this information to the agency which actually worked on ground. So there are around 50 agencies, they actually take actions on ground and try to control the air quality levels. So this is one of the example how this system entirely works, and you get some improvements on ground. So this is one of the example. We predicted that air quality will go into the severe quality on middle of November, and based on that forecast, actually Delhi government and CAQM, they acted in time, and they started imposing certain kind of restrictions on various activity that contributes to the air pollution. And you can see that because of those actions, actually the air quality did not went into the, became severe, and we could able to restrict that air quality below 400 kilometers. So this is how this entire system is now working, and I'm happy to say that, so globally there is no other system which is working in coordination with the ground, the people who are working on ground, the scientists, forecaster, agencies, different agencies, they are working together, and that's how we are achieving certain improvements in air quality through this system. Yeah, so do we have 1 minute?
Yeah, not yet run the next.
Yeah, okay. So this is again the kind of information this DSS system is generated, because CAQM wanted to develop certain policies for the stubble burning in the states of Punjab and Haryana. And they wanted to see if we take out the 50% of stubble from the field and distribute it to the industries surrounding Delhi and burn that stubble for next 3 months. So how much air quality improvement one can expect because of those kind of policy decisions we take. So there are certain policy decisions, and you can see that even if we take 20% of stubble from the field and still burn those stubble in the industries, but not at once, slowly in the industries for next 3 months. So you get an air quality improvement of about 25 to 30%. So this kind of policy information is very important for the policymaker, and fortunately now we are in a stage to develop such kind of information from this kind of system. Yeah, and this is the public website. Anyone can access this website. It is available, and you can get general information about the forecast AQI, how the pollutions are getting dispersed, or how the the stubble burning in Punjab is affecting air quality in Delhi. But if you really want to go inside, then there are certain pages inside the website. You can also analyze the data, see the forecast verification, and access many of information. This is publicly open, and anyone can access this website. Also, we have a DSS website there. You can play with different kind of scenarios and see how can one control the air quality levels in the cities. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for an extremely sort of exciting presentation. It's really wonderful to see how we've now got this system that is not only providing enough modeling, which is matching the actual findings, and like you said, it's entirely developed by people here. So it's fantastic to see this. I think one question I'd like to ask you is that we heard from the morning that health is such an important factor as well. So does this information also reach the Ministry of Health, and are they then taking certain measures in, how is health being sort of informed by this information?
So actually, through our channel, it is not going to Ministry of Health, but I guess through MOFCC, it is going to the Ministry of Health, because there were certain concerns raised by Ministry of MOF that if you control the air quality in Delhi, say how much health improvement we can expect, short-term impact of air quality. So that kind of questions came from MOFCC through a health ministry, and we did answer those questions that if we really reduce air quality by say 20 to 30% because of short-term actions, you can actually save mortalities by 600 to 700 people, short-term mortality. And there are also some economic benefits coming from those estimates. So yeah, it is going, but not directly.
Thank you so much, and looking forward to see how, like you said, this is also spreading to other states as well in terms of an early warning system. Now over to Dr. Prakash to give us his presentation.
How do I get back? Oh, down. Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. So what I wanted to kind of talk today is just start from the air quality management framework and then kind of see how we can engage citizens in each step. So kind of addressing the session's title of democratizing air quality research and management. So I'll give an example from an earlier project that I led on using citizens for air quality monitoring, and then thoughts on potential citizen engagement for other aspects of air quality research and management. So when we talk about the air quality management framework as a whole, typically it's a cyclic, it's an iterative process, right? So you set a goal. It could be the NAAQS, National Ambient Air Quality Standard, or an interim goal such as the NCAP goal. And then you assess whether you are in compliance with that goal for current and future years. I think yesterday Professor McNeil mentioned about the importance of doing modeling to look at the how you comply in future years. And then once you assess compliance and how much you are off, then of course you develop and implement these mitigation measures. And then of course you do track the air quality over time. You evaluate the outcomes to see whether you're on track in meeting the standards. And so it's a cyclic process that it continues. So now let's take, for example, each of these steps, right? So when we consider the assessing the compliance. So that involves multiple steps because you monitor the air quality, you develop emissions inventory, you do these air quality modeling for current and future years. When you consider the mitigation measures, developing and implementing mitigation measures, because then you have to identify the source-specific controls. You model to determine the impacts of those specific controls in future years, whether it will yield the intended benefit. And then you implement and enforce measures. And then, of course, you have to ensure compliance with these rules. And to track and evaluate outcomes over time, then you analyze the trends, you do source apportionment work to see whether the reductions that you're seeing are in the sources that you anticipated to see, right? So now let's take each of these subsections, for example. So starting with the air quality monitoring, so what I'm going to talk about is kind of using these low-cost sensors for filling in gaps in the surface data. So I think earlier speakers have already mentioned this. Air quality monitoring networks employing reference methods are spatially sparse. Satellite data offers extensive spatial coverage that is not economically feasible with ground measurements. And then when considering particulate matter as a pollutant, satellite data measures provide the aerosol optical depth, which is a column measure, and then to convert it into a surface metric, then you consider the ground-based measurements. And the proliferation of low-cost sensors in recent years and their improvement in performance, particularly for particulate matter, provide an opportunity to complement these reference methods. So this is an example of a project that I mentioned I led while I was at RTI, my predecessor organization. It's a collaborative project between members from NASA, South Coast Air Quality Management District, and here in India from IIT Delhi and CEW. So this, basically the whole idea of this project was to see whether, how to improve the satellite gradients, the spatial gradients that you see using satellite data. And of course, to do that, you need the spatially rich ground monitoring data to improve its accuracy. And so to do that, the question that we were trying to see is how do we do it using low-cost sensors in a citizen science approach. And so it was, it was done in two phases. The initial phase was to kind of look at it from feasibility phase, deployed sensors in the Southern California region, Los Angeles. And then phase two, we expanded it to additional sensors in Los Angeles, California, and here all of North India, and as well as in Research Triangle Park, Raleigh, North Carolina. And when you're talking about having these sensors used by citizens, obviously you need to make sure that the data quality is important. So we had some basic metric factors that we wanted to ensure, because we are also interested in data quality. So obviously we want to ensure that the sensor that we choose has high correlation with the reference gate monitors, high data completeness, ease of installation and maintenance and operation for use by citizen scientists, because if it's going to be cumbersome, then there's a chance that citizen scientists would be discouraged. And one of the key things that we were interested in is data being available freely, accessible, as well as in the open domain. Now, based on the evaluation of the sensors that were conducted at that time, back in 2016, 2017, South Coast Air Quality Management District did an evaluation of 20 low-cost commercially available sensors, both in the lab and the field. And we chose the Purple Air PA2 sensor, which offered a correlation R-squared of more than 0.9, data completeness of more than 95%. Caveat is if you have good Wi-Fi internet connection. And an open data portal and visualization with the ability to download data. Just recently, earlier this year, I think they started charging for data downloads. Until that point, it was actually free. You can still visualize it, but now they are charging for data downloads. And the sensor itself, it's more like a plug and play once you figure out how to actually install it and connect it to Wi-Fi. So before we deployed it in the 3 regions, we did site-specific, region-specific co-location. India here, we did, it's a pretty comprehensive co-location effort done at IIT Delhi in Dr. Sagnik's group. So our goal was to deploy about 100 sensors in North India. We actually co-located all 100 sensors next to the BAM at IIT Delhi. And of course, because of issues with Wi-Fi and power loss, about 50% where data was useful. So we had about 50 sensors that were giving data for the entire co-location period. In any way, so similarly we did co-location in North Carolina and California, but definitely not to this extent. And so anyway, we deployed sensors, about 100 sensors in each of these regions. We also engaged citizen scientists through different modes. It was also the pandemic period, so we had in-person workshops before the pandemic and then switched to virtual workshops, interactions, webinars, blogs. But one of the key things that, based on feedback that we received from the citizen scientists, was data tutorials. Okay, we see this data. How do we use it? What does it really mean? So we arranged, professionally recorded tutorials. That's the one. Those are the three kind of snapshots that you see on the top right. These are available on YouTube, and so anyone can go look at it and understand how to kind of use the data, download the data from Purple Air, look at it in conjunction with the satellite data and what it means, right? How do you kind of interpret these from a layman's perspective for citizens? Of course, some of this is now outdated because Purple Air has changed how you download it, right? Because they now started charging. And so from this work, the outcomes that we learned is, the accomplishments and lessons learned, because we had about 350 sensors that were installed across the 3 regions. When fully operational, network provided the spatial density. The sensors were good at capturing spatial gradients. It enabled increased awareness of air quality among the citizens and increased their interest. Lessons learned was citizen recruitment, retention, and participation varied by region. The approach has to be customized. It's not the, one approach doesn't work across all regions. Sensor deployment was possible only at locations where citizen scientists stayed or worked, right? Unless you invest additional resources or establish additional collaborations. Data completeness challenges were high in India due to power loss and issues with wireless internet signal. Well, in fact, even before recruiting citizens, one of our questionnaires was, do you have Wi-Fi? And one lesson learned was, your question needs to be clear to get the right answer. So everyone used the hotspot using mobile as a Wi-Fi, and the answer was yes. But then, of course, when your cell phone is not near, then you lose the data, right? So that's one reason why we kind of lost this Wi-Fi data. But the citizen scientists in India actually showed great interest in learning and participating in pretty much all these 3 data tutorials that we had. We had heavy participation from citizen scientists in India. But one key thing to remember is there's also risk of data loss if you're relying on citizen resources. So in this case, we gave the sensor to the citizens. It's free of cost. They maintain it. They keep it for the life. But of course, it's their electricity, their Wi-Fi connection. And so during the project, we were kind of following up, the Indian team here, we're following closely to ensure data, but then afterwards, then you risk losing these things. So that risk of data loss is there, and that's more so in India than in the locations in the US. Now, very quickly, I want to share perspectives on these other aspects of the air quality management framework. So when we talk about emissions inventory, right, to develop accurate emissions inventory, then you need information on the activity data. And that could be obtained from literature, so that's usually called as a secondary data source, or through primary data collection via surveys. Now, for primary data collection, so there's an opportunity to engage citizens and, of course, using technology to perform such data collection. So Mr. Vijay Singh also mentioned, indicated that potential possibility. But of course, it comes with its own restrictions. You need to have some good training and some standardization to ensure that the data collected is on a uniform basis, and you need to implement quality checks. The other thing is about reporting and implementation. So there's extensive opportunity for citizens to be involved in the actual implementation of the adherence of the implementation measures. So there's these apps such as Indoor 311, Green Delhi app, which provide a portal for citizens to report violations. And even if it is an unknowing emissions or unnoticed emissions, these things enable citizen participation to improve air quality. And air quality management framework as a whole also includes citizen participation, which is much so less utilized in India. The citizens should take the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed action rules during the open feedback timeline. And broad public awareness actually should be raised at that time to encourage broader participation. So I'll just stop here. I think it's just a summary of what I presented. But basically, there's a potential, a large, extensive potential for engaging citizens in various aspects of air quality management framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prakash. And though I guess it's not part of this study, but I did have a purple air monitor on my roof, and it was, like you said, free of cost. And somebody used to follow up every time the power went off and this thing was not signaling. So, and I think definitely what it did for me, even though I've been in this field, was it provided a certain immediacy to knowing what the air quality was in my own home or in my neighborhood. So I do see the power of what you're saying, that if a citizen network actually does develop, then you're much more aware of your immediate air quality, which you are breathing and your family is breathing. We have time. I want to first of all thank the entire panel. I think there's been a lot of information that's been shared that's been new as well and built on what we heard in the earlier session this morning. So thank you to all of you, and now there's time for 2 questions, I'm told. So if there anybody who has a question.
This is an open question for all the panelists. So we talk about engaging citizens in our decision-making process, in our policies. However, when we talk to our policymakers, they say that it is very difficult to include the citizens, because then it becomes very challenging for them to take up the challenges. So do you think we as a collaborative should work on a framework that can help the policymakers to include the citizens in the decision-making process?
So in fact, it has occurred for Delhi when CAQM tried to frame the regulatory rules for Delhi. So they actually invited all the citizens to submit their inputs. So, and there were almost like thousands of citizens gave their inputs, how to control emissions, what kind of technologies we should apply. So it is actually happening. And these policymakers, they are trying to actually include all the citizens to take their input. And some of the policies in Delhi, these graphs and whatever policies, short-term policies and long-term policies are designed, because I was part of that particular committee, so I know that many of the suggestions from the citizens have actually included in that documents. So citizens are really contributing to those efforts, and nowadays policymakers have also started taking inputs from the citizens. Yeah, that is what I want to say.
Yeah, I think there's definitely, as you're saying, there's a challenge to make sure that the conversation happens on some kind of a level ground where the citizens are also able to engage in a way that doesn't seem necessarily merely as pointing fingers about something that's not happening. And for that, I think one of the things we've found is that there needs to be continuous engagement. It cannot be a one-off sort of process. So as long as the engagement is continuous and citizens keep coming back to solve the problem, there is more openness to engage as long as there's that willingness to sort of keep at it. One more question, I think. Oh, did you want to?
I just wanted to add that I think there's an opportunity for grassroots organizations to kind of build a bridge, right? So there are many excellent grassroots organizations in India who are really on the ground, gathering data from the citizens and really assessing the situation. And they can be the intermediary to communicate to the decision makers in some ways.
Just quickly, just to add to that, I think the question is not that should they start it, the question is how soon they should start it, because all government departments are understaffed. They need to have a representative. And like it is very difficult because like let's just talk about pollution board, because I think they are some of the most hardworking people currently. They have to address to the legislative assembly, parliamentary debates, RTIs, NGT order, either it's a regional bench or the principal bench, if they have a high court or a district court. So, I mean, where would they go? Should there be a public engagement department? Should there be a field specialist actually going on duty to NGT and miss out on their inspection? So this is when or how soon they can start it is a question. Because citizen science is something which needs like a little thrust from their side. It's already in the regulation. Air Act, it is already there. Provisions, and just use that, develop a framework. I think this is something that we all can do for them. Just, if some of the pollution boards, if not all of them, but some of them who are actually more proactive, they can actually participate in that and just let us know that this is something that we would like to see, and at least give us a draft, and then we can work as per our needs. So I think this is the whole thing. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so I'll just add, I think that's actually an excellent question, right? It does add quite a bit of burden to the policymakers. I think what's needed, like Ms. Vinita Gopal was mentioning, is the need for education of the citizens themselves, right? So that they are well informed and their feedback on comments are relevant. And makes sense for the policies that are being proposed. There's lack of resources that Mr. Bish was just mentioning. So I think all of these come into play. But I think there's this need for educating both sides, the citizens as well as the policymakers. So for the policymakers, it's how to handle those responses. So in the US, for example, they are required by law to take into account the comments from every single citizen. Doesn't mean that they have to agree to it, but they have to say how did they consider it and why or why not is it applicable for the case under question. But that by itself requires a framework like you mentioned, like how do we respond to these questions? How do we kind of categorize these and then kind of come up with a response for that? So I think there's this education aspect for both sides, but more so for the citizens so that they are educated. They are up to speed in terms of kind of the current conditions, what's needed, and where we are going forward.
Thank you so much for the question. Is there one other question?
So thank you to all the panelists for a very interesting discussion. So I just have one kind of comment and then one question. So I think in this area, as a citizen scientist, the academia, the institutes can play a very good role. Educating the children in school, maybe we all can participate, going to school and teaching them about the climate change, and not only giving the feedbacks on what the government should do or what should be done, we can make them to answer that what they can do, or maybe provide them some resource to, say, for example, capture your carbon footprint on a daily basis. Each student, if they capture their carbon footprint and then say that how it is changing on daily basis, this can also maybe role. So I think each individual should participate in also controlling the pollution. Then only it can make a difference. Then my question is to Dr. Prakash. So I think the sensor based, so you have a lot of sensors I could see on covering the entire IGP, and one of them is at my institute also, IIT Kharagpur. So I am not sure whether all these sensors data, like we have been participating with this, I think about more than 2 years, and it is continuously working. So, but I don't see any analysis coming out and about the calibration and how is the future going on, because my sensor is also running, but I don't have any information what is happening further. Thank you.
Yeah, so we are kind of finalizing the data sets now, and the calibration models have already been developed. So now we are kind of converting the raw data to the calibrated data for the entire time period using those calibration models. Once that's done, then the entire data set will be in the public domain. It will be submitted to NASA, funding agency, and then it will be in the public domain.
I think we're done because we're out of time, but I'm sure you can ask the question as once it's done. But thank you all again, and thanks to CSTEP for organizing this and keeping this conversation alive. Thanks.
I would like to thank Ms. Vinuta and the panelists for that enlightening session. With this, I would like Jigisha to please give the token of appreciation to the moderator and the panelists. So you all must have visited the stalls outside. There are a lot of technology developers who have put up their work that they're doing. For this last session for the day, Orasure and Ecosystem Informatics, they are technology developers and also our sponsors. And we are grateful to them for sponsoring our event and making it a success. We would like to call upon any representative from both the organizations to talk about the work that they're carrying out. And the time for them is like 5 minutes. So, Orasure develops cutting-edge air quality monitoring devices, and they have state-of-the-art sensors to accurately measure pollutants. This way, they are at the forefront of innovation and technology development. I invite Vamsi from Orasure to talk about the work that they're doing.
Hello everyone. So my name is Vamsi. I'm co-founder of Orasure. So we are a platform for environmental data. We have started in 2017. I'm not sure if the presentation. Fine, I'll go through meanwhile. So in 2017, we have started this journey, and we have worked with 15 smart cities across the country. And we have also received appreciations from President in 2018 and several other. Okay, thank you. Yes, so now what we are doing is that we have worked with several companies in the outdoor domain for ecosystem partners like Honeywell, Google, etc. And also we have deployed in across 1,000 locations with our sensors, and we are working with organizations like CSTEP, IIT Bhubaneswar, IIT Delhi, and many others to use our data and drive action and policy. So this is our team. We are a graduate of NIT Rourkela, and we have advisors in the domain, starting from Pratna and Mr. Bhatt. And now this is an offering of us. That we have 3 different variants of our devices, having multi-pollutant capabilities, starting from gases, meteorological parameters, and also any particulate matter. And we have our indoor device as well, which is Orasure Care, which we have recently launched last year. And moving on, so this is a platform. So these are some features we have on a platform. So we provide analytics for the air quality and GHGs. And we also have some hotspot identification features, and also remote configuration and calibration features, and alerts in case it exceeds any NEQS limits or in any other custom limits as well. So major issue for LCS, even like the clients or whoever are working with us are asking, the government especially is asking, is how do we maintain the accuracy, or what is the purpose of these sensors if they don't have 100% accuracy as the analyzer grade equipment? So what we do for this is we have 4 different things that we do, starting with a lab calibration for the gases. For the PM, it will be a chamber-based calibration. And we are doing NABL reference calibration for temperature, humidity, and other sensors. And we are also doing several co-location studies as of now. I'll go through the details later. And we are developing AI/ML-based models so that we can calibrate the sensors in real time, even though the sensors are geographically transported from one location to another. And so this is a co-location study that we have done in Odisha. We have done this in 8 locations, 8 different cities in Odisha. So we have, with the help of our models, we have been able to achieve 0.7 to 0.95 ranging correlation factors with the BAMs. This is with the different sensors, plant hour, Sensorion, and Piera. And so now, this is only about a company. So now I would like to tell about a case study that we have done in the city of Bhubaneswar. So we have installed a hyperlocal monitoring network in collaboration with Google. So we have installed 50 sensors, 20 of them were stationary and 30 of them were mobile. So the data, all these sensors covered across approximately 186 square kilometers and 1.2 million population. So we placed them in a grid pattern based on the population and also the area. And we have selected 5 to 6 bus routes across the city. And the data from this, I will just show you some glimpse of it. We have also released a white paper. Sorry. Yeah, so we have released a white paper for this. Okay, so these are some pollution hotspots that we have identified, and we have also reported to the state PCB. So the state PCB is actually planning on taking action in these particular areas. And we have also collaborated with researchers. Actually, ICAS 2022 also helped us out in performing this research, as we found the researchers for writing this white paper in ICAS 2022. And this is a data set from the mobile devices that we have installed. So we were able to find additional hotspots as opposed to the static sensors using the mobile network. We have expanded this network into 4 new cities: Rajkot, Chennai, Rourkela, and now Aurangabad. In Rourkela, I would like to mention a particular situation. What happened was there was a particular location called Vedvyas where the government was saying that this is not a polluted area, it's relatively very clean, so why is it happening? So why is the data anomalous there? So then we went and found out that there's a crematorium nearby. So there is a lot of particulate matter, like pollution coming from there. So what we are planning to do now is the government of Rourkela is working on installing an emission capture methodology for the crematoriums, so that that particular location can be relatively clean. Moving on, we are also working with construction companies like L&T and Tata to monitor the construction emissions that are happening in their locations. So we are doing POCs with them as of now. And compared to outdoor, we actually are more prone to indoor air quality, so the bad parameters like CO2 and VOCs. So we are working with P&G and several other partners in the purification or the mitigation strategies, so that we can control the HVAC systems and the purification systems based on the pollutant levels in the location. So with this, I would like to say that the quality of the air that we breathe is the deciding factor of the quality of our lives and the health of our planet. So together, let's strive to get a better tomorrow, a cleaner air, using technology, research, and data-driven policy. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Just one line. Actually, all the data we have collected in these 5 cities, we are open to any researchers who want to do research. So you can contact us if you are interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Orashore. I would now like to invite ESI to give their talk. ESI is an air quality monitoring management solutions provider They utilize AI-powered solutions to help government agencies and industry tackle air quality issues. So please.
In the rapidly evolving world of urban planning, innovative technologies are playing a crucial role. Today, we're taking a closer look at how air quality monitoring can reshape our cities. Meet Ecosystem Informatics Incorporated, a next-generation air quality monitoring and management solution provider. With a combination of stationary and mobile monitors, ESI's system leverages the power of AI to gather accurate and sophisticated data, process and analyze the data to present clear and actionable insights. But how does this help our cities? Firstly, this enables informed urban planning decisions around air quality, infrastructure, and transportation, thereby pushing our cities towards greater sustainability. Secondly, allows for identification of critical air quality zones with precise and real-time air quality data, thereby safeguarding public health and enabling proactive measures. Additionally, cities can quantify and manage progress on environmental challenges against carbon footprint goals, allowing for more targeted resource allocation. Become a global contender. Enhance your city's reputation. Attract long-term investments. Appeal to and engage a skilled workforce. Technologies like ESI are leading the way in enabling us to envision and create healthier and more vibrant urban spaces. The future of urban planning is here, and it starts with the air we breathe.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We are from ESI. It's a Canadian startup which came up with the product ideation for a mobile data collection platform. Basically, the space on the data collection on the air quality side has been a bit cumbersome in terms of getting the mobile data platform was the need of the hour a few years back. So the pitch that was came up with the founders was that we should come up with a small or a miniature mobile data platform which can help to collect the data and then use it for informed decision making. So I'm Aditya. We are part of Arcadis group and we are partnered with ESI team. So we are currently looking at partnerships in India based on the success so far in Canadian market. It's a Toronto-based firm, and we have been looking at partnerships with all the industry stakeholders, academia, and the research forum. So we want to come up with some pilots and engage with the stakeholders to see how it can help in the air quality monitoring and policy framework in the Indian context. So yeah, so ESI is a startup. As I said, it got started in 2016, and around 2018, the product was in a launch phase. So we did the data collection and some pursuit in Canadian markets with some of the public and private agencies. We have, as you can see, it's a small unit, a very mobile and portable unit. As you can see, it can be installed on a moving vehicle as well if we need to do the data collection for a larger spatial area. And it can do the indoor air quality monitoring as well as a fixed air quality monitoring station. It covers for all the major pollutants that are required, and it also looks at the data for the various meteorological factors as well, which is affecting the air quality in terms of the collecting the data as well. So specification wise, we cover for all the pollutants that are required for the air quality monitoring. I have been interacting with various people who have attended, visited the booth. So we have got some insights into how it is being looked at in Indian context. Basically, this is a new equipment what we are pitching in India for way forward. So we have got some insights. I do have some case studies to show, share it with you all. As you can these are a bit snapshots of various installations that are done on the right side. We have fixed monitoring ones versus on the mobile, like on a public transport bus, and also on the top of the car for data collection. It's a very small and rugged unit in terms of the usage wise, and the installation doesn't need much of power supply or any sophisticated device setup for it. Even it still supports a USB charger, which typically a car these days in India are covering. So it can be as simple as that. Yeah. The overall hardware has a packaged unit of GPS along with the sampler, and a data logger is there, and then a GSM inbuilt setup is there. If you have a SIM card installed with that, it can push the data to the cloud in real time, and also do all the dashboarding that comes with that. And from that, we can take the data output for various modeling, and in case if we have to follow or want to look at any specific model to follow, we can look at setting up that model onto the platform itself. So this is the, on the top left, what we have is the dry run, what we did for a pilot in Hyderabad. And as you can see, the center gray area is the Hussain Sagar Lake and the area peripheral to that. This is one's recent initiative which we had taken for Hyderabad, and it was first of its kind, or first experience of us in India. Remaining, like you can see, the platform offers the spatial plot of data representation of various data points what we get, and then we have time series analysis, and then the windrows plots, and we also have the alert system through that based on the monitoring aspect of the data collection. And then there is one example of a spikes of particulate matter emissions. So overall dashboard comes with all these types of representation of data, which can help everyone to look at various layers attached to the data collection, and representation of in the spatial as well as other analytic formats. In terms of what has been, some of the use cases have been like, there has been good attempts have been made on the air dispersion modeling using the similar data sets in US and Canadian context so far. And it has been like truly cost effective, as we are not specifically looking at selling the device as such for now. We are looking at gathering the various examples in India, and then get into confidence of end users first to get better acceptance of the product. So yeah, let me take few case studies what has been done. So we have done surveys on the health and safety side of it with the areas, especially the healthcare and the educational facilities, and areas surrounding that to look at the polluting hotspots across the area. It is done in the city of Hamilton, closer to Toronto in Canada. And then there has been permanent air quality monitoring stations from the city side that were collecting the data from historical period. So we also added with our unit for the period since 2018, and it was matching with the existing air quality stations that were there. And then we had other exercise with the same city for looking at how to use this data collection platform to look at the intervention. So basically the highway was passing through the city of Hamilton. The truck traffic was leading to the pollution within the city. So there was a plan to look at how it has helped the monitoring of data. So the right side was the data collected during the pre-intervention period, where you can see on the downtown core area was with higher concentration of pollutants. And then post-intervention, the trucks were diverted to the outside of the city, and the concentration of pollutants got also shifted to the expected route, and that residential areas were not in the vicinity. So the platform has helped the data from the device, and the platform has helped us to get into the pre and post analysis of the setup or the intervention that was taken up. So as I explained, this setup is very simple with a small unit, and data gets pushed to the cloud in near real time, and then the data is available on the instantaneous setup, which will help us to take more informed decisions. There was another case study on the bus electrification to get the answers on the ROI for the investment. So many public transport agencies in India are looking at electrification, and there was a recent policy change for the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities on the electrified public transport for the cities across India. So similar studies can be undertaken which can help to get good policy decisions or the decision to get the investments from the cities with similar investment in nature. And there was another case study on the infrastructure planning, like a corridor of roadway within the city of Brampton was planned for road widening. So we deployed the unit for covering 10 major intersections, looking at what was the pre and post vehicle counts and the CO emission levels. And we have use cases related to alert system, alerting the public or the stakeholders based on the monitoring the data. This is basically the fixed units that were deployed, and another one is on the construction monitoring site in near Toronto. And recent there were major wildfires in North America a week ago. So there was a similar instance that happened in British Columbia on the west coast of Canada, where the remediation efforts were observed post remediation implementation. So it was other use case that was done. That's it from my side, and we are open to questions, and we are there in the booth as well for offline discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, ESI. I would now like to ask Papa Rao to deliver the summary of the day.
Good evening, everyone. Today we had very interesting sessions. Let's summarizing the day. So Day 2 of ICAS encompassed a wide spectrum of discussions aimed to elucidating the intricate relationships between clean air and sustainable development goals. The sessions were not only informative but also thought-provoking, shedding light on various aspects of air pollution, air quality management, and its integration with broader global objectives. We started with our sessions emphasizing the vital interactions between air quality and sustainable development goals, which also discussed the use of geospatial tools for air pollution mitigation and sustainable living. All the speakers throughout the day emphasized the need for convergence for this multi-sectoral and multi-departmental challenge of air pollution in the context of broader sustainable development initiatives. The discussions highlighted on the aspect of advanced technology, financial aspects, capacity building for emphasizing air pollution aspects in the sustainable development goals. Framework for sustainable development goals evolution exists, however, only indirect emphasis is given on air pollution, which needs to be looked in a deeper manner. It's not always that industries need to be targeted for being large emitters. Regulatory bodies need to work with industries to reduce industrial emissions, and we have seen that industry with intent can reduce emissions significantly. India needs to be still towards airshed management along with the proper understanding of land use, land cover. We need to look beyond the usual culprits, the PM, SOx, NOx, and start quantifying and try to understand the effects of VOCs. We also need to undertake a shift in energy consumption, both in quantity and quality. Multi-country and multi-institute collaboration need to be our. We need to have more open repositories for better understanding of air pollution and how hyperlocation actions can reduce air pollution. We also saw how low-cost sensor networks and dispersion modeling can help understanding air pollution better. Moving away from the science part, we also need to check the behavioral aspect and the traditional practices which as a country we practiced decades ago, if we hope they reduce environmental damage. Thank you.
With this, we conclude the proceedings for today. We extend a sincere gratitude to all the speakers and attendees who were here with us today. Just wanted to share with you all that the discussions and deliberations for today are not just limited to these halls, but have reached to the larger audience through our online platform. We request you all to please be here tomorrow, where these discussions will be taken forward. Tomorrow we are going to discuss about how science, technology, and society interface with each other in our quest towards meeting our SDG targets and clean air goals. The Environment Minister for Karnataka, Shri Khandre, will be here with us delivering the welcome address. Lastly, you're requested to share your feedback using the QR code on your tags. Please do so. We would be happy to have your feedback. And lastly, let us leave with a message that is befitting for this platform. I just have 3 lines to share. There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. Thank you.